Chapter 201. This was tantamount to admitting it. Everyone looked at her with even more admiration. Gu Jinyu walked into the girls' school surrounded by everyone. Before entering, she glanced at the clinic, trying to find Gu Jiao. Gu Jiao didn't come to the clinic today. She went to the courier station to send a letter to Xuaningxiang. There was a letter from her, a letter from Zhou Erzwang who Gu Changqing brought over from the military camp. There were also some trinkets from the capital for Go Hua. Go Hua was 2 years old now. She could walk, run and jump. She was especially good at calling people, especially her father. Gu Jiao asked Xuaningxiang if she had any plans to find a father for Go Hua in the letter. Gu Jiao didn't have those rigid thoughts. In Gu Jiao's opinion, Xuaningxiang was still young. She was only 2 years older than her, 17 this year. Gu Jiao didn't think that a woman had to find a man to be complete, but she didn't have to be a widow for the sake of reputation. She had the right to pursue her own happiness. From her good handwriting, it could be seen that Xuaningxiang wasn't a widow who was numb to life and resigned to her fate. She had been by the old madam's side for so long. The old madam didn't like her for nothing. She had her own pursuits. However, she was afraid. She was afraid that this kind of pursuit would be rebellious. She was afraid that it would lead to everyone's disdain and ridicule. When Gu Jiao came out of the courier station, she bumped into someone. They weren't close, but they had seen each other before. The other party was dressed in a maroon brocade robe. He was unrestrained and flamboyant. His features were handsome and his eyes were devilish. However, Gu Jiao didn't like his devilish charm. Gu Jiao pretended not to see him and walked forward expressionlessly. The moment they brushed past each other, the man suddenly stretched out his arm and blocked Gu Jiao's path. "Miss, long time no see." The fourth prince smiled. "What a coincidence. Are you here to send a letter too?" Gu Jiao looked at the arm in front of her and felt a little annoyed. In all fairness, the fourth prince was not bad looking. If she had not seen that beautiful monk, perhaps he could be considered to be in Gu Jiao's sense of beauty. But if there was a comparison, there would be harm, right? They were both devilishly charming little beauties, but the beautiful monk had thrown him a dozen streets away. Gu Jiao was annoyed. The fourth prince's gaze was unmistakable. Oh, the little lady's temper is quite fierce. But it doesn't matter, His Highness disdains taming a weak horse. The weather is dry, do you have time for a cup of tea? Gu Jiao glanced at him indifferently. Not thirsty. The fourth prince persevered. The desserts in the Jade house are not bad. Miss, do you want to try them? Gu Jiao said, not hungry. The fourth prince said, then let's go watch a play. Gu Jiao was annoyed to a certain extent, but she suddenly calmed down. She looked at him from head to toe. Do you have a lot of money on you? The fourth prince was startled. What kind of words was this? He was a dignified prince, did he need to give money to watch a play? But he also brought money. He smiled and said, I brought a lot. What does Miss like? This prince will buy for Mississippi. Gu Jiao seriously thought about it. Then let's go to a place where there is no one. Do it cleanly. Don't let her husband find out. The fourth prince did not expect the little girl to be so tactful. He was stunned for a moment, but then he thought it was normal. He was a prince. Who would have the courage to go against him? I know a place where there will be no outsiders. The fourth prince smiled proudly and turned around to open the curtain of the carriage. Are you sure? Gu Jiao asked. Her husband was a scholar and might become an official in the future. Openly robbing someone was not suitable for a future tribute soldier wife. So Gu Jiao decided to give him one last chance. If he really wanted to court death, then she could only help him. The fourth prince was a bit puzzled. Wasn't she asking the wrong question? He should be the one asking her, right? I'm sure, Mississippi. Please? He gestured. Just as Gu Jiao was about to get on the carriage, another carriage came. The carriage stopped next to the two people. The curtain was opened and a handsome figure walked down. Your Highness, long time no see. It was the exact same opening, but it was said carelessly. When he heard it, he felt that there was an ulterior motive. The fourth prince narrowed his eyes and looked at the youth in front of him. He said, Royal Princein? Royal Princein smiled warmly and his eyes fell on Gu Jiao. He said, Isn't this Miss Gu? Miss Gu doesn't need to go to the clinic today? You know each other? The fourth prince asked suspiciously. Royal Princein smiled slightly. When my younger sister and I were traveling, we stayed at the Marquis Ding and Manor for a few days. This is the eldest young miss of the Marquis Ding and Manor. The fourth prince did not know much about the Marquis Ding and Manor. He had only seen Gu Jinyu. Royal Princein continued, I just came out of the palace. I heard that the emperor was looking for your highnesses. I don't know if something happened. Since he said this, How could the fourth prince still be in the mood to flirt with a beauty? The fourth prince looked deeply at Royal Prince and Gu Jiao before sitting in the carriage and leaving. Royal Prince turned to look at Gu Jiao. His temperament was warm and his voice was low. That is the current fourth prince. Gu Jiao knew. Royal Prince saw that she was not surprised and paused. He smiled to himself. That's true. She was not a flower that grew up in a greenhouse. How could she be so easily tricked into a carriage by a man? Are you going back to the clinic? He asked. Gu Jiao nodded. Royal Prince was about to say that he would send her off when there was a sound above his head. It was a tile that had fallen from the roof. Gu Jiao was on his side, opposite was the carriage and to the side was the corner. It could be said that there was no way to avoid it. Royal Prince stepped forward and used his tall body to protect her, blocking the tile for her. However, the pain he imagined did not come. He blinked and raised his head to look. The tile had already been nailed to the roof of the carriage by Gu Jiao's needle. Royal Prince took a step back and helplessly smiled. Miss Gu, have you always been this powerful? You make it so that I can't even save the beauty. Directorate. Xiao Lulang was released from school. When he went out, he saw Gu Jiao carrying a small basket and waiting for him under a large tree. She also carried 2 small bags of medicine in her hands, one on each side. Although the weather had cleared up, it was still not warm. Especially after the sun set, the wind on the streets became even colder. Xiao Lulang leaned on his walking stick and hurriedly walked over. Why didn't you wear more clothes? It wasn't cold when I went out, she said. That meant that it was cold now. Xiao Lulang keenly caught the message in her words. He took off his cloak and was about to hand it to Gu Jiao. However, Gu Jiao looked at the medicine bags in her hands. The meaning behind her words was obvious. Both of her hands were full. People around them looked at them. The light in Xiao Yulang's eyes flickered slightly, but he still draped the cloak over her body. His jade-like slender fingers gently tied the ribbon. Lulang, your wife came to pick you up again? A supervisor who was on good terms with Feng Lin and thus knew Xiao Lulang, joked as he passed by. Xiao Lulang vaguely replied. Gu Jiao looked at him with bright eyes. Written all over her face was, I'm your wife? Is that so? Is that so? Is that so? Xiao Lulang coughed softly and looked away. Let's go home. Gu Jiao, oh. Gu Jiao followed behind him and slowly walked out. Suddenly a pile of snow fell from a big tree. Xiao Lulang pulled her over with one hand and raised his other arm above her head. The snow fell down and drenched his sleeve. She didn't move in his arms and looked at him with wide eyes. She was so obedient. This appearance was too deceptive. Even Xiao Lulang, who was with her all the time, couldn't resist. His chest was suddenly filled with blood. Too obedient. He couldn't stand it. Xiao Yulang's breathing became irregular and he quickly turned his face away. Gu Jiao pressed her little head against his chest and said, Your heart is beating so fast. Xiao Lulang suddenly took a step back. No. Gu Jiao looked at his red little ears. You clearly have. Xiao Lulang said seriously, If I say no then no. After saying that he ran away but he was too nervous and took the wrong path. With a bang he hit a tree. Gu Jiao haha. After the spring exams the atmosphere in the house was much more relaxed. The old madam went out to play cards and didn't forget to bring her husband along. If she lost it would be her husband. If she won it would be hers. Gu Yan and Gu Xiaoshan went to the Lu family's house every day after school to learn. They also ate dinner there. To be honest, the master's wife's cooking wasn't very good. She was comparable to Xiao Lulang, but the master said it was delicious so they could only bite the bullet and eat. Ever since little Jing Kong made his first good friend in the Imperial College, he would play with his good friend every day after school. Today was no exception. Compared to studying, Gu Jiao thought that little Jing Kong lacked communication with his peers. Therefore she supported his after-school activities. But today there was one more person in their small group, Qin Chuyu. Little Jing Kong was confused. Why is he here? Su Tangtang whispered, Sai, my father must have asked me to take him with me. I'm also worried. Su Tangtang and Qin Chuyu didn't know each other. Qin Chuyu and little Jing Kong were in the same class. He was in the ordinary class. His father introduced him so he had to listen. Little Jing Kong didn't like Qin Chuyu. First of all, Qin Chuyu was spoiled and unreasonable. Second of all, as long as he was with Qin Chuyu, those people wouldn't listen to him. Little Jing Kong didn't understand what kind of emotion this was, so he instinctively wasn't used to it. Su Tangtang didn't like Qin Chuyu. But he could sense that his friend didn't like Qin Chuyu. He felt that he had done something wrong so he whispered, I'm sorry, I won't take him with me next time. It's okay, for your sake I can play with him. Little Jing Kong was a generous child. As long as he didn't steal his Jiao Jiao, everything else was negotiable. What are you playing? Qin Shiyu asked. Su Tang Tang said, we're building a house. Qin Shiyu said arrogantly, what's so good about building such a small house? If you want to build a house, build a palace. What's a palace? Little Jing Kong was a good kid who asked questions whenever he didn't know anything. The palace is where my father, the emperor, lives. Qin Shiyu almost spilled the beans. He was so guilty that he broke out in a sweat. Fortunately, the two kids didn't realize it. Little Jing Kong asked again, what's an emperor? He grew up in a temple and didn't know about this kind of information. Now that he was at home, his family never mentioned anything about an emperor. Su Tang Tang was born in an official's family, so he knew about this. He explained to his friend, it's the master of the Zhao state, the most powerful person in the world. Little Jing Kong didn't really understand and didn't really want to understand. He was only interested in their small house. I've never seen a palace, so I don't know how to build one. Su Tang Tang shrugged. I've never seen one either. They hadn't even seen a palace before. What a bunch of country bumpkins. Qin Shiyu remembered his father's teachings. He couldn't expose his identity as a prince. However, he secretly made a mental note to ask the crown prince consort's sister-in-law during the next holiday so that he could bring his two little friends into the imperial palace to play. The next day, His Majesty personally summoned Marquis Gu to verify the bellows. Concubine Shu was also present. The smile on Concubine Shu's face never disappeared. His Majesty was still quite cautious. He asked, I heard that Assistant Minister Gu has a daughter. Concubine Shu had mentioned Gu Jinyu's background to His Majesty. Before that, His Majesty had already promised Concubine Shu to bestow her the title of County Princess. He didn't go back on his word just because she wasn't born in the Marquis family. It didn't matter if she was just a county princess without a fief or a manor. However, the bellows matter was very important. Marquis Gu cupped his hands and said, Your Majesty, my eldest daughter grew up in the countryside and didn't study much. The meaning of his words was obvious. How could an illiterate person come up with such an amazing invention? Marquis Gu didn't look like he was lying. Moreover, His Majesty didn't think he had to lie. Who would give the credit of their biological daughter to their adopted daughter? His Majesty drafted an imperial edict to bestow Gu Jinyu the title of secondary second-rank Infanta Hui. She was the first Infanta who wasn't born in the imperial family. Generally speaking, only the legitimate daughter of a prince had the right to be bestowed the title of Infanta. The daughter of the prince's family was a second-rank Infanta. The daughter of the crown prince's family was a first-rank Infanta. Gu Jinyu was the first Infanta who wasn't born in the imperial family. Her rank was slightly lower than that of the imperial family's Infanta, but it was only half a rank lower. She also had a fief of 500 households. Although this fief didn't cost much silver, its significance was too great. From today onwards, she was truly recognized by the imperial family. With her status, it couldn't be said that she wasn't good enough for a prince. Of course, His Majesty didn't forget the carpenter who made the bellows and the old blacksmith who was the first to promote the use of the bellows. He decided to call the two of them to the capital to bestow rewards. Chapter 202. The imperial edict had been issued half a month ago. The old blacksmith and the carpenter were already on their way. They should reach the capital in a few days. Gu Jinyu did not know that the old blacksmith and the carpenter were coming to the capital. After she was conferred the title of princess, she first went to Cunning Palace to visit Empress Xiao and receive the gold seal and treasured book. Then she went to Consort Shu's Changchun Palace to sit for a while. All the concubines sent congratulatory gifts. Even noble consort Zhuang and the crown princess sent gifts. These two were the most powerful women in the harem other than Empress Dowager Zhuang and the Empress. Their attitudes largely represented the direction of the harem. It was rare that the winds were in the same direction. Aunt did not misjudge you. Consort Shu held Gu Jinyu's hand proudly, her eyes full of praise. The emperor was not the only one who could hold his head high. Gu Jinyu was also proud. Whether it was Yao Shi's favoritism towards Gu Jiao or the cold treatment Gu Jinyu received at the girls' school, at this moment, all the haze seemed to have been swept away. Gu Jinyu returned to the Marquis's residence proudly. She could not avoid being praised by Marquis Gu and old Madame Gu again. Ever since Concubine Ling's incident, old Madame Gu had been on the verge of depression. Hearing that Gu Jinyu was so promising and had made the Marquis's residence proud, her face glowed again. She held Gu Jinyu's hand affectionately. Your grandfather is not in the residence. If he was, he would definitely praise you. Grandfather. That was an extremely lofty word in Gu Jinyu's heart. She did not even dare to say it. Would grandfather really be proud of her? In her impression, grandfather was an unreachable existence. Everyone in the family was very afraid of him. He never seemed to be satisfied with any child. Even though eldest brother worked so hard, grandfather still looked at him with a picky gaze. If grandfather really praised her, Gu Jinyu felt that she could brag about it for the rest of her life. Gu Jinyu left old Madame Gu's courtyard and planned to go to Yao Shi's courtyard. She wanted to tell Yao Shi that she had made a great contribution and had been conferred the title of princess. She wanted her mother to know that she was the smartest daughter in the family and was most worthy of Yao Shi's attention and love. On the way, she unexpectedly bumped into Gu Changqing. Her eyebrows curved as she walked up to Gu Changqing and bowed. Big brother. Gu Changqing nodded slightly. Gu Jinyu looked at the bundle in his hand and asked with a smile, Eldest brother, did you come back from outside? What did you take? A little prey, Gu Changqing said. Today he hunted 2 birds in the military camp. He planned to send them to Baishui Alley for Gu Yan and little Jing Kong to play with. Gu Jinyu could hear his indifference. In the past she would have left tactfully, but today she was exceptionally confident. She smiled and said, I've never hunted in my life. Big brother, is it convenient for you to bring me along next time? Women can't enter the military as they please. Gu Changqing tactfully declined. Gu Jinyu was slightly disappointed but not too disappointed. She took out a jade pendant from her pouch and raised her small face with a gentle smile. For big brother. What is this? Gu Changqing asked. Gu Jinyu smiled wholeheartedly and said, It's a warm jade from His Majesty. Giving the jade pendant was secondary. It was more important to remind big brother that she had become an imperial daughter. When Gu Changqing saw the jade pendant, he finally remembered the news he had heard in the military camp. Gu Jinyu had made great contributions and had been conferred the title of secondary second-rank imperial daughter Hui. Congratulations. Gu Changqing said calmly. He did not take the jade pendant. Since it's a gift from His Majesty, then keep it well. Don't lose it. All right. Gu Jinyu sincerely hoped that Gu Changqing would accept this jade pendant. Gu Changqing returned to the courtyard. There were not many ripples in Gu Changqing's heart. He had not counted on relying on Gu Jinyu to bring the Marquis Fu to greater heights. Thus, whether Gu Jinyu became an imperial daughter or not had little to do with him. After Gu Jinyu had finished showing off in front of big brother, she was impatient to let others know. Unfortunately, Yao Shi was not in the Fu. Yao Shi had gone to Jade Water Alley. She had finished making the clothes for Gu Jiao and brought them for Gu Jiao to try on. The result was great. The sleeves and trousers were shorter again. Had this child only just begun to grow? Yao Shi did not know whether to laugh or cry. She pulled down the sleeves and trousers that had been gathered. After changing the clothes, she took out the family's clothes to see if there was anything that needed mending. She had hired an embroiderer to make the clothes for the rest of the family. Every month there would be new clothes. The matriarch and Xiao Yolang's clothes were durable. Mainly these two were not easy to move. The others' clothes were a bit too horrible to look at. In the past it was Gu Jiao who mended them. Today when Yao Shi saw it, she nearly choked from laughing. She had thought that her daughter was omnipotent, but it turned out that she was also a simpleton. Gu Jiao had just finished watering the vegetable garden. When she came to the inner courtyard, she saw Yao Shi holding a pair of clothes and trembling with laughter. What's wrong? She asked in confusion. Yao Shi's tears came out of her eyes from laughing. After a long time she stopped laughing and asked Gu Jiao, Jiao, who did you learn your needlework from? Gu Jiao thought for a moment. Self-taught. Yao Shi knew. Otherwise who would know how to sew? Yao Shi was about to die from her daughter's teasing. She patted the stool to the side and indicated for Gu Jiao to sit. Then she held the place that Gu Jiao had mended and said, You don't need to tie a knot with each stitch and you don't need to leave the thread outside. Like this. Yao Shi took it apart and sewed it again for Gu Jiao to see. Gu Jiao thought seriously, I thought that I was very good at sewing. After all, sewing clothes had improved her surgical skills. She could sew faster than before. As the mother and daughter chatted, Gu Yan and Gu Shaoshan returned from the academy. Today they did not need to go to Master Lu's place to learn. The two did not know that Gu Jiao and Yao Shi were both at home, so they bickered and each entered the courtyard with a chicken feather on their head. Gu Shaoshan had a small gang in the countryside. At that time he was the #1 bully in the surrounding villages. The chicken feather on his head was the symbol of his chicken feather gang. After that, he was sent to Tianxiang Academy by Gu Jiao. On the surface he seemed to have changed, but in reality he was still a gang of celestial monkeys. Today he was finally caught red-handed by Gu Jiao. Older sister. Gu Xiaoshan plucked the chicken feather on her head. Her eyes moved, and she also plucked the chicken feather on Gu Yan's head. The two stood there motionlessly, waiting for Gu Jiao's decision. Jiao Jiao. Auntie Zhang, who was in the alley, came to the door. The wall behind my kitchen is about to collapse. I'll go take a look for you. Gu Jiao looked at the two celestial monkeys in the house, put down the water bucket used to water the flowers, and went to her house with Auntie Zhang. The first time the neighbors found out that Gu Jiao was capable was when the roof of the old chancellor next door leaked. Gu Jiao climbed up and directly renovated the roof. After that, the neighbors all knew that grandmother Zhuang's grandniece-in-law was capable. Auntie Zhang's courtyard wall cracked and needed to be repaired with mud. In ancient times there was no cement. It was all lime mortar and rammed earth. Lime mortar was not stable enough and it was easy to get damp in rainy days. Rammed earth was a better choice. The raw materials of rammed earth were red mud, coarse sand and lime blocks. There were still lime blocks and coarse sand in Auntie Zhang's house. Little Jing Kong used up the red mud. Recently he was obsessed with building houses with his friends, so he really didn't know where to get more. Auntie Zhang was very anxious. Can't it be repaired today? I don't think it'll last until tomorrow. The courtyard wall was connected to the kitchen. Once it collapsed, the people who were cooking in the kitchen would be in danger. Gu Jiao thought for a while and said to her, "Wait a minute." Gu Jiao went back to her house and went to the kitchen to find glutinous rice. She cooked a pot of glutinous rice soup, and then poured the thick glutinous rice into the evenly mixed lime mortar. "Older sister, what are you doing?" Gu Xiaoshan asked curiously. Gu Yan also squatted down and looked at her eagerly. "Why did you pour the rice soup into it?" Gu Jiao gave each of them a stick and gestured for them to keep stirring. "This is glutinous rice mortar. It's better than rammed earth. It's more suitable for pasting walls." The process of ramming earth was actually very difficult. It needed to mix the three raw materials together, and then use a tool to pound it over and over again. The more times it was hammered, the stronger the rammed earth would be. Glutinous rice mortar was not so complicated, but its firmness was much higher. This was because the cooked glutinous rice soup contained amylopectin, which was the perfect natural adhesive. It was an exaggeration to say that the strength of the lime paste adhered by it was almost comparable to the concrete in his previous life. "Be careful, don't get it on your bodies," Gu Jiao said. "Okay." The two of them nodded. When Gu Jinyu arrived at Jade Water Alley, she saw the three siblings mixing the mortar together. Gu Jinyu's brows furrowed. In her impression, Gu Yin had always been a sickly person who would pant when walking. She did not expect him to know how to work, much less do this kind of rough work. Yao Shi sat to the side, leisurely mending clothes. She did not feel that there was anything wrong with Gu Yan's work. Gu Jinyu composed herself and walked into the courtyard. "Mother, older sister, younger brother, what are you doing?" Gu Yin glanced at her and ignored her. Gu Yin hated her. He hated her when he did not know her background and hated her even more now that he knew. Gu Jiao also ignored her and continued to make her glutinous rice mortar. She did not speak to Gu Xiaoshan, so Gu Xiaoshan naturally would not ignore her. Yao Shi turned to look at her. "Oh, it's Jinyu. Why are you here?" Gu Jinyu gently said, "I did not see mother in the manor, so I guess that mother must have come here. I brought some things for older sister and younger brother." Gu Yin rolled his eyes. "Who cares?" The mortar was quickly finished. Gu Jiao found a bucket and filled it with a large bucket. "I'll do it." Gu Xiaoshan carried the bucket to Aunt Zhang's house. Gu Yin also wanted to carry it, but he could not lift it. Thus he carried a small shovel. The three siblings went to mend the walls of Aunt Zhang's house. Yao Shi sighed. Gu Jinyu looked at the dirty mortar on the floor and the unfinished glutinous rice soup. She frowned in disdain and turned to look at Yao Shi. "Mother, how can older sister let younger brother do rough work? Younger brother's body is so weak. It's precisely because he's weak that he has to do more work. Don't you see that your younger brother is much more energetic than before?" If Gu Yin had not taken medicine every day, Yao Shi would have thought that her son was already a normal person. Gu Jinyu pursed her lips, but the imperial physicians all said that younger brother cannot work too hard. He needs to rest more. Yao Shi said, "Your older sister is a doctor. She knows what's best for Yin." Gu Jinyu gaped. She was just a medicine boy. How could she be a doctor? Gu Jinyu's gaze landed on the glutinous rice soup and mortar. This was nonsense. The glutinous rice soup was food, but Gu Jiao had used it to mend the mud. Otherwise, why would she say that she grew up in the countryside? She did not have any common sense. Gu Jinyu could not see it, but he endured and did not say, "Mother." "What is it?" Yao Shi asked. Gu Jinyu smiled and took out a golden seal and a book from his sleeve. He handed them to Yao Shi. Yao Shi was slightly startled. "This is—" "Open it and take a look," Gu Jinyu said proudly. Yao Shi opened the box with the golden seal and flipped it over. It was the imperial daughter's seal. Gu Jinyu waited for Yao Shi's praise. Yao Shi had heard about the bellows. Yao Shi did not understand the court's rules, but becoming an imperial daughter was an honor. Yao Shi nodded in satisfaction. "Mother, Jinyu is really amazing." Receiving Yao Shi's approval, Gu Jinyu was very happy. Not long after, the three siblings returned. The three were covered in dirt from pasting the wall. Their hair was covered in dust. Aunt Zhang carried a jar of pickled vegetables and walked in. She said to Yao Shi, Yao, your children are really capable." They finished it in one go. The joy and pride in Yao Shi's eyes almost overflowed. She was even happier than when she saw Gu Jinyu's imperial daughter seal. "Yes, they are all very capable. What was so good about pasting a wall?" Gu Jinyu frowned. Gu Jinyu had brought many things bestowed by the emperor to show everyone the good news of her becoming an imperial daughter. However, other than Yao Shi's slight praise at the beginning, Gu Jiao's group treated Gu Jinyu and her valuables like air. Gu Jinyu did not feel the joy of showing off at all. The gold, silver, and jewels she had brought could not compare to a jar of worthless pickled vegetables. As expected, they came from the countryside and did not know what was good for them. At night, Gu Jinyu returned to the Marquis Fu. A servant girl told her that in the 4 hours she had been gone, many young ladies had come to visit and left gifts. They were all to congratulate her for being conferred the imperial daughter title. Gu Jinyu felt a little better. When Marquis Gu returned to the Fu, Gu Jinyu told him about her visit to Jade Water Alley. When she mentioned that Gu Jiao had pasted up a neighbor's wall, she especially praised her. "Actually, older sister is also very capable." If Marquis Gu had been present at the time, he probably would have also felt that the three siblings were very capable. But when Gu Jinyu, who had invented the bellows, singled them out, there was a stark contrast. Marquis Gu snorted, "What's so good about pasting up a wall? She can only do this. Day after day when I told her to go study, she wouldn't. She had to do these things that could not be shown in public. Can't she learn from you? Study well, play well, and be the eldest miss of the Marquis Fu." Gu Jinyu warmly said, "Older sister's happiness is most important." Marquis Gu snorted coldly, "She is happy. She had stolen his son. It was said that one was marked by the company one kept. He was really worried that Yen would become a country bumpkin if he spent all his time with that girl." Gu Yen, who was worried about becoming a country bumpkin, was now playing checkers with the #1 prodigy of Zhao country, little Jing Kong. He had successfully lost the 18th round tonight. With a black face, he went to the study of the #1 prodigy of Zhao country to find his brother-in-law to play 5 in a row for consolation. In the end, he was defeated consecutively for 5 rounds. The heartbroken baby Yen went to old Madam's house to play cards with old Madam and her 2 mahjong buddies for a while. Old Chancellor also checked on his homework and completed his perfect, defeated, and pretentious, bitter, day. The response to the first batch of golden sore medicine for the military camp was good. The military camp quickly placed a second batch of orders. Gu Jiao was busy earning money every day. Gu Jinyu was not idle either. The invention of the bellows had greatly stimulated her. She was exceptionally smart since she was young. She did not believe that she could not think of something that others could think of. Moreover, the bellows was just that. It was exquisite, but the principle was very simple. Wasn't it just increasing the wind to make the fire burn brighter? What was so difficult about that? Gu Jinyu had an idea. She took out a pen and paper and improved the ratio of the furnace to the bellows. She doubled the number of bellows. This would increase the firepower and the effect of smelting iron would be higher. Gu Jinyu took the blueprint and entered the palace. She told Consort Shu her idea. Originally, it could be completed in a month. After the improvement, it can be completed in half a month. "Oh my God, it's so fast?" Consort Shu was shocked. "Yes." Gu Jinyu nodded with certainty. "This is like the water drains that the imperial court used in the past. Because the wind was not strong enough, the effect was not high enough." Consort Shu did not know much about this, but she heard that it was better than the current furnace. Naturally, it was a great contribution. Consort Shu led Gu Jinyu to the royal study to meet His Majesty. The borders had not been peaceful recently. His Majesty was discussing important matters with the military officials. If an ordinary person came, the eunuchs would not rashly announce it. But who asked this Princess Hui to be His Majesty's favorite? Eunuch Wei smiled and said, "Your Highness, please wait a moment. Princess Hui, please wait a moment. This old servant will go and announce it." Old servant? In the past, Eunuch Wei had called himself a miscellaneous person in front of Gu Jinyu. "Thank you for your trouble, Eunuch Wei," Consort Shu said. Gu Jinyu also nodded. Eunuch Wei took small steps into the room and whispered a few words to His Majesty. His Majesty was almost annoyed to death by the problems at the borders. Coincidentally, he also needed some exciting news. So he dismissed the military officials and called Gu Jinyu and Consort Shu in. And Gu Jinyu did not disappoint him. His Majesty was actually a layman, but he trusted Gu Jinyu. He immediately sent someone to send the blueprint to the Ministry of Works. The Ministry of Works Manufacturing Department looked at Gu Jinyu's blueprint with a suspicious expression. "There are so many bellows. Will there be no problem?" His colleague at the side said, "It's Miss Gu's blueprint. What problem can there be? His Majesty personally sent someone to deliver it. Hurry." Since it was His Majesty's order, there was no way around it. The manufacturing department immediately ordered his subordinates to improve the ratio of the furnace and bellows according to Gu Jinyu's blueprint. The results proved that the efficiency had indeed increased. They could produce almost 2 days' worth of goods in 1 day. His Majesty was very pleased. He rewarded Gu Jinyu, Marquis Gu, and the Ministry of Works. Gu Jinyu was in the limelight in the capital. Everyone praised her as the second wondrous woman after the Crown Prince Consort, and even faintly showed signs of standing shoulder to shoulder with the Crown Prince Consort. In the Eastern Palace, a junior palace maid spoke up for the Crown Princess. "Your Highness, is a wild girl from the countryside worthy of being mentioned in the same breath as you?" Gu Jinyu's background could not be hidden from the Eastern Palace. Now that she was a princess, there was even less need to hide it from the world. Not only did the commoners not discriminate against her, they valued her even more because of this. They thought that she was a commoner's princess. Not only did she not put on airs, but she also demonstrated to the world that even a pheasant could become a phoenix. The crown princess knelt on the cushion and calmly practiced her calligraphy. It was as if no matter how many storms she experienced, she remained as indifferent as a chrysanthemum. Being in the limelight for a moment is nothing. She has to be in the limelight for a lifetime to be considered capable. She did not express any dissatisfaction with Gu Jinyu's limelight at all. The crown princess had seen too many people in the limelight who disappeared in the blink of an eye like shooting stars. His Majesty's favorites came and went, but how many of them lasted? She would never be jealous of a woman who stole her limelight because she knew that it was all temporary. On a sunny afternoon, the old blacksmith and the carpenter finally arrived in the capital after a long journey of more than a month. They were escorted by officials all the way, so it was not too difficult. It was just that the old blacksmith was old and could not bear it. Because they were summoned by His Majesty, the officials did not dare to delay. After entering the capital, they took the two to the post house to bathe and change before immediately entering the palace to meet His Majesty. The two had not even been to the capital, much less the palace. Walking on the shiny white marble floor, the two did not even dare to breathe loudly. Lowly craftsmen like them had never dreamed that they would be able to meet His Majesty. They would really bring honor to their ancestors. The old blacksmith was nervous and excited. His old legs trembled as he walked. To be able to meet His Majesty, it is worth it even if I die here. The one who received them was Eunuch Wei, who served His Majesty. Eunuch Wei smiled and said, "You cannot say this word in the throne room. It is taboo." The old blacksmith hurriedly covered his mouth. Of course, he did not forget to glance at Eunuch Wei. He was clearly a man, so why did he speak so strangely? The carpenter was a young man in his early 30s. Young people adapted quickly, but he was so excited that he could not take care of himself. After taking 2 steps, he stumbled and almost fell. The junior eunuchs at the side covered their mouths and snickered. Eunuch Wei's eyes swept over them, and the junior eunuchs' expressions all became solemn. Eunuch Wei led them to the side hall. He respectfully reported outside the door, "Your Majesty, the craftsmen from the county town have arrived. Come in." His Majesty was in a good mood. The two had changed their clothes at the post house. The officials had also taught them the etiquette of kowtowing on the way here. As for whether they could learn it or not, that was another matter. The two had not yet seen His Majesty, but they felt their legs go weak just by hearing his majestic voice. "Please." Eunuch Wei smiled and reminded them. The two trembled as they stepped over the threshold. The palace was grand and untainted. The two did not feel like they had come to the imperial palace, but rather a fairy palace. Kneel. Eunuch Wei saluted. The two fell to their knees with a plop. They had completely forgotten the etiquette they had learned earlier. The two brought out the strength they used to kowtow to their ancestors and kowtowed 3 times to His Majesty. After they were done, the two wanted to light incense, but unfortunately they did not have any. His Majesty was very magnanimous and respectful to his own people. He would not put on the sacred and majestic air in front of the courtiers. "You may rise," he said. The two, "Why is there this?" The officials did not say anything. The two of them looked at each other and suddenly lay flat on the ground. His Majesty, Eunuch Wei, His Majesty almost laughed out loud. "Quickly help them up." "Yes." Eunuch Wei also struggled to hold back his laughter and personally helped the old blacksmith and the carpenter up. They were two honest people. Otherwise, they would not have taught the blowing technique to the imperial court and the local craftsmen without hiding anything. This was also the reason why His Majesty decided to reward them. However, to His Majesty's surprise, they actually refused His Majesty's reward. The old blacksmith said sincerely, "It was not us who did it. It was that girl. If your Majesty wants to reward that girl. We have received enough benefits. My iron shop is famous, and Ah Cheng's shop also has endless business. We have never earned so much money in our lives. Now that we can see His Majesty again, we can die without regrets." When they returned to the county town, they would be people who had seen His Majesty. They could brag about it for 18 generations. The word death had always been a taboo in front of His Majesty. However, when it came from a commoner's mouth with such sincerity, His Majesty only felt happy. Once he was happy, he would reward them even more. His Majesty smiled and said, "If you have any other requests, just say it." The two had discussed it on the way here. The old blacksmith said, "We want to see that girl and thank her in person. That young lady was a noble person in their lives, so they had to thank her no matter what." His Majesty was in a good mood today and approved their request. Gu Jinyu was brought into the palace. Eunuch Wei wanted to give her a surprise, so he did not say who had come. He only knew that they were two old friends from the county town. Gu Jinyu wondered if she had any old friends in the county town. Could it be 2 servant girls from the manor? Was Yuru back? In the end, she saw 2 unfamiliar men. The 2 unfamiliar men were also looking at her. Gu Jinyu had an ominous premonition. She frowned, gathered her thoughts, and bowed. "Your Majesty." His Majesty raised his hand to indicate for her to rise. He looked at the carpenter and the old blacksmith. "Do you still remember them?" "Huh?" Gu Jinyu was stunned. These 2 people, did she know them? The old blacksmith and the carpenter had the same doubts. That's right, did they know this girl? His Majesty teased the 2. "What's wrong? It's only been half a year and you don't recognize your little benefactor? You even said that you wanted to thank her in person." Gu Jinyu's heart skipped a beat. The old blacksmith frowned. "Your Majesty, you're mistaken. She's not that girl." Chapter 203. No one in the throne room dared to speak like this in front of His Majesty. Eunuch Wei's expression changed. Gu Jinyu's expression also changed slightly. However, it was not because of the other party's inappropriate choice of words. She forced herself to remain calm. His Majesty looked at Gu Jinyu strangely and said to the old blacksmith and carpenter, "She is Miss Gu." The carpenter had never seen Gu Jinyu before and could not comment. But the old blacksmith remembered clearly and waved his hand. "She is not. Miss Gu does not look like this." Eunuch Wei smiled and said, "Could it be that you have mistaken her? Take a look again." The old blacksmith had been working his whole life and did not know much about the ways of the world. He was not tactful, and when his temper flared up, he even forgot that he was talking to His Majesty. "No need to look. Miss Gu stayed in my shop for an entire afternoon. How could I not remember what she looks like? Also, her voice is not like this. No, you are mistaken." Eunuch Wei smiled awkwardly. "Are you sure that the lady's surname is Gu and she is the daughter of the Marquis?" Yes. The old blacksmith hurriedly nodded. When Xiao Sanzi went to the blacksmith shop to help Gu Jiao get the farm tools, the old blacksmith insisted on giving Miss Gu a bonus. Xiao Sanzi was pestered until he could not bear it and accidentally said, "Miss Gu is the daughter of the Marquis, why would she lack your money?" Xiao Sanzi had let it slip, but after that he was especially cautious and did not speak of it again. Eunuch Wei said, "But she is the daughter of the Marquis and her surname is Gu. There is no other daughter of the Marquis with the surname Gu in this world. as he spoke to this point, he suddenly paused. No, there was a second. Marquis Gu's family had 2 daughters. One was his biological daughter who grew up in the countryside and the other was his adopted daughter who grew up by his side. Although they were swapped, Marquis Gu had always treated his adopted daughter as his own, and this adopted daughter was very capable. If the swapping incident had not been exposed, no one would have suspected that she was not the real daughter of an aristocratic family. What Eunuch Wei guessed, His Majesty guessed it too. However, Marquis Gu once swore that his own daughter was illiterate. So who was the one lying? The old blacksmith's expression was magnanimous, but Gu Jinyu's face was deathly pale. His Majesty's stern gaze landed on Gu Jinyu's face. What do you have to say? Gu Jinyu clenched her fists to prevent herself from showing her cowardice. Your Majesty, I was the one who invented the bellows. The old blacksmith was anxious. Aya, you little doll, how could you lie? You didn't even go to my shop. If you don't believe me, call them all over. The old blacksmith was not the only one at the blacksmith shop that day. The other blacksmiths had also seen Gu Jiao. How dare you? This is the princess. Eunuch Wei reminded him in a low voice. The old blacksmith didn't care if she was a princess or not. He only knew that she wasn't the person he was looking for. She couldn't claim credit for herself. Your Majesty. Gu Jinyu bowed and said, it's true that this official's daughter has never been to a blacksmith's shop, but this official's daughter did design the bellows. His Majesty frowned and said, then what did you say at the beginning? Gu Jinyu lowered her eyes and said in a low voice, Your Majesty only asked this official's daughter if the bellows were my invention. He didn't ask if this official's daughter had ever been to a blacksmith's shop. His Majesty's frown deepened. Then aren't you curious how someone else managed to make your own thing? Gu Jinyu said, I was curious but I wasn't too surprised. After all, this official's daughter had mentioned it to many people. Even my personal maid knew about it. His Majesty's gaze was already suspicious. Are you implying that someone stole your results? No, it's not like that. The old blacksmith refuted. Miss Gu wouldn't steal. Gu Jinyu shook her head and said earnestly, I didn't say that she stole. Perhaps she had good intentions and wanted to help you, so I don't blame that person. The old blacksmith was stunned. He was smart, generous, and selfless. He had all of them. But the old blacksmith still felt that something was wrong. It had nothing to do with evidence. It was just his intuition, which he had lived for most of his life. Gu Jinyu had already made up her mind. She insisted that the inspiration was her own. If His Majesty wanted to investigate, he could only investigate the people around her. She had already bribed the maids and they would provide her with favorable statements. More importantly, her father would definitely side with her. As for that girl, what evidence could she produce? Blueprints? Who didn't have them? She had already grasped the principles behind the bellows. If she really confronted her, it would be as if no one could win against that girl. But Gu Jinyu had never expected that just when she thought that she had victory in her grasp, the Ministry of Works suddenly sent bad news. The furnace for smelting iron had exploded. It had been the furnace that Gu Jinyu had modified with the bellows. It had only taken 3 days. To be exact, it hadn't even taken 3 days. This morning the furnace had exploded. The explosion of that furnace had been so powerful that it had completely destroyed the furnace that the Ministry of Works had just built. This was not the scariest thing. The scariest thing was that there had been many craftsmen from the imperial court present. They had all been seriously injured by the explosion. The person who had come to report was a deputy supervisor from the Ministry of Works. He had rushed over from the scene. He had just gone to the latrine and was not near the furnace. Otherwise he would have also been seriously injured. Bring him in, His Majesty said in a low voice. In an instant he no longer had that amiable aura. The old blacksmith and the carpenter both saw what was called the true might of the emperor. He sat on the wooden chair and exuded an unshakable aura. It was so oppressive that the two could not breathe. The deputy supervisor entered the side hall in a sorry state. His legs gave out and he knelt down. He concisely recounted the incident. When he mentioned that it was Gu Jinyu who had modified the furnace, he glanced at Gu Jinyu with a complicated expression. The blood drained from Gu Jinyu's face. The old blacksmith asked anxiously, Why did it explode? How big is your furnace? How many bellows did you use? The deputy supervisor did not know this commoner, but since he could appear in His Majesty's royal study and His Majesty did not stop him, he told him the truth. The old blacksmith lamented, Miss Gu said that such a big furnace could only use 2 bellows at most. Who told you to use 6? Aren't you courting death? When Gu Jiao had taught the technique to the old blacksmith, she had naturally told him what to pay attention to. The old blacksmith had told the imperial court without reservation. Why did you decide on your own? The old blacksmith was very anxious. The deputy supervisor felt bitter because it was the princess' idea. She had invented the bellows. If she wanted to modify it, who would question her? His Majesty's gaze on Gu Jinyu suddenly turned cold. Gu Jinyu broke out in a cold sweat. She braced herself and said, "My design will not have any problems. There must be some other problem." The deputy manufacturing supervisor said, "No, we are strictly following the princess's blueprint. Moreover, the operation of the bellows was very simple. As long as it was connected correctly, there would not be any mistakes." At this time, no one wanted to be the scapegoat. His Majesty turned to look at the old blacksmith and the carpenter. "Sir, please go and take a look at the scene." The old blacksmith and the carpenter followed the deputy supervisor to the Ministry of Works. Gu Jinyu also went. The scene was a big fire. Thick smoke rose everywhere. It was a mess. The injured blacksmith was carried out by the guards with wooden planks. The bloody scene was too horrible to look at. Gu Jinyu only felt her stomach churning. She covered her chest and turned around to retch. Gu Jiao was resting today. The 4 men at home had all gone to school. The old lady had also brought the old chancellor out to play cards. She was alone at home. She had planned to take a break for half a day, but before she could rest for a while, Xiao Sanzi came. "Miss Gu. Miss Gu." "Not good. Something big happened." Gu Jiao said lightly, "Is Gu Qinglin not eating again, or Gu Qingfeng defaulting on the medical fees again?" "Neither." Xiao Sanzi said in horror. The furnace in the Ministry of Works exploded. In Zhao country, there was no public hospital like in Gu Jiao's previous life. The imperial court had limited doctors. The largest was the imperial medical department, but there were not many people. The second largest was the medical officers in the military camp. They were far away from the fire. Generally, when such an emergency occurred, the imperial court would requisition doctors from the major medical centers in the capital. The miracle hall was also in the requisition scope. Gu Jiao took the medicine box and went to the scene with Dr. Song and 2 other doctors. The scene was more chaotic than Gu Jiao imagined. Amidst the thick smoke, there were injured people being carried out by the guards from the collapsed smelting room. Doctors from other medical centers had already arrived and were treating the injuries of several injured people. Gu Jiao was not in a hurry to treat the injuries. Instead, she took out the cloth strips of various colors that she had prepared in advance and handed them to the 3 doctors of the miracle hall. "Do as I said before." "Yes." The 3 nodded. Minister Zhao was originally outside inspecting the city's defense. When he heard that something had happened in the government office, he rushed back without stopping. Beside him stood a young man with an honorable aura. The young man was wearing a brocade robe. He was tall and had a cold face. Between his eyebrows, there was an aura of a superior. At this time, almost all of the injured people were carried out. There were dozens of people with light and serious injuries. The doctors from the major medical centers were treating the injured people. But among this group of people, there were a few doctors who acted differently. They were not in a hurry to save the patients. Instead, they quickly examined the patients. According to the severity of their injuries, they pasted different colored cloth strips. The patients with the red cloth strips were in critical condition. The patients with the yellow cloth strips were not lightly injured, but they were still conscious. The patients with the green cloth strips were slightly injured. They first treated the patients with the red cloth strips, then the patients with the yellow cloth strips, and finally the patients with the green cloth strips. Compared to the chaos in the other medical centers, their side was orderly and orderly. The young man slightly narrowed his eyes. Soon he found a patient with a black cloth strip. He was lying quietly on the floor. The doctors came and went, but no one cared about his condition. "Is he dead?" the young man asked. Minister Zhao hurriedly ran over and used his hand to check the patient's breathing. He came back and reported, "He seems to still be breathing. But why aren't they treating him?" Minister Zhao expressed his confusion. The old blacksmith and the carpenter also joined in the rescue. Although the 2 did not know medicine, they could help get the person out of the ruins. In the thick smoke, there was a small figure that could not be ignored. She was wearing a blue robe and had a slender figure. Her sleeves were rolled up, revealing her white wrists. Her side profile was as perfect as jade, but there was a red birthmark on the left side of her face. Her white hand dripped through the blood. She was calm and composed. There was no panic or disdain in her eyes. The young man stared at her. "Who is that?" Minister Zhao said. Your Highness, that seems to be the female doctor of the Miracle Hall. The young man murmured, Miracle Hall. The rescue efforts at the scene were in full swing, but Gu Jinyu was completely panicking. She really did not expect that the furnace she had modified would have such a big accident. There were dozens of injured people and people were still being dug out of the ruins. At this moment she really felt afraid. She did not dare to think about how His Majesty would hold her accountable. She seemed to be standing in front of a dangerous wall that could collapse at any moment. Her entire body began to tremble. In her panic, she noticed the injured person who was covered in black cloth. As if she had seen a life-saving straw, she quickly ran toward the injured person. She did not care about the ashes and blood on the ground, nor did she care about the injured person's mangled flesh. She knelt down next to the injured person. Someone come. Is there a doctor coming to save him? She cried out in despair, even shouting out the hesitation in her heart. Her elegant and clean dress was stained with blood. She took out a clean white silk handkerchief and held it in her hand. She lowered her head and carefully wiped the injured person. Doctor. Doctor. She cried out in a choked voice. She was a good person, not someone who disregarded human life. She had a conscience and a compassionate heart. She gritted her teeth and roared, I am a royal princess. I order you to save him. This was the treatment area of the Miracle Hall. The doctors of the Miracle Hall were engrossed in treating the patients at hand. No one paid her any attention. Chapter 204. Don't move. It'll be done soon. Gu Jiao was cleaning a patient's wound. He was the first craftsman to notice that something was wrong with the furnace and hurriedly ordered people to run out. If it weren't for him, all the craftsmen who were blowing air would have been killed by the explosion. However, even though they escaped quickly and the furnace exploded quickly, many of them were seriously injured. Especially after this furnace exploded, the other furnaces also collapsed and the fire burned down the entire workshop. The loss of the imperial court was huge. Doctor, will my leg be crippled? The craftsman said fearfully as he lost feeling in his leg. Gu Jiao stitched up his wound. No, I just gave you an anesthetic and you're temporarily unconscious. You'll feel pain after the anesthetic wears off. The craftsman was relieved and looked gratefully at Gu Jiao. He said weakly, Miss, I'm fine, you can go treat the others. Okay. Gu Jiao nodded. She finished the last stitch and bandaged his wound. Then she walked to the next patient. Another patient's back was badly burned. Dr. Song was using the saline Gu Jiao gave him to clean the wound, but the wound was too big. It was Dr. Song's first time dealing with a patient of this level and he was a little shaky. I'll do it, Gu Jiao said to him. You go and see the patient over there. Okay. Dr. Song gave up his seat for Gu Jiao and went to see the other two patients with yellow strips of cloth. This patient had a red strip of cloth. His condition was critical but he could still be saved. Gu Jiao squatted down and took a pair of scissors to cut off the rest of the clothes on his back. He hadn't completely lost consciousness, which meant that he was in great pain. Gu Jiao took out a painkiller from the small medicine box and was about to inject it into his skin when Gu Jinyu rushed over like a madman. He grabbed Gu Jiao's wrist and said hoarsely, I've been shouting for so long, didn't you hear me? Someone over there is dying. Go and save him. In the past, in Gu Jinyu's heart, Gu Jiao was just a little medicine boy. But when it came to a critical moment, she actually started to rely on this little medicine boy. Gu Jiao looked at the hand holding her wrist in annoyance. Take it away. It was too annoying to say another word. Gu Jinyu said self-righteously, Aren't you a doctor? How can you leave him in the lurch? She pointed at the patient lying beside Gu Jiao. That person's condition is much worse than his. If we don't treat him now, he will die. Of course, Gu Jiao understood the man's condition. She was the one who tied the black cloth on him. He was a dying man, so there was no value in saving him. Saving him would only lead to the deaths of a large number of critically ill patients covered in red cloth. Seeing that Gu Jiao was ignoring him, Gu Jinyu exploded. Are you going to watch him die? Do you still have a conscience? Gu Jiao pried open Gu Jinyu's wrist and pricked the patient's arm with a needle. She freed her other hand and gave Gu Jinyu a slap. This was not the small slap she had suffered when she was fighting with Zhuang Mengdai in the small town. Gu Jinyu was slapped to the ground. Her right ear was ringing. The corner of her mouth was also cut. Her forehead hit a broken piece of wood and blood immediately flowed out. Gu Jinyu looked at Gu Jiao in disbelief. Gu Jiao had already given the patient an analgesic injection. She took out a piece of antiseptic dressing and covered the patient's wound. Her movements were very careful. After doing all this, she stood up and looked coldly at Gu Jinyu. Now that you know he is dying, why didn't you do it earlier? You don't even know how much wind and air volume a furnace can withstand. Who gave you the guts to operate the bellows? The blood drained from Gu Jinyu's face. Gu Jiao said coldly, if you are ignorant, then find a place to die of stupidity. Don't come out to harm others. Gu Jiao had already seen the old blacksmith and knew the whole story of the accident. This was originally an accident that could have been completely avoided. The young man had seen everything that had happened between Gu Jiao and Gu Jinyu. Find out who that girl is. Minister Zhao was about to respond when a hidden guard appeared out of nowhere and nodded. Yes. Minister Zhao broke out in cold sweat. As expected of His Highness. Even his hidden guards were so elusive. The fire was spreading and it was not advisable to stay at the scene for long. Minister Zhao also joined the ranks of the injured. Soon Gu Changqing arrived with a group of guards. The 6 ministries and the Grand Council belonged to different factions. Strictly speaking, the accident at the Ministry of Works had nothing to do with the military camp. But when he heard that the doctor at the Miracle Hall had been requisitioned by the Ministry of Works, he led his personal guards and rushed over. Eldest brother. When Gu Jinyu saw him, it was as if she had seen another life-saving straw. She ran towards Gu Changqing with a face full of tears. Gu Changqing did not see her at all and rode his horse past her. He stopped not far from Gu Jiao and dismounted. He walked nervously towards Gu Jiao. Are you okay? Gu Jiao was changing the dressing for the patient. His injuries were too serious and a piece of dressing was soaked in blood. Gu Changqing was a man, but he was secretly uncomfortable seeing this scene. He reached out his hand. Give it to me. Gu Jiao shook her head and said to him, there are still a few patients over there. Help move them. Send them to the medical hall? Gu Changqing asked. Yes. Gu Jiao nodded. Gu Changqing quickly ordered his subordinates to find wooden planks to carry the patients out. There was another patient who had only sprained his ankle and suffered some superficial injuries. Gu Changqing directly carried him on his back. He had only taken a few steps when he suddenly felt 2 gazes that could not be ignored fall on him. He looked over and saw a carriage parked outside the back door. That seemed to be, while he was thinking, there was a rumbling sound from the other end of the ruins. Gu Changqing's eyebrows twitched. At this moment the old blacksmith shouted, oh no! The furnace is going to explode again. The fire was not controlled and burned the furnace in the other boiler room, causing the furnace there to explode as well. Gu Jinyu's face turned pale and she ran away. How could she still remember the critically ill patients? It was more important to save her own life. Gu Jiao picked up the patient in front of her and quickly left the scene. Unfortunately, she was still a step too late. The moment she took a step, the furnace exploded with a bang. The moment the fire dragon swept over, Gu Changqing tiptoed and flew behind her. He used his body as a shield to block the attack of the fire for her. Gu Changqing's whole body was burning. Gu Jiao turned to look at him. Get lost. Everyone was shocked. The military officer saved you and you still want him to get lost? Gu Jiao said, get lost. Gu Changqing fell to the ground and rolled up. The fire on his body was quickly extinguished. Everyone who heaved a sigh of relief was stunned. Sure, Yi was stunned. So when you said get lost, it was really just the literal meaning of get lost? Gu Changqing extinguished the fire quickly and did not suffer serious burns. However, Gu Jiao still brought him back to the medical hall with the other patients. There were many medical halls that came to treat this time, including the second boss's old nest, Huichun Hall. Huichun Hall was one of the best medical halls in the capital. They had 6 doctors this time, but the number of patients they treated was not even half of the number of patients in Miracle Hands Hall. What was even more shocking was that the patients all proposed to go to Miracle Hands Hall for further treatment. Shopkeeper, don't you think that young lady looks a bit familiar? An elderly doctor said. Shopkeeper, looked at Gu Jiao's back. He did not see the other party's appearance clearly, but he was very familiar with this situation. Wasn't this the little medicine boy that accompanied the second boss at the hot spring villa? Why was she here? The doctor said, I heard that after the second boss left the Hu family, he opened a new medical hall in the capital. It seems to be called Miracle Hands Hall. Could it be the Miracle Hands Hall from before? Shopkeeper, said, that's impossible, right? This Miracle Hands Hall's doctor is even better than our doctor. Where did he find such a good doctor? Shopkeeper, felt that it was not possible. However, this Miracle Hands Hall had indeed stolen their Huichun Hall's business. When he returned, he had to report to his boss and let him pay attention to Miracle Hands Hall. The patients at the scene only received simple treatment. When they returned to the medical hall, Those who needed surgery would need surgery and those who needed treatment would need treatment. Gu Jiao was very busy and did not have the time to find trouble with Gu Jinyu for the time being. After Gu Jinyu fled the scene, she panicked and boarded the carriage, falling down. Miss. The servant girl was frightened by her miserable state. Gu Jinyu's face was pale as she said, Quickly go find father. Marquis Gu was not in the Ministry of Works today. He had been sent to the western suburbs of the capital last night to survey the irrigation works and would only return 3 days later. He still did not know that the Ministry of Works Yamen was in trouble. Because of Gu Jinyu's great merit, he had also risen in rank and became a popular figure in the Ministry of Works. Everyone had the right to to curry favor with him. He was happily surrounded by a group of colleagues who flattered him. Suddenly, a guard came over to report, "The imperial daughter is here." Marquis Gu personally went outside to welcome his daughter. "My good daughter, why are you here today? Did you specially come to see father?" He was shocked by Gu Jinyu's swollen face. Those who did not know would think that they had seen a ghost. "Father." After Marquis Gu boarded the carriage, Gu Jinyu told him about what happened at the Ministry of Works Yamen. "I really didn't do it on purpose. I didn't know that something would happen to the bellows. They all said that there was a problem with my design. But why was it fine at the beginning, and then something happened when those two people came?" She made it sound as if the old blacksmith and the carpenter had something to do with the bellows accident. Gu Jinyu sobbed as she said, "They also said that I didn't make the bellows. It was elder sister who made it. How could that girl make the bellows?" Marquis Gu's face was full of disdain. Gu Jinyu said softly, "I don't know if elder sister saw my blueprint." Marquis Gu frowned. He vaguely felt that the girl was not someone who would do such a thing. But other than this, he could not figure out how she could make the bellows. "Did the old blacksmith really say that your sister told him?" "Yes." Gu Jinyu nodded. "That shouldn't be." Marquis Gu pondered. "Why would she peek at your things? She also doesn't know where your things are." Gu Jiao had been to the Marquis's residence and the mountain villa several times, but she had never entered Gu Jinyu's courtyard. Gu Jinyu did not expect her father to believe Gu Jiao at this time. She was stunned and said, "Perhaps elder sister also thought of how to make the bellows. We all thought of it." Marquis Gu's intelligence was only online for a moment. He sighed. "Perhaps the two of you really have a telepathic connection. Don't worry, I will investigate the bellows accident. It might not be a problem with the bellows. It could be that the furnace has not been repaired for a long time. As for who invented the bellows, I will also report to His Majesty." Gu Jiao hugged his arm and said coquettishly, "Father, you really dote on your daughter the most in the world." Marquis Gu was very pleased. This was what a caring little girl was like. Unlike that lass who seemed to be leaking air everywhere. She was simply a cold armor. Marquis Gu temporarily put aside his official duties and went to the palace to see His Majesty. His Majesty was listening to Minister Zhao report on the accident, the number of casualties and the amount of damage at the scene. He was in a very bad mood. When he heard Marquis Gu say that the furnace's explosion might have been caused by the furnace and not the bellows, he wanted to throw Marquis Gu out. Marquis Gu did not know that he had ignited His Majesty's anger. He continued, "Rest assured, Your Majesty. I will definitely find out the truth. Also, about the bellows, my two daughters have actually thought of it." After Marquis Gu left, His Majesty leaned tiredly against the back of the chair and raised his hand to massage his sore brows. The sky was dark and the surroundings were silent. The huge imperial study was dark and boundless, as if a giant beast had opened its dark mouth and swallowed him whole. After a long time he sighed. "Wei Shen." "Your Majesty." Eunuch Wei walked in. "Do you want me to light the lamp?" His Majesty nodded. Eunuch Wei lit an oil lamp. Under the oil lamp, His Majesty's face was haggard and his expression was tired. With such a big matter happening, the one who was most upset was the ruler of a country. He softly said, "Your Majesty, please take care of your body." His Majesty asked, "Tell me whose credit is the bellows?" Eunuch Wei dryly laughed. "Your Majesty already has the answer in your heart. Why bother asking this servant?" His Majesty said, "The old Marquis had served Zhen for his entire life, but he still had to bear the crime of being disrespectful. Zhen took away his military power and removed his armor." Eunuch Wei brightened the lamp. "That was for the country." His Majesty casually picked up a memorial from the table. "The Marquis of Ding, and wants to give the credit to his adopted daughter." This matter was this matter. The responsibility for the accident had to be investigated, but the credit for the bellows could not be erased. Those who should be punished would be punished and those who should be rewarded would be rewarded. Eunuch Wei dryly laughed. This old servant should not say this. It doesn't matter who made the bellows. In the end it was the work of the Marquis Fu. I heard that the eldest Miss Gu had already gotten married in the countryside and County Princess Hui had not yet married. This was very thought-provoking. If a married woman only married a country bumpkin, the help she could provide to her maternal family was limited. If Gu Jinyu married into a noble family, His Majesty would be like a tiger that had grown wings. In terms of value, the credit should be given to Gu Jinyu. As for the accident, once the evidence came out, the Marquis Ding and Fu would definitely have to take responsibility. His Majesty hesitated. But wouldn't this be too unfair to the eldest miss? Eunuch Wei earnestly said, her own father did not feel wronged. Why would your Majesty feel wronged for her? She is destined to be abandoned by the Marquis Fu. She will not be of any help to the Marquis Fu and will not be of any help to your Majesty. His Majesty gave a self-deprecating smile. Then is Jin still a wise ruler? Eunuch Wei said, your Majesty sacrificed one person to save the people from disaster. Why is it unclear? Why is it unkind? Your Majesty. A young pill apprentice called from outside the door, you should take the pill. His Majesty gave Eunuch Wei a look. Eunuch Wei understood and walked to the door with his horsetail whisk. He extended his skinny hand and said in a sharp voice, give it to me. Yes. The young pill apprentice knelt on the ground and handed the brocade box to Eunuch Wei with both hands. Eunuch Wei took the pill and entered. Your Majesty, don't read the memorials for now. Take the pill. The young pill apprentice stretched his neck. He could not see the scene inside and could only vaguely see His Majesty take the pill from the silhouette in the window. He retreated with satisfaction. Once he left, His Majesty coldly snorted and threw the pill that he had not taken back into the box. With a face full of disdain he said, get rid of it. Yes. Eunuch Wei received the pill and put it away. Your Majesty. His Majesty's ears did not have a moment of peace before another young eunuch came. Imperial concubine Shu has come to deliver a tonic soup. Venison complete tonic soup. Good. It was another thing to seek favor. The inner palace had more porridge than monks. The monks had not been there for a long time. Which woman could stand it? But His Majesty was also very helpless. Eunuch Wei wanted to laugh but did not dare to. It took him a lot of effort to hold it in. Your Majesty, please bear with it. Didn't that little magic doctor say that you would be free of worries if you did not get sick for 2 years? It has been almost a year. At the mention of the little magic doctor, His Majesty's expression eased a little. He was bored in the palace, so he decided to go out for a walk. He left the palace in plain clothes and only brought Eunuch Wei with him. The master and servant wore the clothes of an ordinary master and a steward and walked openly on the street. There were not many people in the world who had seen the emperor's true appearance, so the two of them were not worried about being recognized. Walking on the streets, looking at the lights of thousands of houses and seeing the people well-fed and well-dressed, the depression in His Majesty's heart finally dissipated a lot. Oh. As His Majesty was walking, a small ball fell over and rolled to his feet. Eunuch Wei was scared and opened his arms. Protect His Majesty. His Majesty looked at Eunuch Wei speechlessly. It's a child. The small ball pulled the hem of the clothes in front of him and stood up. He patted his little butt and looked down. Oh, my shoe. One of his tiger head shoes was gone. That was his most beloved little shuzi. He ran around in a circle but could not find his shoe. He was so anxious that he put his hands on his waist and stamped his feet. His Majesty was amused by his charmingly naive look and could not help but laugh. Little Jing Kong finally noticed the adult in front of him. He looked up at him, thought for a while and said, handsome uncle, have you seen my shoe? Chapter 205. Handsome uncle, this form of address was too interesting. This was the first time the emperor had been called this. All the flattering words could not compare to this child calling him handsome uncle. This child did not seem to be afraid of him. Although he traveled incognito, he had been sitting on the dragon throne for many years. He had already developed the aura of a dragon. When normal people saw him, they would feel a sense of fear. He squatted down. Eunuch Wei stopped him. Master? The emperor raised his hand to stop him, indicating for him to shut up. He squatted down in front of little Jing Kong and looked at little Jing Kong at eye level. This child was too beautiful. She had a round little face, big grape-like eyes, small eyebrows, and a small nose and mouth that were unbelievably good-looking. The last time he saw such a cute child was when Aheng was young. Facing this kind of child, no one could put on airs. The emperor could not help but reveal a gentle smile. "What is your name?" "Jing Kong." Little Jing Kong put his hands behind his back and tilted his head to think. He grabbed his lapel and said, "I am a student of the Imperial College." The emperor was extremely moved by this child's cuteness. Every little expression and action was extremely cute. The night was too dark and he paid too much attention. At first glance, he felt that his clothes were a little familiar, but he did not think that he was a student of the Imperial College. After all, the children in the Imperial College were all 6 or 7 years old. This little ball looked to be less than 4 years old. He laughed. "Are you really a student of the Imperial College? How could the Imperial College have such a young student?" Little Jing Kong confidently said, "I am. I really am. If you don't believe me, you can test me." In truth, the emperor did not know what the Imperial College was, so he tested his chubby son on the 1000-character classic and the 3-character classic. As a result, little Jing Kong crossed his arms and looked at him with a serious expression. "Giving such childish questions, are you looking down on me?" The emperor. The night wind in February was still very cold. Little Jing Kong lost one of his shoes and stood on the cold ground with his little feet. He was freezing. He put his right foot on top of his left shoe, but this made him unsteady. He swayed from side to side, and his little foot fell to the ground. He quickly lifted his little foot and put it back on top of his left shoe. This repeated over and over. The emperor suddenly felt sorry for his small foot. The emperor bent down and picked up the little fellow. Eunuch Wei was shocked. "Your Majesty. What are you doing? You are the ruler of a country, the true dragon, the son of heaven. How can you casually carry a commoner's child?" Little Jing Kong suddenly felt that he had become taller. He twiddled his fingers in his handsome uncle's arms. He couldn't let strangers hug him. But a little hug didn't seem to be a big deal. Uncle Handsome didn't look like a bad person. In Zhao country there was a saying that one would hug a grandson but not a son. Thus, the emperor had never even hugged his own son. Now he was hugging a commoner's child. It turned out that a child's body was so soft and had a faint milky fragrance. "Where do you live?" the emperor asked pleasantly. Little Jing Kong pointed at the medical center. He lived in by Shui Alley, but he was going to the medical center now. His friends were all in the medical center. "Master." Eunuch Wei looked at the emperor worriedly. The emperor said, "It's okay. The public security around the Imperial College was very good. Besides, he also wanted to see if the emperor's foot was really clean and peaceful. Let me carry him." Eunuch Wei reached out his hand. The emperor could even carry the country. How could he not carry a child? The emperor rejected Eunuch Wei and carried little Jing Kong to the medical center. The emperor didn't know that this was the medical center where the victims of the accident were. Little Jing Kong pointed him to the back door and directly entered Gu Jiao's small courtyard. In the courtyard, Qin Shuyu was eating heartily. He didn't expect that his father would arrive 3 seconds later. He had a stick of candied haws in his left hand and a bottle of milk in his right hand. He was sucking on it and it was so delicious that it bubbled. "Chiu?" Little Jing Kong called him. "Yes." He answered without thinking. When he looked up, he almost choked to death. The emperor and Eunuch Wei also saw Qin Shuyu. Qin Shuyu said, "Father, father, father." Eunuch Wei said, 7777. The emperor said, "Shut up." The two of them obediently shut up. Little Jing Kong looked at Uncle Handsome and then at Qin Shuyu. He felt that the two of them didn't look right. "Do you know each other?" He tilted his head and asked. It would have been better if he didn't ask. As soon as he opened his mouth, Qin Shuyu was jealous. He had never been carried by his father in his life. How could this kid take advantage of him? Qin Shuyu boldly glanced at the emperor. Seeing that the emperor didn't seem to have any intention of stopping him, he cleared his throat and said, "He's my father." "So he's your father." Little Jing Kong suddenly understood. In the countryside, the emperor had several grandchildren of his age. However, little Jing Kong was the eldest in the family. Moreover, he had seen Su Kanji's father. Su Kanji had a son at an old age. Su Kanji's father was older than Chu Yu's father, so little Jing Kong accepted this matter quite well. Little Jing Kong wiggled his little butt and got down from Uncle Handsome's arms. Qin Shuyu finally saw his feet. It turned out that his father carried him back because he didn't have any shoes. He felt a little better. Little Jing Kong said, "Your father is so good-looking." Qin Shuyu replied politely, "Your brother-in-law is good-looking too." Little Jing Kong, who didn't think his bad brother-in-law was good-looking at all. Little Jing Kong jumped into Jiao Jiao's room and changed into a new pair of tiger head shoes. Gu Jiaojiao's courtyard was filled with little Jing Kong's things. From clothes, shoes to toys, everything was available. As soon as the emperor appeared, Qin Chuyu became extremely nervous. He didn't dare to eat snacks or drink milk. He just stood there like a coward. The two people Qin Chuyu was most afraid of in his life were his uncle, Marquis Xianping, and the emperor. In fact, neither of them had beaten him before. On the contrary, Empress Xiao would occasionally hit his palm with a ruler when she was angry. The emperor was also quite depressed. At this moment, he really believed that the little fellow was a student of the Imperial College and was even his son's classmate. But how could an 8-year-old child play together with a 4-year-old child? Also, the sky was so dark, but he didn't go back to the palace. However, the emperor didn't embarrass his son in front of outsiders. Soon, Su Kanji came back breathlessly. Jing Kong, where did you go? Little Jing Kong ran out and shook his head with his hands on his hips. I told you couldn't catch up with me. Ah. Who is he? Although Su Kanji's father was a court official, he had never seen the emperor. He's Chuyu's father, little Jing Kong introduced. Oh. Su Kanji greeted him politely. Hello, Uncle Chu. Old man Su only told Su Kanji to play with Chuyu. He didn't say that Chuyu was a prince, so Su Kanji naturally didn't know that Chuyu's surname was Qin. The two children didn't know Qin Chuyu's identity. It seemed that they had made a real friend. The emperor's expression was not so strict. The three children played for a while more. Qin Chuyu's servants came to take him back to the palace. They were all scared to death when they saw the emperor. The emperor didn't say anything and was about to take Qin Chuyu away. Suddenly, a few women's shrill cries came from outside the courtyard. The emperor frowned. What's going on? Little Jing Kong sighed. It's the patients' families. A lot of patients came to the clinic today. They were seriously injured. Their families are very sad. A lot of patients? An ominous premonition flashed through the emperor's heart. He gave Eunuch Wei a look. Eunuch Wei understood and went to the front hall to ask around. He didn't know if he didn't ask, but when he did, he was shocked. This miracle medicine hall treated dozens of government laborers and craftsmen who were involved in the accident at the Ministry of Works. Both the upper and lower floors were full. The emperor sent the three children away and let them go inside to eat. After listening to Eunuch Wei's report, the emperor's face suddenly darkened. When Minister Zhao reported the accident to him, he didn't mention that there were so many injured people. Isn't there only a dozen? Most of them aren't seriously injured. He said that only 2 of them were seriously injured, and they have been properly treated. This was why the emperor had come to Jiangnan to visit incognito. In order to protect their official positions, the news they sent to him had all been filtered. The emperor of a country was blinded and would make the wrong decision. Eunuch Wei didn't dare to say anything. When Minister Zhao reported to the emperor, he already guessed that there were more casualties. The emperor probably guessed it too. However, he and the emperor didn't expect Minister Zhao to hide so much. This was too much. I'll go and see for myself, the emperor said in a low voice. You can't, Your Majesty. Eunuch Wei hurriedly stopped him. As a eunuch, he was terrified of those injured people. The emperor, as the emperor of a country, couldn't go and see such a scene. The emperor ignored Eunuch Wei's obstruction and strode out of the courtyard. As soon as he crossed the threshold, he unexpectedly met a strong figure. Military officer Gu? The emperor was surprised. Gu Changqing came to see little Jing Kong and Gu Qinglin. Gu Qinglin was moved to Gu Jiao's small courtyard because the ward was too crowded. However, he had been lying in the room and didn't come out. Therefore, even little Jing Kong and the others didn't know he was in the courtyard. Gu Changqing was also very surprised to see the emperor here. Gu Changqing saluted with his hands folded. Your Majesty. The emperor's gaze fell on his bandaged left hand and asked, You also went to the scene of the accident? Gu Changqing said truthfully, Yes, I heard the news on the way and brought a group of people there. The emperor nodded and assumed that he was here to escort the injured people. The emperor asked again, Is your hand okay? Gu Changqing said, It's not serious. It's just a superficial wound. The emperor looked at him steadily. You went to the scene, so you should know the situation at that time. Tell me honestly, how many people died? Gu Changqing was a member of the military camp and didn't participate in the affairs of the 6 ministries. Logically speaking, he should avoid this topic. However, when he thought of the injured people and Gu Jiao almost sacrificing her own life to save them, he finally made up his mind and said honestly, 6 people are in critical condition, 13 are seriously injured, 37 are slightly injured, and 1. I don't know if we can save him. If we can't save him, there's only 1 person left. The emperor felt his vision go dark. Although he expected the situation to be more serious than what Minister Zhao said, he didn't expect it to be this serious. The patient that was being saved was the man that Gu Jiao had put a black cloth on. He was judged to be of no value. However, he was still breathing when everyone left the scene. Other medical centers didn't dare to take him, but Gu Jiao did. After the 6 critically ill patients were all out of danger, Gu Jiao began to save him. She had been saving him for 6 hours now. Whether there was a death or not, the nature of the accident was completely different. Everyone waited anxiously, including the Emperor and Gu Changqing. The Emperor was worried about that life, and Gu Changqing was worried about that life and Gu Jiao's health. Gu Changqing brought a water bag over. The Emperor looked at him strangely. After an unknown amount of time, the door finally opened. Gu Jiao walked out. She was soaked with sweat and there wasn't a dry spot on her body. Gu Changqing strode forward. "How are you?" His willpower is really strong. He saved his life for the time being, but he hasn't completely passed the danger. At this point, Gu Jiao realized that Gu Changqing was asking about her. She paused. "I'm fine. She was just a little hungry." Gu Changqing uncorked the water bag in his hand and handed it to her. "The food is ready. Go and eat something." Gu Jiao nodded and took a sip from the water bag. The Emperor looked at Gu Jiao and was completely dumbfounded. He never expected to see her here. Wasn't this all? Gu Jiao saw the Emperor, but she didn't recognize him. Seeing the Emperor's stunned expression, she asked, "Are you the patient's family?" The Emperor was so stunned that he forgot to answer. Gu Changqing knew that the Emperor was traveling incognito, but he didn't know how to explain. Gu Jiao continued, "His condition is still unstable. He has to pass the critical period for 3 days." The Emperor finally found his voice. Yes, he was wearing a bamboo hat at the time, so the little girl didn't recognize him. The Emperor said, "I'm not his family." Gu Jiao thought for a moment and said, "Are you from the Yamen to investigate the accident?" Without waiting for the Emperor to speak, Gu Jiao nodded her head. "If you have any questions you can ask me directly. You can also ask Dr. Song, Dr. Qin and Dr. Li. We were all people who went to the scene." She didn't say that the investigation was useless, or that officials don't make decisions for the people. She also didn't ask if she would get in trouble if she answered truthfully. She looked at him with frank and sincere eyes. The Emperor was suddenly speechless. Gu Changqing whispered, "I'll deal with the investigation. You go eat quickly." Gu Jiao felt that it was feasible and turned around to go to the courtyard. Only when she was far away did the Emperor recover from the successive shocks. He remembered the way Gu Changqing interacted with the other party. It didn't seem like it was the first day they met. He asked, "You know each other?" Gu Changqing cupped his hands and took a deep breath before saying, "Replying to your Majesty, she is this official's little sister." The Emperor was shocked again. "Your little sister? Your little sister isn't," Gu Changqing firmly said, "she is my biological little sister." On the carriage back to the palace, Qin Chuyu, who was tired from playing, fell asleep. He laid down next to the Emperor. The little fatty's body was curled up like a little bear cub. Eunuch Wei used his hand to stop him from rolling off the bed. The Emperor was completely immersed in an indescribable shock. The harvest from this trip was too great. The injured person's condition, the Ministry of Works concealment, and the little godly doctor who treated his venereal disease. And the little godly doctor was actually Marquis Ding An's biological daughter. If that was the case, then the bellows was also her. Marquis Ding An, are you a stupid pig? After the Emperor returned to the palace, the first thing he did was to have Minister Zhao roll over to his imperial study and ask him about the true casualties. Minister Zhao wanted to make a final struggle, but unexpectedly, the Emperor directly threw the list of injured people in front of him. Seeing the list, Minister Zhao was stunned. Didn't he already issue a gag order? Which brat that wasn't afraid of death had leaked the truth? The people in the Ministry of Works naturally did not have this courage, so the Emperor did not have any hopes of starting with the Ministry of Works. He appointed Gu Changqing. Many of today's patients had been escorted by Gu Changqing's guards. He knew which medical centers they had been sent to and easily obtained the names of the patients. Among them, the Miracle Hands Hall had taken in the most patients. This included a dying patient and 6 critically ill patients that had been rejected by other medical centers. There were also 7 heavily injured patients and 10 lightly injured patients. Seeing the list, Minister Zhao's face turned white. Although the cause of this accident was Gu Jinyu messing with the bellows, as the head of the Ministry of Works, Minister Zhao was not without responsibility. The Yamen's time for work was at 7 in the morning, but the accident happened at 5 in the morning. In other words, those craftsmen were already working hard before the sun rose. When Minister Zhao reported the news, he delayed it by 2 hours in order to hide the fact that they had started work early. This was not the most frightening thing. The most frightening thing was that many of the injured were illegal workers hired by the government office. They were paid the least and did the most tiring and dangerous work. The court paid them the salary of regular craftsmen, so where did the difference in the salary go? The Ministry of Works had countless workshops of various sizes. This was just the tip of the iceberg. If the other workshops also had this kind of shady business, then it would be a terrifying amount. The emperor's chest was filled with anger. My eyes are blind, my ears are deaf. If there was such a despicable thing under the emperor's feet, then what about the entire country of Zhao? The national treasury was in deficit because they had raised these vermin. Minister Zhao desperately kowtowed. Your Majesty. This subject did not know of this matter. This subject was negligent. Your Majesty, please give this subject a chance to forgive you. This subject will investigate this matter thoroughly and find the person behind the chaos. It would be strange if the emperor believed him. He had the imperial guards drag him away. The emperor trembled with anger. Eunuch Wei offered a cup of tea. Your Majesty, please calm down. The emperor fumed. Such a big thing has happened and everyone treats me like I'm deaf. Like I'm blind. How do you want me to calm down? Eunuch Wei sighed. Minister Zhao was actually useful. He had been the Minister of Works for 2 consecutive terms. His merits outweighed his faults. If not for the furnace and bellows incident, he would probably have been promoted next year. But he had run into that miscue. Was it Minister Zhao who was unlucky, or was it all the people related to Gu Jinyu who were unlucky? Eunuch Wei helplessly shook his head. Thinking of something, he asked, Your Majesty, about Princess Hui? Yes, there was still this problem. The emperor's head hurt. He pinched his sore brows. Summon her into the palace tomorrow. Early the next morning, Eunuch Wei went to the Marquis Fu and summoned Gu Jinyu into the palace. Gu Jinyu had learned her lesson and was more careful today. On the way to the imperial study, she secretly stuffed a heavy pouch into Eunuch Wei's hands. She warmly said, Eunuch Wei, why did your Majesty summon me today? Eunuch Wei smiled and put the pouch into his pocket. Gu Jinyu saw him accept it and was delighted. But she heard him say, Princess will know when you go in. I don't dare to ask your Majesty's intentions. After Gu Jinyu entered the imperial study, she respectfully bowed. This official's daughter greets your Majesty. The emperor did not tell her to get up. He read through the memorials in his hand and left her hanging for a quarter of an hour until her legs were numb. Only then did he say, neither too fast nor too slow, the results of the investigation of the accident have come out. It was caused by excessive bellows. You personally modified it. Do you have anything to say about this? Gu Jinyu had not slept the entire night. She had already guessed this possibility and had thought of what to say. She knelt down and kowtowed. She sincerely said, This official's daughter is guilty. When this official's daughter was calculating the maximum amount of wind the furnace could withstand, she miscalculated a number. These were the words that Gu Jiao had used against her. She used what she had learned. Thank you so much, elder sister. The emperor was very obsessed with arithmetic and astronomy. When he heard her mention this, he almost indicated for her to continue speaking. Fortunately, he remembered his purpose. Then what about the bellows? Did you really invent the bellows? If not, do you know what crime you committed? If you tell me honestly, I can forgive you this time for the sake of the old marquis. Otherwise, if we really find evidence, Gu Jinyu, you know the consequences. The crime of deceiving the emperor was punishable by flogging or death. Gu Jinyu's heart was flustered. Didn't His Majesty trust her yesterday? Why did he suddenly suspect her? It was His Majesty who summoned Gu Jiao, and then what did Gu Jiao say about her in front of His Majesty? What an abominable girl. Although Gu Jinyu was very tempted by the emperor's suggestion, she still retained her last shred of clarity. This was His Majesty's trap. His Majesty could not find any evidence. If he could, he would have already punished her. Why would he force her to confess? As long as she refused to admit it, the invention was hers. Even though her mistake had led to a tragic accident, with the invention of the bellows, according to the laws of the Zhao country, her merits and demerits were offset. At worst, she would be fined a large sum of money, but she herself would not have to accept any punishment. She kowtowed and said, Your Majesty, what I said is true. The bellows was invented by me. The emperor's fingers turned white from holding the memorial. Eunuch Wei looked at Gu Jinyu and then at the emperor. He shook his head and sighed. Gu Jiao did not have the first draft. She had drawn it on the ground and it had been copied by a carpenter. Gu Jinyu was confident that she dared to insist that the bellows were hers. The emperor sighed and said, "All right, we believe you. You may rise." "Thank you, your majesty." Gu Jinyu slowly stood up. The emperor said, "You have reached the age to talk about marriage. The empress and noble consort Zhuang have found several outstanding men for you. Come and take a look." Gu Jinyu was startled at first, then she was overjoyed. She walked forward and said, "Yes." She came to the emperor's desk and reached for the portrait that the emperor had given her with his eyes. She swore that she did not touch anything, but the imperial jade seal on the table suddenly fell. It turned out that the imperial jade seal was pressing down on the portrait. On top of the imperial jade seal was another portrait. Gu Jinyu had taken the portrait that was being pressed down by the imperial jade seal. The imperial jade seal fell to the floor and broke a corner with a bang. Gu Jinyu's face turned pale. The emperor was very calm. He looked at the broken imperial jade seal on the ground and said faintly, "Oh, princess, this is the imperial jade seal. You broke it." "Your majesty, no. I didn't break it." Gu Jinyu panicked. The emperor snorted coldly, "If it wasn't you, was it we? We didn't even raise our hand. Everyone in the room saw it." Gu Jinyu looked at the emperor in disbelief. "Your majesty?" The emperor calmly took a sip of tea. "Deliberately breaking the imperial jade seal is a capital offense. Whether you did it on purpose or not, we will order people to investigate. Go to the prison and reflect. Guards, take the imperial daughter to the Ministry of Justice's prison." Gu Jinyu screamed, "Your majesty, your majesty, your majesty." Gu Jinyu was awkwardly carried out by the imperial guards. Eunuch Wei looked sympathetically at Gu Jinyu. Fighting with the emperor? Too inexperienced. The emperor's depression lessened. He had people put away the imperial jade seal that had been broken by Qin Chuyu. He said to Eunuch Wei, "In a moment, if Marquis Ding and comes to plead for his daughter, have him go plead for his eldest daughter." Eunuch Wei's mouth twitched. Yes. The emperor's guess was correct. Marquis Gu really did enter the palace to plead with the emperor after hearing the news. Eunuch Wei stopped him outside the imperial study. Of course, he could not directly pass on the emperor's words. That would easily cause hatred between the emperor and the young divine doctor. As the head eunuch who had carved out a bloody path in the inner palace, Eunuch Wei had his own way of speaking. He slightly polished his words and said, "Because of the Ministry of Works Yamen, His Majesty did not sleep a wink and has just rested. Junju has made a great mistake and harmed so many innocent craftsmen. His Majesty is currently in a fit of anger. There is no use for Marquis to see His Majesty. Marquis' eldest daughter has performed meritorious service in treating the injured. If Marquis really wants to plead with her, it would be better to plead with her. If she comes forward, I believe His Majesty will be willing to grant her grace. That girl was just a little medicine boy. How could she treat the injured? She was just basking in the glory of the Miracle Hands Hall." Although he slandered her in his heart, his steps did not stop for a moment. He quickly rushed to the Miracle Hands Hall. It was still quite early. Gu Jiao had just finished changing the medicine for the injured person who had been bound with a black cloth. She then went to the other sick rooms to check on the conditions of the 6 critically ill patients. Everything was fine. She returned to the courtyard. The girls' school had started. The female student called Li Wanwan had begun practicing the guqin in the neighboring forest. Fortunately, it did not torture Gu Jiao's ears. Gu Jiao narrowed her eyes and lay on the rattan chair in the courtyard, listening to Li Wanwan play the guqin. Halfway through, the courtyard door was forcefully slammed. "Open the door." It was Marquis Gu. Li Wanwan was probably frightened, and the sound of the zither stopped abruptly. "Play yours," Gu Jiao said. The owner of the guqin did not ask why. She seemed to trust Gu Jiao very much and continued to play the guqin. Her guqin was very beautiful and could soothe the restlessness in one's heart. Marquis Gu, who was outside the door, had no time to appreciate the guqin. It was obvious that the door was bolted from the inside. That girl was in the courtyard, but he had been knocking on the door for a long time and that girl did not respond. That girl was doing it on purpose. Marquis Gu was furious. "I know you're in there. Hurry up and come out. Jinyu has been taken away. Hurry up and save her." Gu Jiao scoffed and put one hand behind her head. What did Gu Jinyu being taken away have to do with her? Marquis Gu was not discouraged. Jinyu didn't do it on purpose. She didn't do it on purpose. She only wanted to improve the bellows for the good of the court. She also didn't expect such a big accident to happen. You're her elder sister. You can't let her go to jail. Oh, jail? Gu Jiao raised her eyebrows. When Marquis Gu heard that Gu Jinyu had been taken away, he lost his mind and forgot to ask what crime Gu Jinyu had been arrested for. He even thought that His Majesty was blaming Gu Jinyu in the name of the accident. Marquis Gu roared, "She's your younger sister. Do you still have a conscience? Hurry up and come with me to the palace to see His Majesty. I beg His Majesty to grant you a favor and pardon your younger sister." Gu Jiao ha. Marquis Gu was furious. You. If you don't come out, I'll seal this medical hall. I'll see how you can continue to be so arrogant. Before he could finish, the courtyard door opened with a creak. A slender white hand reached out, revealing a white wrist that was as delicate as jade. She lifted her wrist and grabbed Marquis Gu's collar. Marquis Gu did not even have time to react before he was dragged into the courtyard. You brat, what are you doing? Marquis Gu's buttocks rubbed against the ground mercilessly. Gu Jiao's expression was indifferent as she dragged him, as if she was dragging a gunny sack. Without another word, she dragged him into the woodshed. She closed the door of the woodshed. On the other side of the courtyard wall, the sound of a zither was melodious. An indescribable scream rang out from the woodshed. Ah, bang bang bang. Dong dong dong. Ka. Don't hit my face. Ah, the sound of the zither was melodious and mellow. When the last note was played, a certain someone in the woodshed had also finished punching his last fist. Gu Jiao opened the door and walked out of the woodshed, feeling refreshed. The sunlight shone in and shone on Marquis Gu's bruised and swollen pig head. He was like a puppet whose strings had been cut, leaning against the wall soullessly and sitting on the ground. Marquis Gu felt wronged. Boo-hoo. I said I don't like to be hit in the face. Chapter 206. After Li Wanwan finished playing, she was a little worried about Gu Jiao. She actually heard some noise, but the girl on the other side of the wall didn't let her stop, so she had to bite the bullet and continue playing. After she finished playing, there was no more movement. She stood up, looked at the cold wall and worriedly asked, "Miss, are you all right? You played 2 wrong notes." What answered her was a cold voice with a hint of coldness. Li Wanwan was startled. "You made such a big noise just now, are you sure you didn't go to fight? You can tell that I made a mistake, what kind of ghost are you?" Then I'll play again," Li Wanwan whispered. Gu Jiao brushed her wide sleeves and once again lay back on the rattan chair, leisurely basking in the sun. This time, Li Wanwan was 120% alert and finally didn't make any mistakes. At noon, the patient with the black strip on him woke up. He was an illegal worker, this was confirmed by Gu Changqing yesterday. In this accident, most of the people who were injured were illegal workers privately hired by the Ministry of Works. They all came from poor families or didn't have any family members, so they ended up like this. However, the other illegal workers at least had a friend come to visit them, but this person didn't have anything for 2 days. He was lying alone on the hospital bed, but his vitality was tenacious and stubborn. His burn area was very large, so he needed to use normal saline to clean the wound every day. It was as painful as scraping his flesh. Dr. Song had just changed his dressing, but he didn't know if it was because his hands were too unfamiliar, but the pain woke him up. "Leave this to me, you go see the other patients." Gu Jiao carried a small medicine box into the room. "Okay." Dr. Song wiped the cold sweat off his forehead and left the room. Gu Jiao had put black strips on a lot of people. This was a helpless choice, but it was a choice that had to be made. Their survival rate was almost 0, and treating them would lead to the death of a large number of critically ill patients who could be saved. Among all the patients who were judged to have no value in saving, only this one survived. "How do you feel? Can you hear me?" Gu Jiao put the medicine box on the bedside table, took out a small flashlight and shone it into his eyes. His pupils responded well. He opened his mouth as if he wanted to say something, but his throat was too hoarse and he couldn't make a sound. Gu Jiao understood. She took a tongue depressor and looked at his throat. "There's a slight edema and some inflammation. It's not a big problem with some medicine. You'll be able to speak in a few days. Can you hear me? If you can, blink your eyes." He blinked his eyes. His anti-inflammatory medicine was finished, and there was still a bag of rehydration fluid to replenish his electrolytes. Gu Jiao changed the rehydration fluid and adjusted the titer. "This bottle is finished after the injection. I'll come back later to pull out the needles for you." Gu Jiao said, packed up the medicine box and turned to go out. The man's mood suddenly became agitated. Gu Jiao pinched his wrist. His injury was too serious and his pulse was too fast. It was easy for something to go wrong. Gu Jiao gently comforted him. Don't be agitated. Your injury can be cured. Our medical center will do its best to treat you. You don't have to worry about the medical expenses, the government will pay. However, he was still very agitated. Gu Jiao thought for a moment and asked, do you want to ask about someone else's situation? If yes, blink your eyes. If not, close your eyes. The man blinked his eyes. Gu Jiao said, your companion? A craftsman from the government? The man closed his eyes. Gu Jiao, family? The man hesitated for a moment and blinked his eyes. Gu Jiao said, do you want to ask if your family has come to see you? The man closed his eyes. He had a family, but he didn't ask if his family had come to see him. He was very worried about his family. Is there someone in your family? Gu Jiao asked. The man blinked his eyes heavily. The man couldn't speak, so Gu Jiao had to take the map of the capital. However, Gu Jiao wasn't familiar with the capital, so she couldn't figure out where he was referring to. Gu Changqing came to the medical center today to find the craftsman who had woken up to investigate the accident. When he heard about Gu Jiao's situation, he came over and said to her, let me ask. The map of the capital only detailed the streets and not the alleys and houses. Gu Changqing had been patrolling the capital all year round and was familiar with every corner of the capital. Otherwise, if it was someone else, they wouldn't be able to ask where the man lived. I know. I'll go and inform your family. Gu Changqing returned the map to Gu Jiao and turned to leave the medical center. Gu Changqing found the man's residence in the dirtiest and poorest suburb of the capital. It could no longer be called a residence, but a shack that could barely shelter him from the wind and rain. The shack was a mess and empty. There was only the sound of heavy breathing coming from a broken cabinet that was picked up from outside. Gu Changqing subconsciously pressed down on the sword at his waist. He walked over to the cabinet and carefully opened the door. He saw a little girl with disheveled hair. The little girl was sitting in the cabinet. Her face was dirty and her clothes were tattered. She held a rusty knife in her hands and looked at Gu Changqing in horror. Gu Changqing looked at her deeply and stretched out his hand to her. Jiang Shi asked me to pick you up. Gu Changqing brought the little girl back to the medical center. Jiang Shi was the name that the man registered in the government office. He was an illegal worker, so the possibility of him being an illegal resident was very high. This name might be an alias. The little girl was Jiang Shi's younger sister. She was thin and small and looked only 5 years old. However, after Gu Jiao checked her teeth, he found that she was already changing teeth. She had 2 permanent teeth, 1 molar, and even the side incisors were beginning to sprout. The side incisors usually sprout at the age of 8 or 9. In other words, she should be at least 8 years old. Gu Jiao also checked her body. Other than being malnourished, she had no other problems. It was just that she was very timid and didn't talk to others. The second boss picked a young maidservant who had a good temper, a good appearance, and seemed to be quite amiable. He had the young maidservant take her to bathe and eat. He also bought her a few new clothes out of his own pocket. The second boss also arranged a separate room for her, but she didn't want to stay there. She wanted to stay with her brother. Xiao Sanzi, make a bamboo bed for her, the second boss ordered. Okay. Xiao Sanzi moved a bamboo bed in and placed it next to Jiang Shi's bed. He spread a thick mattress and made a temporary bed for the little girl. The little girl sat on the bed and looked at her brother from time to time. Her brother also looked at her, his eyes full of gentleness. Gu Jiao couldn't help but think of the words he heard in the organization when he was a secret agent in his previous life. Don't fall in love with anyone and don't have any worries. Once people have worries, they won't dare to die. The little girl leaned on the railing of the bed and held her brother's hand. She knew that her brother was injured, but she didn't know what kind of danger he had gone through. She also didn't know how much willpower her brother had used to crawl back from hell. Because I'm worried about you, I can't let you die. On the other hand, the emperor knew that Marquis Gu's pleading had been unsuccessful. He didn't know about the situation in Gu Jiao's courtyard. He wasn't so crazy as to spy on the little divine doctor. He only sent someone to keep an eye on Marquis Gu. Marquis Gu entered the clinic on his feet and left lying down. He was found by his subordinate, Huang Zhong. Huang Zhong skillfully carried him onto the carriage. According to the spy's report, it was tragic. The emperor, did he fight with someone? Eunuch Wei, we don't know. We don't dare to ask. However, looking at Marquis Gu's tragic state, his pleading must have failed. The emperor had a rough idea of the little divine doctor's attitude towards Gu Jinyu. The emperor put down the mountain of memorials. All right, let's go to the clinic. He had something to ask the little divine doctor in person. And his illness. The little divine doctor had said that he would have a checkup every 3 months for a total of 2 years. Eunuch Wei asked, "Is your majesty still traveling incognito? Do you want to wear a bamboo hat this time?" It was necessary to travel incognito. As for the bamboo hat, the emperor thought for a while and wore it. Eunuch Wei had appeared at the clinic yesterday, so the emperor didn't bring him. Instead, he brought Eunuch He, who had accompanied him to the county town. Eunuch He was an inconspicuous eunuch. He didn't even work for the emperor. It was hard for ordinary people to associate him with the emperor. Eunuch Wei felt jealous in his heart. Every time for such an important mission the emperor would bring along that old bastard, Old He. To think that he had served the emperor so well. Even the trip to Jiangnan had nothing to do with him. The emperor had only mentioned the little magic doctor after the event. Eunuch He and the emperor, who was wearing a bamboo hat and a veil, appeared at the clinic together. The second master and shopkeeper Wang had seen Eunuch He and the man in the bamboo hat. However, that was in the small county town. At that time they were held by a group of martial arts masters. The memory was still fresh. Seeing the two of them again, the second master and shopkeeper Wang instinctively shivered. What's wrong with them? How much hatred did they have against them? Why did they chase them all the way from the county town to the capital? The second master and shopkeeper Wang misunderstood. The emperor didn't bring any martial arts masters with him this time, only the second master and Eunuch He. The emperor lowered his voice and asked in a low voice that he used to talk to people in the county town, "Is that girl here?" Shopkeeper Wang realized that the emperor was asking about Gu Jiao, who had treated him. He pointed at the backyard and said, She's in the back." Before he could finish his words, the emperor had already left with Eunuch He. He went to Gu Jiao's yard with ease. However, the first person he saw was the child he had met on the street last night. The little guy was wearing the elementary school uniform of the Imperial College. He stood at the gate of the yard with his face scrunched up. It seemed that he was worried about something. "Jing Kong." The emperor walked over. The little Jing Kong frowned and looked up at him strangely. "Do you know me?" Only then did the emperor remember that he was wearing a bamboo hat with a veil. He smiled and said, "The people in the clinic told me. Are you Jing Kong?" "Yes, I am." The little Jing Kong nodded. The emperor liked this child very much, not only because he was cute, but also because he had done him a big favor. If he hadn't brought him to the clinic by chance, he might not have found out the truth about the accident and the bellows. He already knew that the little Jing Kong was the little miracle-working doctor's younger brother. However, he didn't know that Marquis Gu had a younger son among the common people. He didn't know where this younger brother came from. He asked pleasantly, "Is your sister here? Are you looking for Jiao Jiao?" The little Jing Kong spread his hands. "Then you may have to wait. She's treating someone." The emperor asked, "What illness?" The little Jing Kong said, "Bird disease." The emperor was slightly stunned. The little Jing Kong sighed. "Alas, these adults are always fooling around outside. They go to Jiao Jiao and break the birds. Then they come to Jiao Jiao to look after the birds. Jiao Jiao is very busy. How can she have time to look after the birds for you stinky men every day?" The stinky man learned this from Andy Zhang next door. He was now at the age where he was learning to speak. He couldn't distinguish between good and bad words. When he heard something he said it. He even mastered the sharp tone of his words perfectly. The emperor didn't think about it at first, but his expression and tone made him think twice. He broke out in a cold sweat and wondered if this disease was so prevalent in the capital now. Then he saw a few men coming out with bird cages. "Thank you, Miss Gu. We'll be careful. We won't feed the birds anymore." The men thanked Gu Jiao Jiao and left with myna, parrot, thrush and other love birds. They were finally saved. The corner of the emperor's mouth twitched. "So the birds you mentioned were literally birds?" The little Jing Kong ran over and pointed at the emperor outside the door. "Jiao Jiao, someone is looking for you." Gu Jiao Jiao looked at the emperor. The emperor was wearing a bamboo hat, so he wasn't worried that she would recognize him. However, a young man who was carrying a birdcage accidentally twisted his foot. The young man reached out and grabbed the emperor's bamboo hat off. His face was exposed with a whoosh. At the critical moment, the emperor pushed Eunuch He into the grass. Eunuch He, who suffered an unexpected disaster, was dumbfounded. The little Jing Kong exclaimed, "Uncle Chu. It's you?" He said to Gu Jiao Jiao, "Jiao Jiao Jiao Jiao. He's the handsome uncle from yesterday. He's my classmate's father." Gu Jiao Jiao didn't see Eunuch He. Based on the bamboo hat that fell on the ground, She didn't think that he was the special patient she treated in the county town. Gu Jiao. Oh, so the official from yesterday is the little fatty's father. The emperor smiled. He was about to cry. Gu Jiao asked, "Are you here to investigate?" "Yes." The emperor braced himself and answered. Gu Jiao said to the little Jing Kong, "You can play in the yard for a while." "Okay, Jiao." The little Jing Kong was a sensible child. He knew that Jiao was busy, so he skipped away to play. Gu Jiao brought the emperor into the central room and poured him a cup of tea. The emperor looked at the big bowl in front of him and thought that the little magic doctor had a good taste. "What else do you want to know?" Gu Jiao asked. Although Gu Changqing said yesterday that he would handle the investigation, it was hard to guarantee that the government would collect evidence from many aspects. The emperor did have something to ask her. Since he brought it up, he said, "I'm here for the matter of the bellows. I heard that you invented the bellows and your sister falsely claimed your credit." "You're wrong," Gu Jiao said. The emperor was stunned. Gu Jiao said, "She's not my sister. She didn't admit it." The emperor smiled embarrassedly. So it was this. He was scared to death. He thought that she didn't invent the bellows. Gu Jiao continued, "Also, I didn't invent the bellows." The emperor had just taken a sip of tea and almost choked when he heard this. "Is she really your sister?" "Not her either." Gu Jiao said, "I learned it from someone else." The emperor's heart skipped a beat. Someone else? From the Liang Kingdom? Among the 6 countries, the Liang Kingdom was the most advanced in manufacturing. "No, not in this world," Gu Jiao said. When Gu Jiao said "not in this world," the emperor automatically interpreted it as her missing a word. The complete sentence should not be "in this world." The emperor's thoughts were one level deeper than the Marquis of Dinghan. He had seen Gu Jiao's medical skills. Gu Jiao was definitely not a normal country girl. Of course, the emperor could not guess that Gu Jiao was a soul that came from another world. He only thought that Gu Jiao had met a hidden expert and was taken in as a disciple. Only that expert had already passed away. If the emperor thought this, it was not bad. It would save Gu Jiao the trouble of explaining. The emperor suddenly smiled. "You girl, you really aren't greedy for credit." Gu Jiao did not have any interest in these so-called credits. Her original intention was to have her ironwork come out as soon as possible. "Is there anything else to investigate?" she asked. The emperor hesitated a bit and took a deep breath. He smiled and said, "No." He stood up and left. Gu Jiao lightly opened her mouth. "You're not going to see a doctor?" The emperor turned his head. "Ah?" Gu Jiao pointed at her own small medicine box. "You've been staring at my medicine box. Could it be that you don't want to see a doctor?" In truth, the emperor had only looked twice. When he came, he looked once. When he left, he looked once. If it was any other girl, they definitely would not have noticed. Otherwise, why would he say that she was amazing? The emperor cleared his throat. "Cough, it's not a big matter. It's just that I kicked off my blankets in the middle of the night and caught a cold. I have a headache and a fever." Gu Jiao, "Take off your pants." Emperor, "Hey. Wait, it seemed like something was wrong?" When Gu Jiao opened the small medicine box, she found that there was an extra syphilis test paper inside. The patients in the medical hall did not need this. There were no visible lesions on the surface of their bodies. They were the same as normal people. But after being together for a few days, she had gradually figured out the pattern of the medicine box. There would not be anything in the medicine box that she did not need, other than those random birth control items. So there was only one possibility: this person was a healer. In order to further confirm her diagnosis, Gu Jiao took his blood and tested the titer with the test paper. It was true. Seeing that he had recovered well, the emperor raised his eyebrows and said proudly while tying his pants, "You're wrong. I don't have this problem." Gu Jiao took off her gloves. "Come back for a checkup in 3 months." The emperor, "Okay." The emperor went back to the palace in high spirits. He did not know why, but it seemed that every time he came to the small and quiet courtyard of the medical hall, he would be in a good mood. It was as if all his troubles would disappear as soon as he came out of the courtyard. On the way back, he thought a lot about the young magic doctor and Qin. When he sent Qin to the Imperial College, it was because he found that he was spoiled by the empress and the people in the palace. He already had 6 sons and the crown prince. It did not matter if Qin was successful or not. So he just left it up to fate to let Qin study. The most important thing was to change his personality. But Qin was classmates with the young magic doctor's younger brother. Now that she thought about it, Qin had actually changed recently. The number of times he cried had decreased. and the number of tyrannical deeds had decreased as well. Yesterday he casually flipped through his homework. At that time he was hiding something and did not pay much attention to it. Now that he thought about it carefully, his handwriting seemed to have improved. His thoughts seemed to have run away. The emperor pulled his thoughts back and began to think about the young magic doctor. It was one thing for the little divine doctor to not care about the merit, but it was another thing for the merit to be falsely claimed by others. He had originally intended to give Gu Jinyu a light punishment on account of the old duke's dedication to him despite his age. But now he would let her stay in the yamen. Also, there was the reward for the young magic doctor. The emperor thought for a long time and felt that it was too vulgar to be worthy of the young magic doctor. She also did not care about the false reputation. The emperor swore that he would choose gifts for the concubines of the 6 palaces. After 2 hours of careful selection, the emperor finally chose a suitable gift for the young magic doctor. The emperor asked eunuch Wei to go to the medical center and give the gift to the young magic doctor. Eunuch Wei said with a pleasant expression, "My master went to the palace to see His Majesty and told His Majesty about Mississippi. His Majesty said that the credit for the bellows belongs to Mississippi Miss. Please accept His Majesty's reward." Gu Jiao was curious about what the emperor gave her. After eunuch Wei left, she immediately opened the box. It was such a big and exquisite box, but it was full of decorations. There was only a brush lying in it. Gu Jiao, who was harmed by the brush, was speechless. This was not an ordinary brush. It was the emperor's imperial brush. There was the emperor's personal seal on it and the emperor's fingerprints that he had used for many years. This was something that all the scholars and concubines of the 6 palaces wanted. However, in Gu Jiao's eyes, wasn't this just a brush? It was a second-hand brush. Gu Jiao, who did not want to write with a brush, despised it so much. She sold the emperor's imperial brush. The buyer was Zhuang Mengdai. This is the imperial brush. You really want to sell it? No matter how stupid Zhuang Mengdai was, she could recognize that this was something used by the emperor. No one in the world would dare to fake it. Gu Jiao said, "Do you want to buy it or not? If you don't want to buy it, I will sell it to someone else." Who said I don't want to buy it? Zhuang Mengdai grabbed the brush. "Name a price." Gu Jiao said casually, 5,000 taels. Zhuang Mengdai stared, "So expensive." Gu Jiao reached for the brush. "Don't buy it if you think it is expensive." Zhuang Mengdai held the brush tightly. I will buy it." Gu Jiao replied, "I'm going back on my word. 7,000 taels." Zhuang Mengdai, Gu Jiao finally sold the second-hand brush at the price of 8,000 taels. There was another thing in the box. It was a golden plate. She did not know what the plate was for, but it was made of pure gold. Gu Jiao kept it. Little Jing Kong liked gold. She would give it to him to play with later. Gu Jiao did not go to Hofu for a few days. In fact, she used to go there less often, but now she felt that it was not enough. After she sent little Jing Kong back to Baishui Alley, she planned to go to Hofu. Coincidentally, Gu Changqing came with a pair of birds. Well, they were not for them to play with, but to make food for the baby eagles. Yes, the baby eagles were much bigger now. They were not satisfied with chicken feed. The brother and sister went back to Hofu. Before they parted, Gu Changqing stopped her. "I have blocked the news about the incident in the yamen and Gu Jinyu. Madam does not know about it for now." Gu Jiao said, "Thank you." Madam Yao could not take any provocation. Gu Changqing opened his mouth. "You don't have to be so polite with me." Gu Jiao looked at him strangely. It seemed easier to admit it in front of others. Gu Changqing clenched his fists and a trace of uneasiness flashed across his face. "You are my younger sister." After he said that, he seemed to be afraid that Gu Jiao would refuse or laugh at him. He did not wait for Gu Jiao's response and left without looking back. Gu Jiao looked at his back. Oh! At this time the residents had just finished dinner, so it was still early. However, when Gu Jiao arrived at Madame Yao's courtyard, Madame Yao had already fallen asleep on the chaise lounge. She was holding an unfinished garment in her hand. It was Gu Jiao's summer dress. Nanny Fong carefully took the garment from her hand. When she turned around, she saw Gu Jiao walk in. She whispered, "Eldest Mississippi." Gu Jiao walked lightly to the chaise lounge. She looked at Madame Yao and said, "Madame is sleeping so early?" Nanny Fong successfully took out the garment, tied the needle and thread, and put it in the embroidery basket, saying, "Yes, I have been sleepy recently." Gu Jiao sat down on the chaise lounge, brightened the oil lamp. Nanny Fong used a piece of iron to stir the wick in the oil lamp. Gu Jiao checked Madame Yao's pulse and asked Nanny Fong, "How is Madame's appetite?" Not very good. Nanny Fong said. What about your menstruation? Gu Jiao asked. It just came a few days ago. Nanny Fong said. Eldest Miss suspects that Madam. Gu Jiao gently put Madam Yao's wrist under the quilt. It's not a suspicion. Chem? Madam Yao woke up in a daze. When she opened her eyes, she saw Gu Jiao. She was stunned and thought that she was dreaming. Jiao Jiao? Yes, it's me. Gu Jiao nodded. Madam Yao's mood became very good. She sat up and pulled Gu Jiao's hand. When did you come? Have you been here for a long time? Why didn't you wake me up? Gu Jiao said, I just came. Madam Yao looked at the sky. You haven't eaten yet, right? I'll have someone set the table. There's no hurry. Gu Jiao looked at her. Madam Yao vaguely felt that Gu Jiao had something to say. Jiao Jiao, is there something wrong? Gu Jiao nodded and her eyes fell on her flat belly. You are pregnant. Madam Yao was shocked. She was pregnant? How could she be pregnant? When she gave birth to Yen and Jiao Jiao prematurely in the temple, after returning to the capital, the doctor said that she gave birth prematurely. She didn't take care of herself well, so her vitality was damaged. It would be difficult for her to get pregnant again in this life. Madam Yao looked at her belly in disbelief. Madam has been taking medicine. Will there be any problems? Nanny Fong thought of Madam Yao's antidepressants. Gu Jiao shook her head. It's fine. She had already changed her medicine to vitamin and calcium tablets. Nanny Fong put her hands together. Amit Ba Bodhisattva bless you. Madam Yao still found it hard to digest this fact. It wasn't that she didn't like this child, but she looked at her belly and then looked at Gu Jiao. A trace of anxiety flashed through her eyes. Jiao Jiao, do you want a younger brother or sister? Gu Jiao seriously thought about it and nodded. N. After learning that she was pregnant, the first thought that flashed through Madam Yao's mind was whether Jiao Jiao and Yen could accept it. If they didn't accept it, then it meant that she didn't give them enough love. She didn't have the right to have another child. Yen will also like it. Gu Jiao said. How do you know? Madam Yao asked. Fraternal twins. If Gu Yen didn't like it, then she wouldn't like this little life at this time. She could feel that there was another kind of joy in her heart. It was Gu Yan's joy. Madam Yao touched her belly. Was there really a little life here? Did she have another chance to be a mother? Madam Yao thought of something and said, but I just had my period a few days ago. This kind of situation is relatively rare, but it's not impossible. Is my fetus unstable? No. Gu Jiao shook her head. The pulse of pregnancy is very strong. When her mood improved, her body would naturally improve. In the past, she didn't even have enough time to worry about Gu Yen, so how could she have the energy to properly care for herself? After Gu Jiao took care of everything, her body also improved day by day. Come live with me. Gu Jiao suddenly looked at her and said seriously, it's not because you don't have a place to go, and it's not because I'm forcing myself to accept you. I really want you to move over. As she said this, she paused and lowered her eyes. She was a little unaccustomed to the unfamiliar feeling in her heart. She twiddled her fingers. At night? I will miss you. Madam Yao's eyes immediately became moist. Her nose became incomparably sore and her throat began to hurt. These words moved her even more than hearing that she was pregnant. She covered her mouth, not allowing herself to cry out loud. Her Jiao Jiao? How could it be so good? So good? On the other hand, after Marquis Gu was beaten beyond recognition, he spent an entire afternoon in a daze in the carriage before waking up. The first thing he did was go to Madame Yao's place to find comfort. After being beaten so badly by that girl, only seeing Madame Yao could comfort his wounded heart. However, when Marquis Gu returned to the manor, what awaited him was an empty courtyard. Madame Yao was nowhere to be found. Wu, where was his wife? Chapter 207. Yao Shi moved to Bishui Alley. The whole family was very happy and welcomed her arrival. Yao Shi didn't bring any maidservants, only Nanny Fong. Gu Yan gave up his room and moved in with Gu Shaoshan. Gu Shaoshan didn't mind. After all, the bed was so big that it was enough for 3 people to sleep on it. Also, the two of them went to school together and learned skills together. Their relationship was so close that they were like brothers. Yao Shi and Nanny Fong lived in Gu Yan's room. The old chancellor lived next door. The old madam disliked the fact that she had to take a detour and go through the main door every time she wanted to rob the private stash. So, she simply let Gu Jiao and Yao Shi break through the walls of the 2 houses and turned it into a compound courtyard house. There were enough rooms. The reason why Nanny Fong lived in Yao Shi's room was mainly to take care of her. The news of Yao Shi's pregnancy wasn't hidden from them. Everyone knew that Yao Shi had a baby in her belly. Gu Yin stared at Yao Shi's belly for a long time. He couldn't believe that he was going to be an older brother. Little Jing Kong came to Yao Shi, clasped his hands behind his back and tilted his head. "Madam, is the baby in your belly a younger brother or a younger sister?" Yao Shi smiled and asked, "Jing Kong, do you want a younger brother or a younger sister?" Little Jing Kong thought for a while and rolled his eyes. After confirming that Xiao Lulang wasn't at home, he tiptoed and whispered in Yao Shi's ear, "A younger brother. A younger brother like my bad brother-in-law." This way he could flatten his bad brother-in-law. Ah! Little Jing Kong still felt regretful that his bad brother-in-law couldn't become Little 8, so he placed his hopes on the younger brother in Yao Shi's belly. He had a very strange logic. As long as the younger brother was born, his bad brother-in-law would become a younger brother. How could Yao Shi guess the unconstrained thoughts of a child? She thought that little Jing Kong wanted a younger brother to play with him. It was already not easy for her to get pregnant with a body like this. As for whether it was a son or a daughter, she felt that it was fine. Little Jing Kong carefully took care of Yao Shi and the little brother in Yao Shi's belly, then turned around to do his own things. Xiao Lulang had been a little busy recently. Feng Lin was in some trouble. He was from Song County, and after he passed the provincial examination, someone had used his name to farm. The land under the name of the Zhao country's high scholar could be exempted from paying taxes. Feng Lin's parents didn't farm. It was the relatives of the clan who hung fields in Feng Lin's name and received a lot of money as filial piety. Feng Lin didn't know anything about this. It just so happened that the imperial court was in the midst of rectifying the practice of hanging fields, and it just so happened that Song County was used as a model. This matter could be big or small. If it was big, it could cause Feng Lin to lose his title as a high scholar and be unable to participate in the imperial examinations. Feng Lin was extremely anxious. Xiao Lulang asked if his parents were involved in this matter. Feng Lin told Xiao Lulang that his parents weren't involved, but the relatives of the clan gave his parents some filial piety. When they gave it, they said that it was a small token of appreciation for Feng Lin's studies. After the incident, they insisted that it was a dividend from the hanging fields. His parents jumped into the Yellow River and couldn't clear their names. In order to not implicate their son, they almost committed suicide by hanging themselves. Fortunately, Feng Lin's younger sister found out in time and stopped them. It wouldn't be difficult to deal with this matter sooner or later. Feng Lin could go back and confront them face to face. Unfortunately, it was now the spring imperial examination, so Feng Lin couldn't leave. Xiao Lulang asked around and found out that the local provincial governor in charge of this matter was half a disciple of Elder Feng. When Elder Feng was the minister of the Honglu Temple, he had promoted him. Xiao Lulang sent an urgent letter to the provincial governor as Elder Feng's disciple. Xiao Lulang returned to Bishui Alley. At this time, little Jing Kong, who was supposed to be doing his homework in his room, was sitting on the door sill. Beside him was a puppy, 7 chicks, and an eagle that had grown up a lot. The formation was very neat. Xiao Lulang was annoyed and amused at the same time. "Is there such a big formation to welcome me?" Little Jing Kong glanced at him and proudly showed a gold plate in his hand. "Jiao Jiao gave me a gift." After all this time, it turned out that he was waiting here to show off in front of him. Xiao Lulang just thought that it was an ordinary toy. The moment he held it in his hand, the plate felt heavy. He suddenly felt that something was wrong. Then he fixed his eyes on it and was dumbfounded. Wasn't this the death-free gold plate of the royal family? No, he hadn't been at home for a while. How did she get the death-free gold plate? What was going on? "Jiao Jiao gave it to me. You're not allowed to snatch it." Little Jing Kong tiptoed to snatch the gold plate back and hugged it in his arms. "Stingy." Xiao Lulang patted his little head and stepped into the courtyard. Little Jing Kong, who was scolded but was powerless to resist, went crazy. See, this was why he had to grow up quickly. He wanted to grow up to be as big as his bad brother-in-law and make him small. Then he would beat him up as hard as he could. TSK. Xiao Lulang saw Yao Shi in the backyard. A long time ago, Gu Jiao had mentioned to the family that she wanted to bring Yao Shi over. He was not surprised to see Yao Shi. Xiao Lulang could clearly feel that when Yao Shi was around, Gu Jiao's mood would become better. Perhaps Gu Jiao himself did not realize this. Xiao Lulang greeted Yao Shi and went to the kitchen. Gu Jiao was cutting vegetables. Xiao Lulang said, "Are you in a good mood?" "No." Gu Jiao tilted her little head. "Xiao Lulang, look at this smug face. Yao Shi was in a good mood because she had moved in with her son and daughter. Even her appetite had improved. Gu Jiao also had a good appetite. Xiao Lulang noticed that she ate half a bowl of rice more than usual. She even ate 2 chopsticks of the yellow daylily that she hated the most. Gu Jinyu's condition was not good. She was sent to the Ministry of Justice by the Emperor's order for the crime of damaging the imperial seal. Although this matter was still under investigation and she had not been convicted, she was still a weak woman locked in a cold and gloomy interrogation room. She was afraid and her body could not take it. At first she really thought it was an accident. But gradually she felt that something was wrong. Why would the Emperor suddenly care about her marriage? At the time, she had been too arrogant and thought that she had enough capital for the Emperor to pay attention to her. But in the past 2 days, the Emperor had not even personally arranged the marriages of the princesses. They were all arranged by Empress Dowager Zhuang and Empress Xiao. Also, the imperial seal was such a precious item. How could the Emperor casually put it in a pile of picture albums? The Emperor had done it on purpose. From the moment she refused to admit that she had stolen Gu Jiao's invention, the Emperor had decided to punish her. The Emperor was not a temperamental tyrant. He had to have a good reason for punishing people. Thus, the imperial seal had been used. But the Emperor did not immediately punish her. What was the Emperor waiting for? While she was thinking, the door to the interrogation room opened. Eunuch Wei walked in. Gu Jinyu looked at him excitedly. Eunuch Wei, you're here. Did His Majesty send you here? I really didn't do it on purpose. I didn't know where the imperial seal was. Help me say a few good words in front of the Emperor. Eunuch Wei smiled faintly and sighed. Look at what the princess is saying. I'm just a servant. How can I influence the Emperor's decision? Furthermore, the Emperor is in a fit of anger. I don't dare to rashly provoke the Emperor. Gu Jinyu was disappointed. Then what do you want to do by coming here today? Is the Emperor going to give the order to punish me? I'm here today to show the princess a clear path. Eunuch Wei smiled and said, the princess should know how serious the crime of damaging the imperial seal is. If the princess still wants to live, it's best that you tell the truth about the bellows. Gu Jinyu's expression gradually froze. The Emperor had said that the credit for the bellows belonged to the little divine doctor. That was right. He could not allow anyone to snatch it away even if he did not announce it to the public. Especially when this person had slandered the little divine doctor for stealing her inspiration. She simply did not know what she was talking about. Eunuch Wei smiled coldly and said, that's all I have to say. The princess is on her own. However, I have to remind the princess that the Emperor's patience is limited. After Eunuch Wei left, Gu Jinyu slumped into the chair dejectedly. How did it become like this? Why did the Emperor want to stand up for that country bumpkin? Didn't she just invent a bellows? What was so great about it? Other than this, what else did that girl know? Why was even the Emperor protecting her? Gu Jinyu was furious. However, she was now in prison and had no way out. In the middle of the night, her personal maid came once. She had the maid enter the palace to beg Consort Shu. The Emperor had already expected that Consort Shu would come to plead for Gu Jinyu. These few days he had been staying with Empress Xiao with Qin Chuyu. Although Empress Xiao doted on her youngest son, he was always present. She could not do anything to the Emperor even if she wanted to. Empress Xiao looked at the little fatty who was engrossed in eating fruits. Her expression was indescribable. Your Majesty, are you still bringing little Qi over tomorrow? The Emperor, yes, I've been doting on him recently. Qin Chuyu, who was completely unaware of the situation, was speechless. In the blink of an eye, it was the end of February. In a few days the results would be released. The capital's examinees did not even enjoy their meals. Outside the examination compound, examinees could be seen waiting for the results to be released. After more than 10 days of grading in isolation from the world, the work in the inner hall was nearing its end. This is the last batch of papers. The vice president placed the last stack of papers in front of the president. The president rubbed his sore eyes and said, let's end the grading here for today. Everyone please go and rest. We should be able to finish grading tomorrow. After grading, the apricot roll would be released in the afternoon. All the graders stood up with sore backs and walked out of their seats. They saluted the president. Farewell, sir. The moon was dark and the wind was strong. Everyone had fallen asleep. Gu Jiao also lay on the bed in the east room. The weather at the end of February was still a little chilly. She was small and had a big temper, so she was not afraid of the cold. She covered herself with the quilt and fell into a deep sleep after a while. Then she started dreaming again. Chapter 208. She dreamed that Xiao Lulang lived up to everyone's expectations and got first place. It was the biggest upset in the history of the spring examination. No one expected that an unknown country bumpkin would be able to defeat In Junwang and win the Hui Yuan. Those people who had spent a lot of money on In Junwang's first place all cried to death. Gu Jiao made a huge profit. 1,000 taels became 11,000 taels. The neighbors also made a lot of money. Gu Jiao felt strange when she dreamt of this. Her husband was unlucky this time? It turned out that she was happy too early. Xiao Lulang was indeed an upset this time. However, Royal Prince An didn't even make it to the bottom. It was the biggest upset this year. With Royal Prince An's intelligence, it was unbelievable that he didn't even pass the examination to be a tribute scholar. Royal Prince An didn't believe it himself. He went to the Ministry of Rights to check his exam papers. However, he found that his exam papers were missing. The emperor ordered a thorough investigation. In the end, it was found that a transcriber had tampered with Royal Prince An's exam papers. Gu Jiao didn't know who ordered him to do this in her dream. If other people encountered this, they could only sigh that they were unlucky. However, with the power of the Zhuang family, they wouldn't allow Royal Prince An to be wronged like this. In addition, many examinees went to the examination compound to question his results. After some consideration, the emperor restarted the examination. The examination was restarted. The Cool Breeze gang made a new bet. This time there were more people who bet on Xiao Lulang. Everyone found this dark horse. Not many people bet on him to get first place. However, the number of people who bet on him to be in the top 3 reached an incredible amount. In order to get this huge amount of money, the Cool Breeze gang went to Xiao Lulang and tried to bribe him to fail the examination. However, they were rejected by Xiao Lulang. Seeing that the soft approach didn't work, the Cool Breeze gang tried the hard approach. However, they were all resolved by Xiao Lulang. In terms of a battle of wits, Xiao Lulang never lost. Of course, when it came to luck, he had never won. On the day that Xiao Lulang entered the examination hall, his carriage collided with another examinee's carriage. He was severely injured and did not successfully enter the examination hall. As for Royal Prince An, his situation wasn't any better than Xiao Liulang's. On the day of the exam, there was a problem in the examination hall. The exam didn't start until noon, and now it was late at night. However, Royal Prince An had night blindness. He couldn't see at night, so he didn't finish the test paper. In the end, he also had a miserable ending. After waking up from the dream, Gu Jiao sat on the bed in a daze. Am I that unlucky? To prevent a tragedy from happening, the safest way was to help Xiao Lulang avoid the car accident on the day of the retest. This was not difficult. Gu Jiao knew the location and time of the accident. The reason why it was said to be the safest method was because Commandery Prince An couldn't finish the test paper because it was dark. Without Commandery Prince An, Gu Jiao was confident that Xiao Lulang could easily win the competition. Another way was to directly prevent Royal Prince An's test paper from being taken away. As long as Royal Prince An's test paper was successfully marked, then no matter what the result was, there wouldn't be a retest. However, this method had a certain risk. After all, the first examination in the spring was done during the day. Royal Prince An performed normally. What if he was the one who got first place? Gu Jiao thought for a while and decided to let Xiao Lulang make the decision. Gu Jiao put on her clothes and opened the door. With a creak, the door of the west room on the opposite side also opened. The two of them looked at each other in astonishment. You haven't slept yet? You haven't slept yet? The two of them spoke in unison. You first, Xiao Lulang said. Oh. Gu Jiao said, I'm awake. Xiao Lulang came out with an oil lamp. Me too. He paused and said, get up and drink some water. The water was on the table beside Gu Jiao. Gu Jiao poured him a bowl of water and handed it to him. She said, if your opponent fell into the water before the exam, would you save him? No. Xiao Lulang held the tea bowl and said without hesitation. What? Gu Jiao blinked and looked at him. Xiao Lulang put down the tea bowl indifferently. Because I don't have an opponent. Gu Jiao's mouth twitched. Was he that arrogant? After Xiao Lulang drank the tea, the two of them went back to their rooms. However, Gu Jiao didn't go to sleep. She changed into her black clothes and sneaked out of the alley. She went to the clinic and entered her courtyard from the back door. Gu Qinglin was now living in her courtyard. Gu Qingfeng finished his mission and climbed over the wall into the courtyard. He then entered Gu Qinglin's room. He started to take off his night clothes. Halfway through, a cold voice came from the darkness. You don't have to take it off. Put it back on. Gu Qingfeng was so frightened that he stumbled forward and almost hit a pillar. He quickly tightened his belt and turned around. He looked at the small figure sitting on the chair in horror and flew into a rage. "Why are you here?" "Looking for you," Gu Jiao said. Gu Qinglin flipped over. Gu Qingfeng's roar was stuck in his throat. He gritted his teeth and glared at Gu Jiao. "Why didn't you say anything earlier?" You only said something after taking off your pants." Gu Jiao stood up and walked past him out of the room. "Let's go." She obviously wasn't saying goodbye to him. She wasn't so polite to him, so she was asking him to go with her? Go where? Gu Qingfeng's vigilant gaze fell on her small back. "What do you want to do? Are you coming or not?" Gu Jiao turned around and pointed at Gu Qinglin on the bed. "If you don't come, I'll kick him out tomorrow." Gu Qingfeng gritted his teeth. "You win." Gu Jiao walked forward and waved her hand behind his back. "Don't worry. There's a reward. I won't mistreat you." Tomorrow was the day the results would be released. They had to find Royal Prince An's exam paper before the results were released and put it in the last pile of unmarked exam papers. Thanks to the rules of the Imperial Examination Court, all the officials in the inner hall were not allowed to step out of the inner hall before the results were released. They had to eat, drink, and go to the toilet inside. Therefore, even though the copying supervisor had taken Royal Prince An's exam paper, he didn't have the chance to take it out and deal with it. "Why did you bring me here?" Gu Qingfeng stood under the walls of the Imperial Examination Court and asked. Gu Jiao raised her eyebrows and looked at him from head to toe. She had an expression that said, "Don't you know what you're doing?" Gu Qingfeng was so angry that he trembled. He clenched his fists and squeezed out a few words from between his teeth. "Steal what?" 15 minutes later, Gu Qingfeng successfully sneaked into the inner hall. All the officials were asleep. Only the patrolling Imperial guards were vigilant around the hall. Gu Qingfeng went through the rooms one by one. The copying officers were all men. They were about the same age. As for their appearance, it was dark. Who didn't have a nose and 2 eyes. However, to be able to become the #1 thief in the capital, Fei Shuang had his own way of identifying people. He quickly found the copying officer whose appearance and figure matched Gu Jiao's description. Gu Jiao didn't say where he hid the exam paper. This part didn't exist in the dream. Gu Qingfeng looked up and down and finally found Royal Prince An's exam paper in his shoe. It was no wonder no one found it when he hid it in his shoe. Gu Qingfeng had covered his face. But that smell. Gu Qingfeng resisted the urge to vomit. He used 2 fingers to pick up Royal Prince An's exam paper. There were 2 sets of exam papers. One was written by Royal Prince An himself. The other was written by the copying officer. Gu Qingfeng first put the black paper into the file. Then he put the red paper into the last stack of exam papers waiting to be marked. Of course he couldn't just put it in like this. This was because the last stack of exam papers was the best exam papers selected by the previous copying officers. They all had the grades they had marked. Royal Prince An's red paper was hidden from the start. Therefore no one had marked it yet. Gu Qingfeng had to imitate the other copying officer's handwriting. He randomly marked a few A's. Needless to say, it was quite convincing. These days one couldn't be a thief without some talent. After doing all this, Gu Qingfeng left the examination hall. Gu Jiao covered her nose and looked at him with disdain. "You stink." Gu Qingfeng, yes, I stink. "Who the hell am I doing this for? Where's the reward?" Gu Qingfeng reached out his hand coldly. Gu Jiao flicked her finger and a copper coin flew out. It landed right in Gu Qingfeng's palm. Gu Qingfeng looked at the lonely copper coin in his palm and almost cursed it out loud. He took the risk of being beheaded to enter the examination hall and touched the exam papers. In the end he only got a copper coin? Copper plate? Gu Jiao turned her small body and put her small hands behind her back. She walked back confidently and majestically. "No need to thank me. See you later." Gu Qingfeng wanted to vomit blood. The next morning, the copying officer woke up and found that the exam papers in his shoes were gone. He panicked. He was worried that one of his colleagues or the Imperial Guards had found out. He waited in fear for someone to pick him up. Unexpectedly, the whole morning passed and no one seemed to know about this. On the contrary, when he went to mark the exam papers, the hall was filled with an indescribable stench. After careful inspection, the stench came from one of the exam papers. How come he didn't notice that the exam papers were so smelly yesterday? In order not to affect the CEO's judgment of the exam papers, the CEO handed the exam papers to a copying officer. "Copy it again." "Yes." The one who was assigned to copy it was another copying officer. He copied the exam papers obediently. At noon all the exam papers were marked. In the afternoon the inner hall was opened. A list was sent to the emperor under the escort of the Ministry of Rights presiding officer and the imperial guards. The emperor read it and handed it over to the cabinet to be stamped. The next morning the examination hall finally released the results of all the students. Chapter 209. The Imperial College received the news yesterday that the results would be released today, so the Imperial College decided to give the Imperial College students a day off. The elementary school had nothing to do with the Imperial exam, so they went to school as usual. In the past, Xiao Luleng was on holiday while little Jing Kong was on holiday. Xiao Luleng was not on holiday while little Jing Kong was on holiday. This time little Jing Kong went to school alone. Little Jing Kong looked bitter. Who said that the elementary school students have nothing to do with the Imperial exam? I have to go and see how my son is doing. Little Jing Kong carried his school bag and put his hands behind his back. He leaned forward slightly and walked away from Master Zhao, who was walking next door. His little face scrunched up and he sighed. He was so worried that he could die. Master Zhao looked like this when he was worried about his youngest son, who was the most worrisome. Xiao Luleng was not in a hurry to see the results. On the contrary, the neighbors swarmed over. They had placed a bet and had to see the results. Feng Lin and Lin Xingye also went. They woke up in the middle of the night and had been waiting at the entrance of the tribute court. Along with the two of them, there were also quite a number of eager examinees. The gate of the tribute court opened at 7 in the morning. 2 guards came out and posted the tribute scholar list on the notice board. The tribute scholar list was also called the apricot list because the apricot flowers were in full bloom during the imperial exam. Feng Lin and Lin Xingye rushed to the front of the apricot list. They looked down from the first place Huiyuan. It can't be. They were shocked at the same time. The first place was Xiao Luleng. But it was not only Xiao Luleng. There was also Royal Prince and there were 2 Huiyuan in this year's apricot list. This was the reason why the 2 of them were dumbfounded. Others might not understand Xiao Yulong's strength, but they had been taught by Xiao Luleng for so long, so how could they not understand? However, Royal Princeton was indeed powerful. In addition, his family background was far superior to Xiao Yulong's. Therefore, it was not surprising for Royal Princeton to win first place. Strangely, they were tied for first place. In the entire history of the Zhao country, there had never been such a shocking thing. There was actually a reason for this. In the exam, only those with Grand Complete Exam Papers A were qualified to become critical exam papers. Normally, after the exam, the CEO would not allow 2 Grand Complete Exam Papers A to appear. In other words, there was only 1 critical exam paper. Something went wrong with the test this time. Thanks to the cheating transcriber, and Juan Wang's paper was delayed and Xiao Yulong's paper was marked first. When the graders finished marking all the test papers for the 3 rounds, they picked out the top 200 test papers and handed them over to the 2 CEOs. These test papers were not separated one by one. The 3 test papers were placed together according to their numbers and were called one set. Among these test papers, the ones that were marked by all the graders were called Grand Complete Exam Papers. When the Grand Complete Exam Papers were given to the 2 CEOs, they received 2 A's. This was called Grand Complete Exam Papers. When the 2 CEOs marked the test paper with number 69, they were instantly stunned by the examinee's strength. This time, the 2 CEOs were all disciples of Grand Tutor Zhuang. The CEOs were naturally biased towards Njun Wang. Before this, they had a certain understanding of Njun Wang's style of writing. To be honest, when they saw the transcribed test paper, they felt that it was not very similar to Njun Wang's style of writing. But this test paper was really too well done. It was too exquisite. It was completely beyond their imagination. It was the kind of indescribable excellence. Other than Njun Wang, no one else in the world could write such a powerful essay. Therefore, even though they felt it was strange, the 2 were still certain that this was Njun Wang's test paper and gave 2 A's. Xiao Yulong's test paper received Grand Complete Exam Papers. On the last day, when the 2 of them marked the real Njun Wang's test paper, they felt a sense of familiarity. Although they did not want to admit it, this seemed to be Njun Wang's style of writing. But if this was Njun Wang, who was that? Under everyone's gaze, the 2 of them could not change the Grand Complete Exam Papers from before. It was easy to add words like Gu Qing Feng, but it was impossible to erase the words. The 2 of them could only bite the bullet and continue to give Njun Wang 2 A's. In the past, when this happened, the apricot roll and their test papers would be sent to the palace for the emperor and the cabinet to decide. There were still only numbers on the test papers and no names. But everyone knew that one of the test papers must be in Juan Wang's. After the emperor looked at the test papers, he did not make a decision immediately. Instead, he called Grand Tutor Zhuang over and let him choose. Grand Tutor Zhuang snorted in his heart. What was there to choose? In today's world, could any random person be mentioned in the same breath as his grandson? However, when he looked at the two test papers with disdain, he was suddenly speechless. He was Njun Wang's grandfather. Of course, he could recognize which style of writing belonged to Njun Wang. The emperor asked, "Do we still need to call the other cabinet ministers over to choose the test papers?" Grand Tutor Zhuang cupped his hands and said, "No need. Everything will be decided by your majesty." The emperor smiled and said, "I think these two test papers are good. Why don't we tie for first place? What do you think, Grand Tutor?" Grand Tutor Zhuang was relieved. "Your majesty is wise." For Grand Tutor Zhuang to tolerate another person tying for first place with his grandson, it was obvious how good the other person's test paper was. There was no way to criticize it. As long as there was something that could be argued, Grand Tutor Zhuang would never allow this tie for first place. However, the emperor could not suppress Njun Wang all of a sudden. Currently, the cabinet was still controlled by Grand Tutor Zhuang. If the examinees wanted to become officials, they must first fall into Grand Tutor Zhuang's hands. In a corner of the palace, two men's voices came from behind a tree. "What are you doing? Didn't someone take it away? Why did it still appear?" Lord Tong said that he did hide Njun Wang's test paper. However, for some reason, Njun Wang's test paper appeared on the last day. He suspects that it was a ghost. How can there be ghosts in this world? If it wasn't a ghost, then why didn't the other party expose Lord Tong? That's true. Then, the next step of the plan? What next step of the plan is there? The apricot roll is already out. Do you think you can retake the exam? The original plan was to lose Njun Wang's test paper. With the Zhuang family's power, it would not be difficult to find out that the test paper was lost. They would definitely find a way to retake the exam. During the first exam, they did not do anything because they only found out about Njun Wang's weakness 2 days before the exam. At that time, they did not have enough time to make a thorough plan. They could only use a roundabout method to make the exam retake the exam. At that time, they would make some mistakes in the exam hall and delay the opening of the test papers. Njun Wang would not be able to see it at night and would naturally fail the exam. What a pity. Xiao Lulang and Njun Wang won the Huiyuan at the same time. The Qingfeng gang lost a lot of money. Gu Jiao's 1,000 taels of silver successfully became 11,000 taels of silver. Happy. The neighbors in Baishui Alley all bet on Xiao Lulang getting first place. He did get first place. Wasn't being tied for first place the same as getting first place? The Huiyuan's title was already in the imperial court. How could a small Qingfeng gang not admit it? The Qingfeng gang cried miserably. The neighbors made a lot of money and hurried to the old lady to play cards with leaves. The old lady, very good. The wallets are full. The sheep are fat. It's time to slaughter. It's all because of her. The old chancellor just came back from outside. As soon as he got off the carriage, the old lady grabbed him by the collar and dragged him to Master Zhao and Aunt Zhao's house next door to play cards. He was mainly responsible for carrying money. Feng Lin also passed the exam this time. He was almost at the bottom of the list. He was the 176th place. There was a total of 210 places. During the provincial examination he was the 17th place in Yuzhou. When he came to the capital he was the 170th place. This difference was very frustrating. However, he could be considered to have done well. In Yozhou's provincial examination, there were a few people who were ranked higher than him who failed. There were not many people who were ranked higher than him. This was really a fight between immortals. It was too fierce. Lin Qingye was also on the list. His result was not bad. He was the 123rd place. One had to know that during the provincial examination, Yuzhou had a total of 50 people. He was ranked 45th and almost did not pass the provincial examination. Lin Qingye was so happy that he was dumbfounded. He did not waste the few thousand taels of silver. Yulong's master was too amazing. Feng Lin nodded deeply and looked at him. As expected of a player who paid with money. Du Ruhan was ranked 15th on the list. It was slightly different from what he had imagined. His goal was to be in the top 10. However, this was also a good ranking. After all, it was the national examination. Only the top students were admitted. The examination was held once every 3 years and there were only 210 people who were admitted. Du Ruhan was not someone who bit off more than he could chew. He was also not overly arrogant and self-confident. He quickly accepted his result and was satisfied with it. Of course, he also understood that he was able to pass the examination thanks to Gu Jiao. If not for the cold medicine she gave him, he would have collapsed in the first round. This was not the provincial examination or the county examination where there was a huge gap in strength between the examinees. The examinees were all outstanding. If one did not do well, they would often be left behind by more than 10 places. It could be the gap between the top and bottom of the list. That night, Du Ruhan carried many bags of things to Jadewater Alley. Ever since the news of Xiao Lulang passing the provincial examination spread out, the doorstep of the house was almost broken by people. Feng Lin and Lin Xingye also came. Thus, when he saw Du Ruhan, Xiao Lulang was not too surprised. It was just the things in his hands. Xiao Lulang saw that he was almost unable to carry them and said politely, "It's just the provincial examination. There's no need to make such a big fuss. Jiaonyang, I'm here." Du Ruhan excitedly ran into the house. He was exactly the same type as Feng Lin. Xiao Lulang's face darkened. Just like in Gu Jiao's dream, Xiao Lulang broke the biggest dark horse in the history of the spring examinations. Because of Royal Prince and Xiao Yolang's first place was even more valuable in the eyes of the public. He was tied with Royal Prince and for first place. How heaven-defying was this poor boy? This news spread much faster than the explosion at the Ministry of Works. In just a day the news had spread throughout the capital. Naturally, it also reached Marquis Xianping's ears. Marquis Xianping had a "don't lie to me" expression. Who got first place? Young master. Steward Lu said with a smile. He also bet on Xiao Lulang and won 100 taels. It was Gu Jiao who bet on him. At that time he felt his heart ache. Now his heart was bursting with joy. After the joy he regretted it. Why didn't he bring an extra 180 taels of silver that day? Marquis Xianping's handsome face was full of suspicion. He was that amazing? He gave birth to another genius son? He kept feeling that something was wrong. Aya, why can't you give birth to a smart son? Isn't the young Marquis very smart? Marquis Xianping still had some self-awareness. Xiao Heng was smart not because he took after him. If he took after him, then he would be an uncouth old man. Xiao Heng took after his mother. He was smart, refined, meticulous and knowledgeable. So who did this illegitimate son take after? Qin Yun's mother? Qin Yun's mother was a gentle and kind woman, but she didn't have this kind of brain. Marquis Xianping said with a serious expression, "Call those old antiques over. Also bring me Xiao Yulang's test papers." All of the examinees' test papers were archived in the Ministry of Rights. Normal people wouldn't be able to get their hands on them. However, Marquis Xianping was not a normal person. Sometimes he wasn't even human. Steward Lu obtained Xiao Yulang's handwritten ink scroll. Chang Jing also found a few old scholars with grizzled hair and beard who walked unsteadily. Marquis Xianping had them compare Xiao Yulang's test papers with Xiao Heng's test papers. The two people's test papers stunned all of the old scholars. Was this written by the same person? Marquis Xianping asked in a deep voice. No. One look and you can tell it's not. The old scholars all shook their heads. Are you sure? Marquis Xianping looked at them suspiciously. Marquis, if we can't even tell the difference between a person's literary talent, then we've lived in vain all these years. Not only are the two people's handwriting different, but their way of writing and thinking are also completely different. One was the day and the other was the night. Xiao Heng's test papers made people feel like they were bathing in the spring breeze and their minds were clear. Xiao Yulang's test papers were like ice and snow, cutting into people's hearts. If it was the same person, how much pain and torture must he have gone through to be able to scrape his own bones like this? Chapter 210. Marquis Xianping decided to personally meet Xiao Lulang. Where does he live? Marquis Xianping asked Steward Lu. Clearwater Alley. Steward Lu told him the specific address of Xiao Lulang and Gu Jiao. Marquis Xianping rode a carriage to Clearwater Alley. It was Chang Jing who drove the carriage. Xiao Lulang was admitted to Huiyuan. Today the alley was especially lively. The entrance of the alley was blocked by carriages. Marquis Xianping's carriage couldn't enter. He sighed. He didn't know that it was so difficult to meet an illegitimate child. Marquis Xianping abandoned the carriage and walked on foot. Chang Jing followed behind him. The two men entered the alley one after the other. They didn't need directions to know which house belonged to the little illegitimate child. The door was wide open and people came and went from time to time. Marquis Xianping suddenly said to Chang Jing, "Find a place to squat." No matter what happens later, don't come over. Chang Jing, oh. Marquis Xianping then went to Xiao Lulang and Gu Jiao's house. His original intention was for Chang Jing to find a place to quietly wait. But Chang Jing was a person who got full marks for execution. He found a small corner and stuffed his hands into his sleeves. He looked like a peasant and squatted facing the wall. When Marquis Xianping arrived at the house, a group of guests had just left. Xiao Lulang was about to close the door when a large hand pressed against it. Xiao Lulang opened the courtyard door to take a look. Marquis Xianping, very good, no expression at all. Every day Xiao Lulang became calmer in dealing with matters. He calmly glanced at Marquis Xianping and said, "Is there something you need?" With this cold attitude, if he really was Xiao Heng, Marquis Xianping's heart would burst with anger. Marquis Xianping took a deep breath and said, "Are you?" "No." Xiao Lulang interrupted him rudely. Marquis Xianping tilted his head slightly and looked at him with a puzzled frown. "Not what? I'm not done yet." Xiao Yulang's expression didn't change in the slightest. "Even if you ask, you won't be able to." Marquis Xianping's breath was stuck in his chest. Xiao Lulang removed his hand from the door. Marquis Xianping Ho thought he was going to do something, but in the end he saw him close the door. Marquis Xianping, this brat. Of course, Xianping Ho had grown up in the military, so his skills were not for show. He took a big stride forward and dashed in. Bang. The door was closed, but Marquis Xianping was in the courtyard. Marquis Xianping raised his eyebrows and glanced at him. Xiao Lulang had no intention of paying attention to him. He turned around, intending to walk around him and enter the house. Xianping Ho had expected him to be like this. His eyes narrowed as he covered his chest and coughed violently. As he coughed, he covered his mouth with a white handkerchief that he had prepared beforehand. When he removed the handkerchief, it was stained with blood. Yes, he was coughing up blood. He had old injuries on his body. A few years ago, during the battle with the Qin state, he went into battle with injuries. He won, but his old injuries became more serious. Xiao Heng also understood this point. Marquis Xianping deliberately spread the handkerchief flat. "I'll show you coughing up blood." However, Xiao Lulang didn't even look at it. "Can't even do this?" Marquis Xianping gritted his teeth and directly fell to the ground. In terms of shamelessness, if Marquis Xianping claimed to be second in the entire capital, no one would dare to claim to be first. Marquis Xianping had made up his mind to blackmail Xiao Lulang. He stood in front of Xiao Lulang and blocked the way. However, he didn't expect this little heartless guy to raise his leg and step over him without saying anything. Marquis Xianping was speechless. This wasn't the scariest thing. As soon as Xiao Lulang left, little Jing Kong ran over. Little Jing Kong looked at Marquis Xianping, who had fallen to the ground. "Oh, someone fainted here. Isn't this the handsome uncle I saw at the courier station last time?" Xiao Lulang, "Yes, treat him." Little Jing Kong, "Oh, but how should I treat him?" Xiao Lulang, "Treat him the way Jiao Jiao treats him." Little Jing Kong tilted his head and thought for a while. Then he squatted down and used his little hands to press on Marquis Xian's chest. This was how Gu Jiao treated patients. He imitated it very well, and his movements were also very standard. The only flaw was that he was too weak and couldn't press for a long time. Therefore he decided to use his feet. He kicked off his shoes and jumped onto Marquis Xianping's body. Marquis Xianping's body tensed up. "What the hell?" Little Jing Kong stepped on his chest, trembling. Marquis Xianping, "Little brat, you're a bit heavy." Xiao Lulang calmly watched Marquis Xianping's scam. Marquis Xianping had to continue with his act. "Oh no, it's useless." Little Jing Kong jumped onto the ground. "I'm going to perform mouth-to-mouth resuscitation on you." Marquis Xianping, What do you mean?" Little Jing Kong opened his mouth, took a deep breath, and pouted. "Let go of that, Lord, let me do it." Auntie Lu, who lived next door, ran over while holding her dress. Marquis Xianping trembled all over. He opened his eyes and sat up. "I'm done." Auntie Lu's face darkened. Marquis Xianping failed and left gloomily. However, he was lucky enough to meet the old chancellor the moment he walked out of the alley. The old chancellor had just come out of Master Zhao's house. He didn't expect Marquis Xianping to appear here. He saw a tall figure from the corner of his eye and didn't take it seriously. Until Marquis Xianping called, "Chancellor Hua?" The familiar voice and address made the old chancellor's eyebrows twitch. He stopped and looked at him in astonishment. Marquis Xiao? Although the old chancellor's official rank was not as high as Marquis Xianping's, he was older than Marquis Xianping. Besides, he was Xiao Heng's teacher. Therefore he was closer to Marquis Xianping than other people but not too close. He didn't belong to Marquis Xianping's camp. To be exact, he didn't join any camp. The differences between him and Empress Dowager Zhuang were old grudges and had nothing to do with Marquis Xianping and the Emperor. Therefore he didn't call him Marquis Xianping like Grand Tutor Zhuang, nor did he call him Marquis like a trusted aide. Marquis Xianping asked suspiciously, "Why are you here, old Chancellor?" The old Chancellor was about to say that he was passing by when old Madame Zhao's voice came from Master Zhao's house. "Hurry up. It's only a few steps. Why are you so slow when you're going home to get something?" The old Chancellor's heart skipped a beat. Empress Dowager Zhuang was not a good person and neither was Marquis Xianping. Marquis Xianping had always wanted to get rid of Empress Dowager Zhuang. Of course, the two families were at odds with each other, but there was another very important reason. Empress Dowager Zhuang had once poisoned Xiaoheng. When Xiaoheng was only 5 years old, he entered the palace to pay respects to the Emperor and Empress. As a result, he was poisoned by Empress Dowager Zhuang and almost died on the spot. Whether or not there was a misunderstanding, it was unknown. Either way, ever since then Marquis Xianping and Empress Dowager Zhuang's grudge was formed. If he found out that Empress Dowager Zhuang was here, perhaps she would immediately lose her life. Empress Dowager Zhuang definitely put on airs in the imperial palace. She always had a reserved, noble, elegant, cold and domineering tone. It definitely wasn't this sloppy tone. Marquis Xianping actually didn't hear it. But the content was thought-provoking. Marquis Xianping squinted his eyes. "Chancellor Hua actually lives here? Living next door to Aheng's house?" The old Chancellor's heart skipped a beat, but his expression didn't change. "I'm no longer the imperial chancellor." Marquis Xianping sneered, "Old slippery fellow, don't change the topic. Do you live next door to Aheng?" The old chancellor sternly said, "Marquis Xiao, how come I don't understand what you're saying?" Marquis Xianping did not continue speaking. He patted the old chancellor's shoulder with a look that said this, then turned and left. But before he took a few steps he suddenly stopped. Slightly tilting his head, he quietly laughed. "I just mentioned Aheng, but you weren't sad in the slightest." The old chancellor inhaled sharply. Who said that Marquis Xianping only knew how to fight and had no brains? This guy was really crafty when he wanted to. It was all because he distracted that demon empress. If he wasn't thinking about how to prevent Marquis Xianping from discovering him, how could he have made such an oversight? "Marquis isn't me. How do you know I won't be sad?" He felt that he could still make up for it. "Is that so?" Marquis Xianping laughed ambiguously. This time he really didn't continue speaking. "Changjing, let's go." After squatting for half an hour, his legs were numb from squatting. With his legs crossed, he limped out. Marquis Xianping looked at him with disdain. "What's wrong with you? You took too big a step and pulled your balls?" Changjing, only Xiao Lulang and the old chancellor understood Marquis Xianping's little episode. The others just thought that he was a guest who came to visit. When Gu Jiao came back from buying groceries, little Jing Kong told her that he saved someone. Gu Jiao thought that he was a guest and joked with him. Little Jing Kong put his hands behind his back and looked at Gu Jiao with a mischievous look. "Quickly praise me, praise me, praise me. And Jing Kong is really great." Gu Jiao praised him. Little Jing Kong tilted his head and said cutely, "Is it just a verbal reward, Jiao Jiao?" Gu Jiao gave him a small kiss. Little Jing Kong was so happy that he jumped and shook his head. He was so cute. Gu Jiao's heart almost melted. With a smile on her lips, she went into the kitchen to prepare dinner. Some guests saw that little Jing Kong was so cute and hurriedly waved at him, wanting to tease this little Jing Kong. Unexpectedly, little Jing Kong ended the business in a second. He put away the cute expression on his face and put on a serious and old-fashioned expression. He put his little hands behind his back and walked back to his small west room like Uncle Zhao. Everyone. Chapter 211. The whole family was happy that Xiao Lulang was admitted to Hui Yuan. The old chancellor didn't say anything, but the smile in his eyes couldn't be hidden. Even though he thought that with his disciple's ability, there was no doubt that he would be admitted to Hui Yuan, it didn't stop him from being happy. He cooked a few more dishes for dinner and the whole family had a hearty meal. The old lady gave Xiao Lulang a big red envelope. She also gave Gu Jiao the money she won from playing cards with Yizi today. Her grandnephew had a hard time taking the exam, and Jiao Jiao had a harder time taking care of this brat. Xiao Lulang accepted the red envelope and turned to give it to Gu Jiao. "Cough, household expenses," he said seriously. Oh. Gu Jiao accepted it. The money earned by Qing Feng Gang wasn't as good as the money given by her husband. Are there any more exams? Gu Jiao asked. There are. Xiao Lulang said, there will be a second exam at the end of March and a court exam in April. The so-called second exam was actually more like a roll call exam. It didn't have much meaning and it didn't count towards the results. It was said that it was to compare handwriting and prevent people from cheating in the spring examination. The court exam was the next highlight. The court exam was personally presided over by the emperor, and the 9 ministers were invigilators. All the examinees sat under their eyes and answered the questions. One could imagine the pressure. In the previous dynasty, the court exam only lasted for 1 day. In this dynasty, in order to better select talents, the exam was changed to 1 day of examination paper and 1 day of face-to-face examination. But not all examinees had the opportunity to take the face-to-face examination. Basically, only the outstanding examinees in the first round of examination could be summoned by the emperor to be personally examined by him. Of course, if the emperor was willing, he could casually pick someone to answer the questions in the first round of examination. This was a test of the examinees' psychological quality and improvisation. Some examinees were very knowledgeable, but they were too timid and couldn't perform well in the court exam. Therefore, their current ranking didn't mean that they could achieve the same results in the court exam. Xiao Lulang also encouraged Feng Lin and Lin Qingye in the same way. He wanted the two of them to focus on the examination. You won't be able to pass? Gu Jiao asked. That won't happen, Xiao Lulang explained patiently. The court examination didn't have a ranking system. In other words, as long as one passed the examination, one would have a chance to become a grand scholar. However, grand scholars were also divided into different levels. The top 3 in the court examination were called the first-rank scholars. There were the Zhuangyuan, the Banyan, and the Tanhua, and they were bestowed the title of scholar. The second rank was bestowed with the title of Jinshi, while the third rank was bestowed with the title of Jinshi. First and second place grand scholars were considered official grand scholars. Third place grand scholars were said to be equivalent to grand scholars, but in reality they still failed to make the list. Giving a grand scholar title was a consolation for those who failed the list. It was unlikely that those who failed the examination would be able to develop themselves in the capital. At most, they would be able to become a county magistrate of the 7th or 8th rank. First-place grand scholars could directly enter the Hanlin Academy. Second and third place grand scholars would take another court exam. Those who passed were called Shuji scholars. Shuji scholars would study for 3 years and pass the exam to enter the Hanlin Academy. The Hanlin Academy was the place where the talents of the Zhao country were stored. There was a saying, only grand scholars could enter the Hanlin Academy. Those who weren't in the Hanlin Academy couldn't enter the imperial cabinet. The Hanlin Academy was the place that all examinees dreamed of going to. In reality, entering the Hanlin Academy didn't mean that one would have a meteoric rise. The Hanlin Academy also had its exams and rules. That was a story for later. Gu Jiao pondered for a moment. She had already become the wife of a tribute scholar. The next step was to become the wife of a grand scholar. Who's third? She asked. Because Xiao Lulang and Jun Wang were tied for first place, there was no second place. The next person was the third place. The third place tribute scholar was a classmate of Xiao Liulang's with the surname Chao. He was 30 years old this year. He wasn't a native of the capital. Back in his hometown, he had made a name for himself at a young age. He had taken the exams a few times and failed to pass. This year he passed the imperial examination in spring and became a tribute scholar. Gu Jiao remembered that this name wasn't on the betting list of the Cool Breeze gang. He must be a dark horse. However, due to Xiao Liulang's reputation, not many people paid attention to him. At dinner the whole family was full. Perhaps because they were happy, everyone ate more than usual except for little Jing Kong. As the only child in the family, little Jing Kong was always vigilant in times of peace. This time, his bad brother-in-law tied for first place with someone else. Everyone was so happy just because they tied for first place. It was obvious that they didn't expect much from him. It was obvious that he was a poor student. Little Jing Kong decided to remind his bad brother-in-law not to be too arrogant. He didn't want him to go back to square one. Of course, he also decided to give him a reward. Reward me? In the study, Xiao Lulang looked at little Jing Kong strangely. Did the sun rise from the west? Little monk wanted to reward him? Little Jing Kong put his little hands behind his back and nodded. His little face was serious as he said, Teacher Jiang said that we should care for the weak. His bad brother-in-law was the last in the exam, so he was definitely in the weak. Xiao Lulang pointed at the paper on the table and said, "Please, I got first place in the exam." Little Jing Kong snorted and said, "Just tied for first place." Xiao Lulang looked at him in both anger and amusement. "Then why don't you take the exam for me to see? Wait for me to grow up." Little Jing Kong was full of confidence. Xiao Lulang didn't know whether to laugh or cry and said, "Well, what are you going to reward me with?" Little Jing Kong asked, "What do you want?" What could Xiao Lulang ask him for? He couldn't ask him to rent for free. Xiao Lulang thought for a moment and thought of something that he coveted. "It's a gift from Jiao Jiao on your birthday." Little Jing Kong was furious. "You're too much. You want to take away the gift from Jiao Jiao." Xiao Lulang spread his hands innocently and said, "You asked me what I want, and now I'm telling you." Little Jing Kong frowned. He was a good boy who kept his word. He couldn't go back on his words. He endured the pain and asked, "You want the checkers that Jiao Jiao gave me?" Xiao Lulang said, "Why do I want the checkers? I want that." Little Jing Kong and Xiao Lulang had the same birthday. Gu Jiao Jiao gave both of them gifts. Besides the checkers, there was something else for Little Jing Kong. Xiao Lulang was referring to the paper crane. Little Jing Kong clenched his fists tightly and looked at Xiao Lulang in disbelief and pain. You're a big man. Why do you want that?" "That's for us kids." Oh, he finally remembered that he was a kid? Xiao Lulang laughed and said, "I want it. Are you giving it to me or not?" It was as if Marquis Xianping was shameless. Little Jing Kong looked at Xiao Lulang with a complicated expression as if saying, "Oh my God, how can you be so confused?" Little Jing Kong took a deep breath and closed his eyes. His expression was indescribable. After a while, he made up his mind and said, "Okay, if you insist." As he spoke, he bravely took a step forward. Under Xiao Lulang's astonished gaze, he kissed him on the right cheek. Xiao Lulang was speechless. After Little Jing Kong kissed him, both of them were in a bad mood. "What kind of punishment is this, my God?" "Little Jing Kong, I sacrificed too much." Little Jing Kong was shocked. He stuck out his tongue, rolled his eyes, and went out in a frenzy. Xiao Lulang came back to his senses and shuddered, indicating that he was also shocked. When Gu Jiao entered the room, Xiao Lulang's mouth was still twitching. "What's wrong?" Gu Jiao looked at him in surprise. Xiao Lulang coughed softly and said, "Nothing." It was so embarrassing that it was not worth mentioning. Gu Jiao walked into the room and handed him a small brocade box. "This is..." Xiao Lulang took the box and opened it. There was a red satin hairband inside. He was not yet a crown, so he could not wear one. He was also not used to using a hairpin. The original hairband was old. This was the color that Gu Jiao personally dyed. It complemented him perfectly. He was as cold as jade, yet as beautiful as peaches and plums. "Is this a gift from Huiyuan?" Xiao Lulang asked. "Ah." Gu Jiao was stunned. "Clearly not." Xiao Lulang lowered his eyes. He didn't say anything, but his appearance inexplicably revealed a trace of grievance. Gu Jiao suddenly felt that she had wronged her little husband. Xiao Lulang sighed and said, "Jing Kong just gave me a gift. What happened to not mentioning it? Even Jing Kong gave him a gift. Wouldn't it be unreasonable if she did not give him a gift?" Gu Jiao quickly asked, "What gift do you want?" "Actually, it doesn't have to be too troublesome. Something simple will do." Xiao Lulang straightened his expression and said seriously, "It's something that little Jing Kong has on my birthday, but I don't." The last time Xiao Lulang said this, he received a small kiss from Gu Jiao. Gu Jiao understood instantly. She turned around and left. When she entered the room again, she had a paper crane in her hand. Here. In Gu Jiao's opinion, little Jing Kong had on his birthday, but Xiao Lulang did not have a kiss and a paper crane. Since he had already given her a kiss, then the paper crane was the only thing left. Xiao Lulang, who did not want this paper crane at all, was speechless. Chapter 212. Zhuang Manor. A copy of the apricot roll ranking was sent to Grand Tutor Zhuang, and Royal Prince and Grand Tutor Zhuang already knew the results of the top two. Other than Royal Prince, there weren't any outstanding candidates in the Zhuang family. Therefore, Grand Tutor Zhuang put the apricot roll aside when it was sent over. Royal Prince didn't look at it either. He had absolute confidence that he would get first place. He only asked, "Is there someone called Xiao Lulang on the roll?" Wu Yang replied, "Yes, he's tied for first place with the Royal Prince." Royal Prince glanced sideways. Wu Yang handed the roll over again. Royal Prince An's gaze fell on Xiao Yulang's name. He raised his eyebrows slightly. This Xiao Lulang is a bit out of my expectations. Wu Yang was about to speak when the servant girl outside said, "Master, you're here?" Wu Yang quickly retreated to the side and bowed to Grand Tutor Zhuang, who was walking in. Grand Tutor Zhuang waved his hand and Wu Yang respectfully retreated. Royal Prince An stood up and greeted with a pleasant expression, "Grandfather." Grand Tutor Zhuang replied in a low voice. Royal Prince An walked around the desk and waited for Grand Tutor Zhuang to sit down on the chair with the official's hat before sitting down on another chair. A maidservant served the tea and then quickly left the room. The room was so quiet that only the sound of Grand Tutor Zhuang sipping his tea could be heard. Royal Prince An asked, "Grandfather, why haven't you rested yet?" "I came to see you." Grand Tutor Zhuang put down the hot tea in his hand and looked at him with a serious expression. "Have you seen the apricot roll?" Royal Prince An nodded. "I just saw it." Grand Tutor Zhuang said, "That Xiao Lulang is your classmate in the Imperial College?" "Yes." Royal Prince An nodded again. Grand Tutor Zhuang had been in the bureaucracy for many years. He could recognize shocking information with just a glance. He looked at his grandson suspiciously. "You know him?" Royal Prince An smiled and said, "Grandfather, do you still remember why I advised you to reopen the directorate?" Grand Tutor Zhuang furrowed his brows. "You said that the Empress Dowager lives in the home of an examinee. As long as that examinee enters the Imperial College, the Empress Dowager will also be brought to the capital. Could it be this person?" Royal Prince An said, "That's right, it's him." Grand Tutor Zhuang's eyes turned cold. Royal Prince An said, "Grandfather, don't get angry. He doesn't know Grandaunt's identity. I speculated that my Grandaunt had accidentally fainted in front of his house when she was stranded in that village. Someone in his family who knew medicine recognized my Grandaunt's leprosy. They were afraid that they would be sent to Leprosy Mountain, so they hid my Grandaunt and even treated her." "It can cure leprosy?" Grand Tutor Zhuang expressed his doubts. Royal Prince An said, "I've seen Grandaunt. Her leprosy has indeed been cured." Grand Tutor Zhuang didn't believe that there was anyone in the world who could cure leprosy. Compared to this, he was more willing to believe that there was a mistake in the information from the beginning. Perhaps the Empress Dowager didn't have leprosy at all. It just looked like it. Royal Prince An didn't refute Grand Tutor Zhuang's guess. This wasn't important. The Empress Dowager had been cured. They only had to wait for them to deploy the situation in the capital and for the Empress Dowager to regain her memory. Then their Zhuang family would be able to rise again. Grand Tutor Zhuang said in deep thought, "This examinee isn't simple." Royal Prince An didn't care and said, "It's just a huiyuan. Grandfather, you don't have to take it to heart. I didn't put much effort into this exam." This was the truth. He really didn't put in all his effort. Xiao Lulang must have put in all his effort. Even so, to be able to tie with him for first place was still Xiao Yulang's ability. Royal Prince An had never met anyone who could compete with him since he was young. Although the young Marquis of Zhaodu was famous in his opinion, it was only because he didn't meet him. If he didn't go to Qin country to be a hostage for almost 10 years, who knows who would be the #1 genius in Zhaodu. Royal Prince An continued, "I plan to take this person for my own use. Grandfather, please don't touch him. It would be best if he could take him for his own use. After all, he knew too much. If he joined another camp, it would be disadvantageous for the entire Zhuang family." Grand Tutor Zhuang made a sound of agreement and said, "If you say so, then I won't touch him for now. However, you have to understand that you can't lose to him again in the court exam." The Zhuang family didn't want a random Jinsher. They wanted the #1 Jinsher. "I understand." Royal Prince An was confident of victory. He smiled faintly and said, "I will do my best in the court exam." Grand Tutor Zhuang had said everything that needed to be said. This grandson of his always made him worry less. He didn't say anything else and got up to leave. He suddenly thought of something and turned around. In the darkness, his seemingly turbid eyes revealed a shrewdness and sharpness that even young people couldn't compare to. "Do you have a sweetheart?" Royal Prince An was startled. "Grandfather, why do you say this?" Grand Tutor Zhuang said, "You aren't young anymore. Your aunt said that it's time to choose a marriage for you." Royal Prince An's eyes trembled slightly. "I haven't turned 20 yet. What's the rush?" In the country of Zhao, when a man turned 20, he would be considered an adult. Large families usually married after 20. Grand Tutor Zhuang said, "I'm not telling you to get married now. First, I wanted to ask for a marriage with Imperial daughter Hui for you, but something happened to her. Your aunt has given up on this idea. If you have a girl that you like who is of equal status and has good looks, then tell your aunt. An image of a small figure wearing blue clothes carrying a basket flashed through Royal Prince An's mind. His expression did not change as he said, "No." Grand Tutor Zhuang turned and left the room. Royal Prince An gave a small sigh. Of equal status? Marquis Ding and Fu seemed neutral, but the old Marquis and Marquis Xianping were the emperor's left and right arms. She and he would never be of equal status. As for her looks, he did not care about her looks, but his aunt would not allow him to marry a girl with a disfigured face who had been married before. Ha! Royal Prince An laughed at himself. What's the point of asking me? While the entire capital was immersed in the shock brought about by the apricot roll, Gu Jinyu in the Ministry of Justice did not receive any news from the outside world. She was trapped in the interrogation room and could not eat or sleep well. His Majesty seemed to have made up his mind to deliberately break her will. He would not allow anyone to force a confession out of her, but he would also ignore her. She was alone and could not hold on any longer. She had not bathed for many days. She was not like Gu Jiao who had grown up in the countryside. It was fine if she did not bathe for 10 days to half a month. She loved cleanliness. Fortunately, Imperial Concubine Shu's personal servant, Chi Mama, had come. The moment she saw Chi Mama, Gu Jinyu began to cry in grievance. All right. Imperial daughter, don't cry. If Imperial Concubine knew, her heart would ache. Chi Mama wanted to hug her and comfort her, but she could not stand the smell on Gu Jinyu's body. Chi Mama cleared her throat. In the end, she stood beside Gu Jinyu and handed her a clean handkerchief. Gu Jinyu took the handkerchief and choked. Thank you for coming to see me, Mama. Chi Mama said, Imperial Concubine wanted me to ask you what happened to you. Did you really break the Imperial Jade Seal or did you do something else to anger His Majesty? Gu Jinyu's eyes flashed when she heard this. Imperial Concubine, did you hear some rumors? Chi Mama had come to clarify the matter, so she spoke frankly. Someone in the palace is saying that you did not invent the bellows. It was someone else. Someone else. Who is it? Gu Jinyu asked carefully. Chi Mama pondered. I don't know. The rumor did not say who it was. Gu Jinyu lowered her head guiltily. Who had spread the rumor? His Majesty or the old blacksmith and carpenter? Didn't the three of them know about that girl? Gu Jinyu did not understand what was going on. She composed herself and asked, Then, does Imperial Concubine believe it? Chi Mama said, Can Imperial Concubine believe it? Gu Jinyu secretly heaved a sigh of relief. Fortunately, her efforts over the years had not been in vain. Chi Mama sighed, But these rumors are strange. Think carefully. Did anyone touch your blueprints or did you mention the bellows to anyone? It seemed that her father had not told Consort Shu that she and Gu Jiao had invented the bellows. He had not said anything for so long, so he probably would not say anything. Gu Jinyu hesitated whether to tell her about Gu Jiao. Consort Shu did not have a good impression of Gu Jiao. Firstly, Consort Shu did not like Consort Yao and did not like her children. Gu Jinyu was respected in front of her mainly because she was talented and had helped the fifth prince so much. Secondly, Gu Jiao did not return to the Marquis's residence and disrespected old Madame Gu and her aunt, Consort Shu. Logically speaking, when she returned to the capital, she should have asked to see Consort Shu, but that girl did not. Gu Jinyu did not dare to bet that Consort Shu would trust her like her father did. What if Consort Shu wanted to seek confirmation from Gu Jiao? Or what if Consort Shu knew that His Majesty was actually biased towards Gu Jiao? Would Consort Shu still stand up for her? After weighing the pros and cons, Gu Jinyu finally gave up on the idea that Gu Jiao had stolen her inspiration. She shook her head. I don't know. I've never mentioned it to anyone. Chi Mama looked at Gu Jinyu without blinking. Then tell me, did you really invent the bellows? So aunt still did not believe her? After she had helped the fifth prince with his homework and acted as his substitute examiner for so many times? Gu Jinyu laughed at herself in her heart, but on the surface she said aggrievedly, Mama, is it you who don't believe me or aunt who doesn't believe me? I swear to God that I invented the bellows. If I'm lying, I'll be struck by lightning. Chi Mama hurriedly covered her mouth with a handkerchief and said angrily, You can't speak carelessly. Her Majesty believes you. I asked too much. You don't have to take it to heart. Gu Jinyu said gently, Mama, you're doing this for aunt's sake. I understand. Chi Mama sighed again. Her Majesty has already checked. The Imperial Jade Seal was broken long ago, and it was His Highness the Seventh Prince who broke it. His Majesty took his anger out on you because he believed those rumors and thought that someone else invented the bellows. The most important thing now is to prove that you're the true owner. Unfortunately, Her Majesty has no other way. These words reminded Gu Jinyu that she could no longer use the bellows to turn the tables, but she could use other things. She thought of what she saw in Jade Water Alley that day. Gu Jinyu narrowed her eyes. Mama, it's been too long since the bellows incident. I didn't keep an eye on it back then and left behind a more conclusive blueprint. I probably can't explain it clearly, but that's not all I have. Chi Mama was shocked. You have other things? Then why didn't you take them out earlier? Gu Jinyu smiled. I only thought of it these few days. I didn't give up on myself after being locked up here. Instead, I calmed myself down and asked what else I could do for the court. Then, I remembered something I accidentally made in the manor. What is it? Chi Mama asked excitedly. Glutinous rice mortar. Gu Jinyu had actually not witnessed its effects with her own eyes, but she could not care less now. She could only take a gamble. The mortar made with glutinous rice soup is extremely strong and is the best building material. If Mama doesn't believe me, you can go back to the palace and try. Aunt dotes on me, so I should repay Aunt well. I'm willing to give this credit to His Highness the Fifth Prince. Chi Mama hurried back to the palace and told Consort Shu about the glutinous rice mortar, especially emphasizing that this credit could be given to His Highness the Fifth Prince. However, Consort Shu was very cautious. She was not in a hurry to ask for credit from the emperor. Instead, she first called for the eunuchs to bring over a bucket of ordinary mortar. She also asked the small kitchen to mix a bucket of glutinous rice mortar according to Gu Jinyu's method. After the two types of mortar solidified, Consort Shu asked someone to hit it with a hammer. Ordinary mortar shattered with a single hit, but glutinous rice mortar was as hard as a rock. Consort Shu smiled in surprise. Where's His Highness the Fifth Prince? Quick! Hurry and call him back for this consort. I want to see the emperor. On the other side, little Jing Kong finished his day's homework at the Imperial College and arrived at the agreed location with his friends. Last time, Qin Chuyu promised to bring his two friends to visit the palace. After establishing a relationship with the Crown Princess's sister-in-law, the Crown Princess's sister-in-law finally agreed to let him bring his friends into the palace. If it were an adult, they would be curious about how he could enter the palace, but children would not. Su Kanji informed the servant who came to pick him up. The servant knew of Qin Chuyu's identity and did not dare to disagree with the prince's invitation. Little Jing Kong went to the medical center and told Gu Jiao that he was going out to play and would take the Su family's carriage back later. Gu Jiao had no objections. Su Kanji and Qin Chuyu also often came to the medical center to play. The three of them happily got into Qin Chuyu's carriage. Chapter 213. There are all kinds of novels that you can't find online. Qin Chuyu brought his friends into the palace with the permission of the Crown Princess sister-in-law. She had already arranged everything for him and wouldn't expose his identity. There were three main doors in the palace. The middle door was the largest and tallest one. Usually, only the Empress Dowager, and the Crown Prince were allowed to enter through the middle door. The officials went to court through the side doors. Qin Chuyu was a prince and the Crown Prince's younger brother, so he could also go through the middle door. Su Tsong was 7 years younger than Qin Chuyu. He had never been to the palace, but he knew that his father went to court through the side door every day. When he entered through the middle door, he instantly felt that he could brag to his father when he went back. Little Jing Kong didn't understand this. He only felt that the palace was so big. Even the door was so big. It was like a giant monster with its mouth wide open. They walked into the monster's stomach. It was quite refreshing. The carriage drove all the way in and stopped outside the East Palace. The East Palace was the Crown Prince's bedroom. Normal princes weren't allowed to live in the East Palace, but Qin Chuyu was young. He could live wherever he wanted. The emperor didn't restrict him too much. Qin Chuyu jumped off the carriage first, followed by his two friends. Before picking up his friends, Qin Chuyu had already planned this trip with the help of the Crown Princess sister-in-law. They couldn't go to the Empress Dowager's bedroom, but they could play in the East Palace. Then they could play hide-and-seek in the Imperial Garden and go boating in the Imperial Liquid Pond. The servants had also been instructed not to come out and be an eyesore. Qin Chuyu took the lead and walked on the small path in the East Palace. He said proudly, "What do you think?" Ahem. The palace is very big, right? This is the East Palace where the Crown Prince lives. However, the smartest, cutest, and smartest 7th Prince of the Zhao Nation also lives here. That's me, Qin Chuyu. Not far away, the servant who was sweeping the floor twitched his mouth. 7th Prince, you weren't so arrogant. Who taught you that? Achoo! Little Jing Kong sneezed. The Eastern Palace was very big. There was a main hall, 2 side halls and several small courtyards. One of the small courtyards was Qin Shuyu's personal space. The Crown Princess had people make a swing, a rock garden, and a wooden horse for him. Qin Shuyu was already tired of playing with them. Su Kanji also had these at home, and there were even more varieties than Qin Shuyu. The truth was that in order to prevent the princess from being distracted, there were actually fewer toys in the palace than there were among the commoners. Su Kanji was not too envious. Little Jing Kong was even less envious. The swing that his master made for him in the temple would swing from one end of the mountain to the other. There was also climbing. He and Jiao Jiao had climbed real mountains. What was so good about climbing a small fake mountain? Let's build a house. Little Jing Kong said. Recently, Little Jing Kong was obsessed with architecture. Su Kanji nodded. Although he was 7 years old, he also wanted to play with mud. Qin Shuyu, who actually wanted to dig a fake mountain cave with his friends, said, "All right." Qin Shuyu went to the small woodshed to get 3 buckets and 3 small shovels. He happily went to dig mud. The palace servants' mouths twitched. Was it really appropriate for a prince to dig mud with others? Why don't we report this to the empress? This is too ridiculous, a young palace maid said. The young eunuch thought about it. The crown princess did not want them to interfere with the 7th prince, but digging mud was indeed too ridiculous. If the empress blamed them, the crown princess would be fine, but they, as servants, would be in trouble. With this thought, the young eunuch decided to go to Cunning Palace. After Consort Shu returned to the palace from the Ministry of Justice's prison, she immediately called a few eunuchs and had them boil a pot of glutinous rice soup according to Gu Jinyu's method. She also brought a bag of mortar that was usually used to build walls. After mixing the two evenly, Consort Shu ordered people to bring a few green bricks and paste them with glutinous rice mortar. To compare the effect, Consort Shu also had people use normal mortar to paste a few green bricks. When it dries, use a hammer to test it, Consort Shu said to the palace servants. Yes. The 2 young eunuchs responded and quickly brought over iron hammers. After the mortar and the green bricks dried, they used the hammers to fiercely smash the bricks. The result was that the glutinous rice mortar was more durable than normal mortar. No one knew if it had more long-term effects, but in terms of toughness, the glutinous rice mortar was far better than normal mortar. Consort Shu was not a lady of the boudoir. She had been in the palace for so many years. How could she not know how much benefit this mortar would bring to the Zhao kingdom? Not to mention the distant past, just the recent unrest at the border was caused by the heavy rain on the border walls. Many parts of the walls had collapsed. The Zhao kingdom's walls were too weak. They had to be rebuilt every few years. Even so, they were still prone to collapse. The Tujue were like tigers watching their prey and had disguised themselves as mounted bandits to invade. In the long run, the border would fall into greater danger. The Zhao kingdom was not a strong military power. The battle with the Qin kingdom a few years ago had greatly damaged the Zhao kingdom's strength. If they fought again, the price would be disastrous. The court was currently discussing how to quickly repair the walls. If they had this special mortar, then wouldn't they not have to worry about the walls collapsing? This contribution would not be less than the bellows. Consort Shu's heart faintly burned with excitement. She could not wait. Where is His Highness the 5th Prince? Has he not found him yet? Where did he go? A eunuch said, His Highness the 5th Prince left the palace. He said he had an appointment with a friend to recite poetry. He will probably return at night. Right now, Eunuch Li has already gone out to find His Highness the 5th Prince. I just don't know. I don't know if he can find him. His Highness the 5th Prince was the master. He could not report his whereabouts to the servants. Eunuch Li could only follow His Highness the 5th Prince's usual route and try his luck. Consort Shu thought about it. It was the same whether he was present or not. It was fine as long as he did it. Where is His Majesty? Consort Shu asked. The eunuch said, in the supreme liquid pool. Consort Shu touched the tassels on her hair bun. Oh, why didn't His Majesty go to the Empress Place today? The eunuch smiled. Perhaps he was tired of staying in the Empress Palace and came out to get some fresh air. His Majesty can only stay at Nyang Yang's place. The most favored concubine in the harem was Consort Shu. She had never lost favor since she entered the palace. It was only after His Majesty returned from Jiangnan that he became obsessed with alchemy and would not be close to women for a short period of time. In the past, His Majesty would rest in her palace for 5 or 6 days every month. Consort Shu heard this and smiled faintly. Okay, let's go. Yes. The eunuch gave a meaningful look to the servant and took a bucket of glutinous rice mortar to the supreme liquid pool. The weather was fine. When Consort Shu arrived at the pavilion of the supreme liquid pool, the other concubines also came. There was nothing unexpected. His Majesty had not come to the harem for so long. Who would not suddenly appear like a fly eyeing the crack in an egg? What surprised Consort Shu was that the Empress and noble Consort Zhuang were also there. These two people did not need to compete for favor in the harem. What's more, His Majesty had been to the Empress' cunning palace for the past few days. Why would she come out at this time to compete with the other concubines? Consort Shu was not here to compete for favor today, so she did not mind there being more people. She stepped forward and saluted the Emperor and Empress Xiao. "Your Majesty, Empress." Empress Xiao seemed to be in a good mood and smiled at her. The Emperor raised his hand. "Rise." Consort Shu and noble Consort Zhuang saluted. Noble Consort Zhuang stood up and slightly returned the salute. After that, Consort Yu and the other concubines all saluted Consort Shu. Consort Yu automatically gave up her seat, and Eunuch Wei went to bring another chair for Consort Yu. Consort Shu was not in a hurry to sit down. Instead, she stood in front of the Emperor and said with a smile, "Your Majesty, this concubine has something to offer Your Majesty." The Emperor stopped drinking his tea. Consort Shu asked the eunuch to bring a few separated and glued green bricks. Everyone looked at these green bricks and could not help but reveal a surprised expression. The Emperor was baffled. "Consort Shu wants to offer me bricks?" Consort Shu covered her face with a handkerchief and laughed. "It's not bricks, it's the mortar in the bricks." She narrated how the fifth prince came up with the idea of using glutinous rice to make mortar last night. After that, she stood in place with a smile, waiting for the Emperor's praise. However, the Emperor did not. The pavilion suddenly fell into a strange silence. Everyone, including Empress Xiao and the other concubines, looked at her with a different expression. Consort Shu did not understand what had happened. She looked at Empress Xiao, noble Consort Zhuang and the others. What's wrong?" Empress Xiao frowned slightly. Noble Consort Zhuang covered her face with a handkerchief and laughed. Consort Shu looked at noble Consort Zhuang with a serious expression. "Noble Consort, what are you laughing at?" Noble Consort Zhuang could not help but laugh. She pointed to a bucket at Consort Yu's feet and said, "Are you talking about this mortar?" Consort Shu was startled. That color was obviously glutinous rice mortar. How could this be? She looked back at the eunuch she brought. Yes, the bucket of mortar was in his hands. Then where did this bucket of mortar come from? As soon as this thought flashed through her mind, she heard a small sound. She turned her head and found that on the bridge of the imperial liquid pool, 3 little guys were squatting on the wooden bridge and making mortar. The 3 of them were having fun, not knowing that they were being watched by the Emperor and the other concubines. The cause of the incident was when the eunuch of the Eastern Palace secretly reported to Empress Xiao that Qin Shuyu was playing with mud. Empress Xiao almost fainted when she heard that her precious son was squatting on the ground and rubbing mud like a wild child in the countryside. She angrily went to find her son, but unexpectedly, the 3 of them were no longer in the Eastern Palace. After searching for a long time, she finally found him near the Qingjing Hall. At that time, Qin Shuyu and his friends were carrying small buckets to paste the emperor's wall. Empress Xiao looked at the messy coiling dragon stone wall of the Qingjing Hall and almost collapsed on the spot. What are you doing?" Little Jing Kong was using a small brush to paste the wall. He turned around and said to her, "The wall is cracked. Paste it." Gu Jiao always repaired the roofs and walls for the neighbors, so little Jing Kong had long been itching to do it. But there was no wall to paste at home. There were many broken walls here, so he wanted to paste it. "Empress Xiao, isn't that cracked? It's a pattern. It's a historical relic. It was passed down by the Emperor Taizu, and it was said that it blocked a landslide for him. So it was also called the Coiling Dragon Stone." What was even more tragic was that they not only pasted the Coiling Dragon Stone wall, but also the Emperor's Wind Lookout wall. Along the way, the 3 of them pasted the walls whenever they saw them. Empress Xiao didn't faint on the spot because of little Jing Kong's good looks. Empress Xiao didn't have time to teach her son and his little playmates a lesson. She hurriedly asked someone to dig out the mortar on the Coiling Dragon Stone. The mortar was actually quite easy to dig out. It could be pried off with a dagger or a shovel. However, for some reason, the mortar this time couldn't be pried off no matter what. Empress Xiao realized that her son had made a big mistake, so she thought about finding someone to take the blame for him later. Unexpectedly, the Emperor came. The 3 of them were caught red-handed. Empress Xiao was scared to death. Unexpectedly, the emperor didn't punish the three children. Of course, the emperor didn't want to punish the little miracle-working doctor's younger brother. Although he looked at the pasted coiling dragon stone, his dragon balls were also very painful. But soon he found that there was something wrong with the mortar. Strictly speaking, it wasn't simple. How could there be such a strong mortar? Little Qi didn't have the brain, so the emperor skipped over Qin Chuyu and asked little Jing Kong and Su Yangyang, the youngest son of the Minister of War, "Where did you get the mortar?" Little Jing Kong tilted his head and said, "We made it ourselves." The emperor was quite surprised. "You know how to make this?" Little Jing Kong said seriously, "Jiao Jiao always makes it. I've learned it." The emperor looked at little Jing Kong and then looked at the pasted coiling dragon stone. Suddenly he laughed like a fool. Empress Xiao seriously suspected that he had gone crazy. After that, it was now. The three little kids ran out of mortar, so they came here to make new ones. Qin Chuyu asked the imperial kitchen for the glutinous rice soup. They mixed it into the mortar, which was more or less the same as what concubine Shu said. Chapter 214. Consort Shu had not expected this outcome. Didn't Gu Jinyu say that she had invented it? How could a 4-year-old child know how to do it? Noble Consort Zhuang didn't mind watching the fun and said, "Noble Consort Shu, could it be that Xiao Wu secretly learned other people's skills and then claimed credit as her own?" Imperial concubine Shu felt guilty and her face turned red. What is Imperial concubine saying? How could little Five do such a thing? Noble Consort Zhuang smiled faintly. Could it be that they secretly learned from Xiao Wu? Empress Xiao said seriously, "Be careful with your words, Imperial concubine. I heard it just now. That child said that his family already knew how to do it." Imperial concubine Shu braced herself and said, Little Fifth also knows how to do it." Noble Consort Zhuang said, "That's not what you said just now. Didn't you say that Xiao Wu just thought of it yesterday?" Imperial concubine Shu had indeed mentioned that the fifth prince had only mentioned this method to her last night. Noble Consort Zhuang said again, "Could it be that Xiao Wu mentioned to little Qi that little Qi taught the child, but the child lied and said that his family taught him?" Empress Xiao said seriously, "Last night little Qi came back from the Imperial College and stayed with me. His Majesty was also there. After that, His Majesty sent little Qi to the East Palace. Imperial Consort, tell me, how will little Qi meet Xiao Wu? Why would Xiao Wu tell little Qi about this? There was such a big age gap between the two of them and they weren't very close. The fifth prince would never tell Qin Chuyu about this. Qin Chuyu was a child. What did he know?" Noble Consort Zhuang bowed. Qin Xie misspoke. Noble Consort Zhuang wasn't speaking for Consort Shu, and Empress Xiao also understood. The emperor looked at Consort Shu with a complicated expression. To be honest, the emperor doted on imperial concubine Shu very much. There were always new people coming and going in the palace, but imperial concubine Shu was always the most favored one. There was no other reason. Imperial concubine Shu was charming and beautiful. She also knew how to coax people. She was a rare flower that understood words very well. However, what happened today had crossed the emperor's bottom line. The emperor was already furious that Gu Jinyu had falsely claimed credit but had no evidence. He was most annoyed by people who stole credit. Of course, the emperor was a person who relied on evidence. The emperor said, "Do you have evidence to prove when Xiao Wu first made this kind of mortar?" Xu Fei was speechless. The emperor continued, "He can't have imagined it out of thin air. You have to do it before you believe it, right?" Concubine Shu was completely speechless. The emperor called Eunuch Wei over. "Go and ask that child. When was the first time his family made this?" "Yes." Eunuch Wei walked away with small, quick steps. After a while, he turned back and said to the emperor, "Reporting to your majesty, he said that many of their neighbors' walls were made of this kind of mortar paste. They had it since last month." The emperor gave Eunuch Wei a meaningful glance. Eunuch Wei understood and turned around to call over a few palace experts, telling them to make a trip to Jadewater Alley. The imperial concubines had originally come to see the emperor, but now they were here to see imperial concubine Shu. Imperial concubine Shu had been in the palace for many years, but she had never been so embarrassed. Gu Jinyu, you really tricked me." Not long after, the palace experts returned to the palace. One of them said to the emperor, "Reporting to your majesty, there is indeed the same kind of mortar." This time the evidence was conclusive. The child's family made the mortar first. Then the question was, how did the fifth prince know about the mortar? Did he think of it himself, or did he steal it from someone else? Empress Xiao couldn't help but ask, Concubine Shu, what exactly is going on? Concubine Shu was extremely regretful. If she had known earlier, she wouldn't have fallen for Gu Jinyu's trick and come to claim this credit. Now how could she cover up her lie? It would have been fine if the fifth prince hadn't been involved, but he had. Noble consort Zhuang smiled faintly. Why don't we call the fifth prince over and ask him? No. She hadn't finished discussing with Xiao Wu yet. If she called Xiao Wu over at this juncture, wouldn't she be exposed on the spot? But what Concubine Shu was afraid of happened. Imperial father? Imperial mother? Why are you here? The fifth prince had returned to the palace and was rushing over with large strides. Imperial mother, I heard that you were looking for me for an urgent matter. He walked into the pavilion and saw Empress Xiao and the others seated. He cupped his hands and greeted them one by one. Imperial mother, you look terrible. The fifth prince looked at Concubine Shu strangely. Everyone was sitting, but Concubine Shu was standing in the middle of the pavilion, looking like she was being interrogated. The fifth prince frowned. What happened? Concubine Shu gave him a look. Empress Xiao pointed to a bucket of mortar and asked, Xiao Wu, do you recognize this? Concubine Shu desperately gave him a look. The fifth prince didn't see it. He looked at the mortar and asked with disgust, what is this dirty thing? How could everyone not understand what he meant when he said it was dirty? It turned out that he didn't even recognize mortar. Noble consort Zhuang covered her face and laughed. Xiao Wu, Concubine Shu said that you made this thing? The fifth prince was disgusted. Why would I make such a dirty thing? Noble consort Zhuang burst into laughter. The rest of the concubines also covered their mouths with their handkerchiefs. Empress Xiao put on the airs of the mother of the country and didn't laugh at all. Concubine Shu even wanted to die. What happened to the connection between mother and son? Can't there be a bit of tacit understanding? You can leave first. The emperor said to the fifth prince. This matter had nothing to do with him, so the emperor wouldn't vent his anger on him for the time being. The fifth prince didn't understand, but the emperor had given the order, so he could only leave silently. The emperor's cold gaze fell on Concubine Shu's face. What the hell is going on? Why don't you tell the truth? There were witnesses and material evidence. It was impossible for Concubine Shu to exonerate herself. After entering the palace for so many years, this was the first time she had been slapped in the face in public, and one of them was her son. Concubine Shu felt aggrieved and said with red eyes, Your Majesty, I didn't do it on purpose. I did it for a reason. Concubine Shu told him about her meeting Gu Jinyu in prison. Of course, she didn't say that Gu Jinyu wanted to give her credit. Instead she said, The princess knew that she had angered Your Majesty and was afraid that Your Majesty wouldn't believe her method, so she made me lie that it was little Five who thought of it. She said that she hoped to serve Your Majesty again. How would I know that she stole someone else's method? Gu Jinyu again. She plagiarized the little miracle doctor's things again. This was great. He was worried that he couldn't find evidence for the bellows, but mortar delivered the evidence to his door. The emperor looked at Concubine Shu. So, Concubine Shu was also deceived. From the beginning to the end, she was the only one who committed the crime of deceiving the emperor? What could Concubine Shu do? Admit that she almost deceived the emperor? In order to protect herself, Concubine Shu had to admit that Gu Jinyu deceived the emperor. Concubine Shu bit her lip and knelt down in front of everyone. She kowtowed and said, Your Majesty, my niece committed a grave mistake. Your Majesty, please punish her. The emperor said, Princess Hui stole someone else's work and falsely claimed credit for it. She deceived the emperor and committed treason. On account of Concubine Shu's pleading for her, I will strip her of her position as princess and revoke her title. Concubine Shu was stunned. This was on account of her? She couldn't even be a princess anymore. The crime of deceiving the emperor was actually very difficult to convict strictly. For example, Qin Chuyu would always lie that he didn't secretly eat candy. The third prince would lie that he had done his homework. These were all deceiving the emperor, but usually they wouldn't be convicted. They would only be punished if there were serious consequences. The mortar incident clearly didn't cause serious consequences. The emperor had still stripped her of her title and position as princess because he wanted to use this as an excuse to make a fuss. Everyone couldn't help but think of the explosion at the Ministry of Works and the rumor that the bellows had not been invented by Gu Jinyu. If it was because of the bellows, then it made sense. Concubine Shu, oh Concubine Shu, so your niece wasn't as good as you said. She didn't know anything and stole someone else's work. She even modified it on her own and caused a disaster. If you didn't punish your niece, who would you punish? The concubines all looked at concubine Shu with a different expression. This woman who was so proud of her success finally fell. Concubine Shu was fined a year's salary by the emperor and grounded for a month. Concubine Shu's face turned green. What was a slap in the face? This was it. The entire harem saw her as a joke. From now on, this black history of hers could not be erased. The emperor frowned and glanced at her. What? You're still not leaving? Are you not satisfied with my punishment? Your Majesty doesn't dare. Your Majesty will leave. Concubine Shu stood up awkwardly and bowed to the emperor. She staggered away with the help of the palace maids. She had only taken a few steps when the emperor suddenly called out to her. Concubine Shu. Concubine Shu was overjoyed. She turned her head back with tears in her eyes, hoping that the emperor would comfort her. After all, she had also been implicated. Unexpectedly, the emperor only said coldly, "Have Xiao Wu come to the imperial study. I want to test him on his homework." Concubine Shu immediately froze. Chapter 215. What she feared had come true. It was not enough to describe Consort Shu's current mood. She did not expect the emperor to test the fifth prince's homework at this time. The emperor was very busy every day and did not have much time to test the prince's homework. The eldest prince and the crown prince were the most concerned about it. One was his eldest son, the other was his legitimate son. For someone like the fifth prince who was not the legitimate heir or not, the emperor would at most check his essays. Every time with Gu Jinyu's help, the fifth prince's essays would be done very well. The emperor would occasionally call the fifth prince over and ask him questions about his essays. Gu Jinyu had taught the fifth prince these in advance. Although the fifth prince was not good in class, he was very talented in cheating. Gu Jinyu only needed to say that the emperor might test him on this later. If he answered this way, he would remember it. So, the fifth prince had never been exposed after asking Gu Jinyu to cheat for so many years. Consort Shu's heart was trembling. Your Majesty, she tried to stop all this, but the emperor was determined. On the other side, the three little kids had finished making the mortar and were carrying the small buckets to paste the wall. The emperor had no more fun watching them. He got up and returned to the imperial study. Empress Xiao, noble consort Zhuang, and the others got up to send him off. The emperor went to the imperial study. The fifth prince was also called over. He did not understand what had happened for the time being. He only felt that the palace servants' expressions were strange, and the emperor's expression was even stranger. Father. He entered the imperial study and bowed. At this time, the three little kids had already carried the small buckets and were huffing and puffing outside the imperial study to paste the wall. Eunuch Wei was really worried that the little kids would paste the emperor into the wall. He hurriedly asked someone to bring the bricks over. Not the wall, but the bricks were not bad. The few of them squatted down and used small brushes to slowly paste the bricks. Little Jing Kong was the most serious, but because he was too young, he did not control his strength well enough, so he was the worst at it. The second best was Su Kanji. He was not very good at it. Qin Chiyu was the only one who was truly good at hiding behind walls. At first, Qin Chiyu played along with his two friends, but after a while he realized that he was the best at pasting and gradually found joy in pasting walls. I can be a painter in the future, Qin Chiyu said proudly. Little Jing Kong agreed wholeheartedly, that's right, you're the best. Su Kanji also nodded in agreement. Eunuch Wei's body trembled, and the horsetail whisk in his hand fell out of fright. Little ancestor, you're a prince. Is your dream to be a painter? Can't you be a little more mature? In the royal study, the fifth prince's shock was no less than Eunuch Wei's. However, his shock did not come from his brother, who was going to be a tile painter, but from the emperor's soul interrogation. The emperor recited a passage from Mencius. It is not that the city walls are not high, the pond is not deep, the military revolution is not firm, the rice grains are not plentiful, the land is not as good as the people. What's behind it? The fifth prince said, It's. Little Jing Kong shook his head and pasted bricks. As the saying goes, the people of the country don't use the boundary of the border. The country doesn't use the dangers of the mountains and rivers. The world doesn't use the advantages of the military revolution. A just cause enjoys much support, while an unjust cause enjoys little support. With little support, one's relatives will support him. With much support, the world will follow. With the world's support, one's relatives will support him. Therefore, if a gentleman does not fight, he will definitely win. The 4-year-old's voice was crisp and a little childish. The entire royal study fell silent. The emperor glared at the fifth prince and said, It's easy for a man to speak. The fifth prince couldn't answer. Little Jing Kong said, "You can't blame me." The emperor said, "I'm only concerned about the country." Little Jing Kong said, "You can't listen to me wholeheartedly." He wasn't competing with the fifth prince for an answer. He just heard it and said it out loud. Just like when he listened to music, he would hum the next line when he heard the first line. That was all. The emperor was furious. He pointed outside the window and said, "Listen, listen, listen. You're worse than a 4-year-old. Qin Chiu asked Little Jing Kong strangely, "What were you reciting just now?" Little Jing Kong spread his hands, "I don't know. I heard it from the big brothers in the Imperial College." The 4 books and 5 classics were compulsory for the imperial examinations. Students in the Imperial College often recited them, so Little Jing Kong memorized it after hearing it a lot. Qin Chiu said, "Why can't I remember it?" The emperor gave the fifth prince a few more arithmetic problems, but the fifth prince didn't know any of them. The emperor was furious. "Aren't these the problems you did before? You just changed the numbers." The fifth prince trembled in fear and didn't even dare to breathe loudly. It was basically confirmed that the fifth prince had faked his knowledge. If it wasn't for imperial concubine Shu making such a fuss, the emperor would not have suspected the fifth prince. If he dared to take credit for the fifth prince, then was his previous knowledge also adulterated? "Who did your homework in the past?" the emperor asked in a low voice. At first, the fifth prince wanted to clench his teeth, but he couldn't withstand his father's pressure. He stammered, "Cousin." The emperor was furious. It was Gu Jinyu again. The emperor was so angry that he laughed. He had been wondering where Gu Jinyu had learned her ability to claim credit for herself at the drop of a hat. Now, it seemed that she had been influenced by others since she was young. Her talents had been taken away by others, so she had taken other people's things. What was this called? A crooked stick will have a crooked shadow. The emperor suddenly felt terrible about the good things that concubine Shu had. But his son was his biological son, so he couldn't really leave him alone. After the third prince was conferred the title of Rui Wang, the eldest prince was also conferred the title of Prince Ning. The fourth prince and the fifth prince weren't young anymore. There were officials in the court who wrote that it was time for them to be conferred the title of prince. Just this morning he had already drafted the titles for his 2 sons. But now the emperor felt that it wasn't enough. Actually, the fourth prince's knowledge wasn't fake. The emperor was just hurt by the fifth prince, so he suddenly became suspicious of the fourth prince. Should he test the fourth prince's knowledge? Or even if he passed the test, should he test his character? The emperor thought about it 1,000 times, but in the end, he only said one thing. The matter of conferring the title of prince could be discussed later. Hence, the fourth prince who didn't do anything, was implicated and had no chance of being conferred the title of prince. The fourth prince was really annoyed. Who did he offend? Where could he go to reason with him? Little Jing Kong spent a beautiful afternoon in the palace. In order not to expose his identity, Qin Chiu didn't say that he was staying in the palace. He only said that he would go back with his father later. A child wouldn't be so suspicious. "Then see you tomorrow." Little Jing Kong said goodbye to Qin Chiu, got into the Su family's carriage with Su Tangtang and left the palace. When the Su family's carriage sent Little Jing Kong back to the medical center, it was already a little late. There weren't many patients in the medical center today, so Gu Jiao waited for Little Jing Kong in the lobby. Little Jing Kong was actually very tired. Su Tangtang had already fallen asleep on the bed. Little Jing Kong's eyelids were fighting, but he forced himself not to fall asleep. The carriage arrived at the medical center. Gu Jiao would take a look at every carriage that stopped in front of the medical center. This time was no exception. She saw that it was the Su family's carriage, so she got up and walked out. Little Jing Kong didn't jump down so she could guess what was going on. She got into the carriage and held Little Jing Kong in her arms. Little Jing Kong was pecking at the rice like a jiao jiao. As he pecked, he felt that his body was light. He looked at Gu Jiao in a daze and called out softly, "Jiao Jiao?" "Yes, it's me." Gu Jiao hugged him with one hand and held the back of his head with the other. Then she carried him out of the carriage. "Be careful." The coachman brought over a footstool. "Thank you." Gu Jiao thanked him and carried Little Jing Kong back to the medical center. Little Jing Kong lay in Gu Jiao's arms. His little head rested on her shoulder and he fell asleep. Gu Jiao freed one hand to take the small basket. A slender, jade-like hand reached out. "Let me do it." He put Gu Jiao's small medicine box into the basket, then carried the small basket on his back. He reached out to carry Little Jing Kong again. Little Jing Kong, however, seemed to have sensed something. He frowned and grabbed Gu Jiao's clothes tightly, refusing to let go. "It's okay. I'll carry him," Gu Jiao said to Xiao Lulang. Xiao Lulang said, "Okay." Gu Jiao asked strangely, "It's so late. Why are you here? The medical center isn't busy today." "I'm just passing by," Xiao Lulang said seriously. Gu Jiao said, "Oh. Is there anything else?" Xiao Lulang asked. "No. Let's go home," Gu Jiao said briskly. "Okay." Xiao Lulang responded, but soon felt that something was wrong. "Oh. Since when did he recognize that place as his home?" Gu Jiao stepped out of the door and found that Xiao Lulang didn't follow her. She looked back at him and asked, "Aren't you going home?" Xiao Lulang opened his mouth and said, "I'm going home." Xiao Lulang walked out with his crutch. Gu Jiao waited for him to come over, then walked side by side with him to Clearwater Alley. The street was noisy and people were coming and going. Xiao Lulang walked to the outside and blocked the pedestrians who might bump into him. As he walked, he silently looked at her beside him. When he first met her, she was just a silly girl. Now she was slim and elegant. Her face was still the same, but it was as if she had changed into another person. He had said that he would leave. However, she didn't know when it started. Perhaps it started from the moment she insisted that he go to Tianxiang Academy, or perhaps it was from the moment she wanted to send him to the county examinations regardless of everything. Step by step she had walked to this day. He couldn't do such a childish thing like asking for a gift again. He couldn't have a heart, he couldn't have a home, he couldn't have any more worries. Creak. Gu Jiao pushed open the door to the courtyard. Xiao Lulang said almost reflexively, "You're in the wrong place. This isn't our home." After saying this, he was stunned. Gu Jiao turned her head and smiled, "I know. I'm giving Master Zhao some cough medicine." Her smile was as clean as the snow at the peak of the heavenly mountain. Xiao Lulang was dazzled. The next day, the news of the emperor stripping Gu Jinyu of her title and position as princess spread through the streets and alleys. Everyone in the tea houses was discussing why Gu Jinyu had been severely punished by the emperor. "I heard that she broke the imperial jade seal. His Majesty punished her in a fit of anger." "That's not what I heard." "Then what is it?" "Do you know about the furnace accident at the Ministry of Works? That furnace was modified by her. It could only use 2 bellows, but she insisted on using 6. In the end, the furnace exploded. She modified it just because she said so. Didn't the officials at the Ministry of Works review it? So that's where the problem lies. She only provided the plan. It's up to the Ministry of Works whether to use it or not. The Ministry of Works Inspection Department is the main culprit. There's another reason why she was punished." All right. Don't keep us in suspense. Tell us. She didn't invent the bellows. It was another girl. The old blacksmith rushed over from the county and exposed her on the spot. There was such a thing? Otherwise, why would His Majesty punish her so severely? Isn't it because she committed the crime of deceiving the emperor? The noble daughter of a marquis actually falsely claiming someone else's credit. She's too shameless. Isn't that right? Shameless. This was a small tea house outside the capital. Even outside the city, the news had spread like wildfire. A well-built old man, who couldn't hide his dignity even though he was wearing plain clothes, frowned slightly. "Little brother, which marquis's daughter is this noble daughter of a marquis?" His voice was too dignified. The people who were in the middle of a heated discussion couldn't help but fall silent. They all looked towards him. His hair was already silver, but his figure was tall and sturdy. His appearance was dignified and his aura was strong. Not a single person present dared to underestimate him. It was a newborn calf that didn't fear the tiger that courageously said, "Marquis Ding An's manor." The dignified old man sternly said, "Are you certain that you didn't make a mistake?" The young boy trembled in fear from his aura. No mistake. It's Ding and Marquis's manor. It spread throughout the capital. If you don't believe me, go ask. Marquis Ding An's daughter invented the bellows and was conferred the title of Junju. She hadn't been free for a few days when the bellows had an accident. Many people were injured. The dignified old man's gaze turned cold. Chapter 216. The business of the medical center was only deserted for a day, but the next day there were more people. Fortunately, the patients who were treated here earlier were discharged from the hospital one after another. Jiang Shi was still being treated. He was the most serious patient in the accident. Just a few days ago he successfully passed the critical period. His current condition was good and new improvements could be seen every day. His voice was also gradually recovering, and he could occasionally speak a few words in a hoarse voice. Gu Jiao already learned that his name was Jiang Shi from Yushin County. He was 21 years old this year, and his younger sister Jiang Li was 8 years old this year. There was a famine in their village. Their parents and family members starved to death, leaving only him and his sister. The two of them were bought by a merchant and sold many times. In fact, it was better for both of them to be separated, but Jiang Shi didn't want to be separated from his sister. It was also a coincidence that the two of them were sold to the capital. He worked as an illegal worker for the Ministry of Works. The salary for working as an illegal worker was not much, but it was barely enough to give his sister a bite to eat. From Jiang Shi's mouth, Gu Jiao also learned that there were many illegal workers like him. It was lucky to be able to work as an illegal worker for the imperial court. Some people were not bought by the corrupt officials of the imperial court, but were sold to some black-hearted small workshops, which was really miserable. This kind of illegal worker didn't have a household registration or travel permit in the capital. Although the imperial court paid for their treatment and gave them a little salary, they all had to leave the capital after they recovered. Gu Jiao gave Jiang Shi today's infusion. Jiang Li was not in the ward, so she went to the lobby to help. The little girl was already familiar with the people in the medical center. She understood that the people here would not hurt her, so she gradually let down her guard. When there were many people, she would help. Today she was helping to pack the medicine. Her hands and feet were not very nimble, but she did it very carefully. While Gu Jiao was observing little Jiang Li, Dr. Song suddenly came over and said with a smile, "The little girl works very hard. She can recognize a lot of medicinal materials. She is much better than me." While they were talking, a carriage came outside the door. The 4 accompanying bodyguards were all riding tall horses. With one look, one could tell that the identity of the person in the carriage was not ordinary. As expected, the curtain of the carriage was lifted, and a noble and beautiful young madam walked out. Who else could it be but Consort Rui Wang? Ever since Consort Rui Wang met Gu Jiao on the stone arch bridge on the first day of the new year, she never appeared again. She got off the carriage with the help of 2 female officials. She waved her hand impatiently. "All right, don't help me. It's not like I don't have hands and feet." "But you must be careful," said Maid Su. Consort Rui Wang ignored her and walked into the hall. She saw Gu Jiao and smiled happily. "Miss Gu." Gu Jiao nodded slightly. Consort Rui Wang looked around and walked forward to hold Gu Jiao's hand. "Is it convenient for us to sit in your courtyard?" "Okay." Gu Jiao said to Dr. Song, "I'll leave this place to you." "Okay." Dr. Song responded and cupped his hands to Consort Rui Wang. The patients here did not know the identity of the other party, but he knew. Consort Rui Wang did not pay much attention to him and went to the courtyard with Gu Jiao. The two of them sat down. Gu Jiao poured her a cup of tea. Consort Rui Wang did not drink but said, "I'm sorry that I haven't come to see you for so long. I only found out that I was pregnant when I came back from the palace that day. The mamas did not let me go out and kept me locked up for 2 months." The mamas also followed Consort Yu's instructions. The fetus had to wait for 3 months before it could be announced to the public and be allowed to go out. "Congratulations," Gu Jiao said. Consort Rui Wang's face flashed with a touch of shyness. "His Highness and I have been married for a few years. This is my first child. Can you help me take a look at the pulse?" Gu Jiao took her pulse. "The pulse is very stable." Consort Rui Wang revealed a rare innocent smile. "The imperial physician also said so, but I was not at ease with what the imperial physician said. I am only at ease with what you said." She thought of something and said, "By the way, I haven't had the chance to thank you for what happened last time. If you didn't let me prepare in advance, I wouldn't have been able to save those people who fell into the lake." Gu Jiao said, "I just told you. They were saved because you believed me. The credit is yours, so there's no need to thank me." Consort Rui Wang opened her mouth. How was she supposed to respond to this? Gu Jiao asked calmly, "You came here today just to take the pulse and thank me?" Consort Rui Wang smiled embarrassedly. "Actually, there's something else. I want to ask you to make a house call. I know I'm being too abrupt and should have told you earlier. However, I only came to the palace today to pay my respects to His Majesty and the Empress. I just happened to hear the news. I don't feel at ease with other people seeing you." Gu Jiao was like this. She was amenable to coaxing but not coercion. If Consort Rui Wang used her power to pressure her, she would have refused. However, Consort Rui Wang looked at her with a pair of doe-like eyes. She sighed and agreed. You're the best. Consort Rui Wang brought Gu Jiao to her carriage. Gu Jiao's patient was an imperial concubine. This imperial concubine did not live in the palace. Instead, she lived in a nunnery near Puji Temple. She also had to cross the river. The cable bridge had been repaired. The only way for the carriage to pass was through the stone arch bridge. The carriage stopped outside the nunnery. The two got off the carriage. Consort Rui Wang had the maid wait outside while she brought Gu Jiao into the nunnery. This nunnery was not big and there were not many nuns. They only saw 2 nuns in total. Is the imperial concubine here? Consort Rui Wang asked. Yes. Princess, this way please. A young nun brought Consort Rui Wang and Gu Jiao to a meditation room in the backyard. There was a suppressed cough coming from the meditation room. Consort Rui Wang's heart tightened. She lifted her skirt and walked over. Imperial concubine, are you all right? In front of the bed, an old mama bowed to Consort Rui Wang. Princess. Consort Rui Wang sat down by the bed and held the coughing person's skinny hand. How did you get so sick? Cough cough. What are you doing here? I'm fine. It's an old illness, cough cough. She coughed violently. Gu Jiao walked in with a small basket on her back. Her gaze fell on the other party. It was an old woman who was cultivating with hair. She was about the same age as her grandaunt. Her elegant face showed her beauty when she was young. This is... The other party looked at Gu Jiao. Imperial concubine, this is my friend. Her surname is Gu, and she's very skilled in medicine. She's here to treat you. Consort Rui Wang said and looked at Gu Jiao. Miss Gu, this is Consort Jing. Gu Jiao nodded. She did not have the habit of bowing to others. Consort Jing was a nun, so she did not care about this. She covered her face and coughed twice. Then she said to Gu Jiao, since you're Chan Chan's friend, you don't have to be so formal. I'm not an imperial concubine anymore. You can just call me Abbess Jing. Gu Jiao took the old concubine's pulse and checked her body. Abbess, did you have asthma before? Grand concubine Jing was quite surprised that such a young girl could diagnose her asthma so quickly. But at her age, she wouldn't be surprised by such a thing. She said, I had it before. It's an old illness and it's the worst in spring. Can it be cured? Consort Rui Wang looked at Gu Jiao. It's hard to cure, but it can be controlled. Gu Jiao opened the medicine box and took out some asthma medicine and spray for the old concubine. She told her how to use them and some taboos in daily life. The old concubine thanked Gu Jiao. Consort Rui Wang and the old concubine talked for a while, and only left reluctantly when the old concubine felt sleepy. After getting into the carriage, Consort Rui Wang sighed. The old concubine is too pitiful. What's more, the old concubine was admired by the emperor. The emperor's birth mother came from a humble background. She was only a palace maid and had no right to raise a prince. The emperor was adopted by the old concubine as soon as he was born. At that time, the old concubine was only concubine Jing. She was promoted to consort Jing after giving birth to a little princess a few years later. Consort Jing was a gentle and magnanimous woman. She never fought for favor in the imperial harem, nor did she stir up trouble. Perhaps it was because of her temperament that Empress Dowager Zhuang liked her. She gave up so many princes and made her adopted son the emperor instead. However, she did make a sacrifice. Since the emperor was adopted by her, he was her son. When the emperor ascended the throne, she should be made Empress Dowager as well. But how could Empress Dowager Zhuang allow a second Empress Dowager to appear in the palace? That was why Consort Jing missed the late emperor and was willing to cultivate with her hair on, chanting scriptures for the late emperor every day. However, there's another saying among the people. Consort Rui Wang didn't treat Gu Jiao as an outsider. She didn't have any sisters of her own and Gu Jiao was the first. She said, the old concubine has a sweetheart. She didn't want to be Empress Dowager and asked to be a nun. She hadn't even said this to her sister, Du Xiaoyun. Of course, the main reason was that Du Xiaoyun was a blabbermouth. Moreover, she was a blabbermouth that was biased toward the crown princess. Chapter 217. Novels with content that can't be found on the internet are available here. Before Consort Rui Wang got married, she also had many friends. However, after she got married, they became estranged. After she became the princess, those people no longer treated her as an ordinary friend. Miss Gu was so nice. They didn't treat her with fear and alienation just because she was the princess. In fact, she didn't understand how Gu Jiao did it. It seemed that she was always calm and nothing could make her have a big reaction. It was comfortable to get along with such a person. Consort Rui Wang sent the patient back to the medical center and paid the consultation fee before leaving. In the afternoon, the medical center received another visit. It was a patient who had been treated here before. He had been stitched up and it was time to remove the stitches. Dr. Song and the others were busy. Gu Jiao asked for the address and got on the medical center's carriage to go there. The patient's waist and abdomen were cut by the fragments of the furnace. He had more than 20 stitches. The initial recovery was good. However, he accidentally fell down when he got out of bed to go to the toilet and tore another part of the wound. This time the recovery was good. Gu Jiao removed the stitches for him. "Do I need to take any medicine or apply any medicine?" the patient asked. Gu Jiao shook her head. "No, it's fine. The diet is light." The patient thanked her excitedly. "Thank you, Miss Gu." This patient was a regular craftsman invited by the Ministry of Works. He was a local in the capital. After he recovered, he could return to the Ministry of Works. Gu Jiao thought of Jiang Shi and little Jiang Li who were homeless in the medical center. However, she didn't think for too long. Gu Jiao got on the carriage. Xiao Sanzi drove the carriage and suddenly said, "Miss Gu, it's so lively over there." Gu Jiao was a very cold person, but she also liked to be lively. This was a very contradictory trait. She lifted the curtain and took a look. She seemed to understand why it was so lively. "It's the Qingfeng gang." "Ah, is that the Cool Breeze gang?" Although Xiao Sanzi had heard of it many times, he had never been inside, so he was a little expectant. The Cool Breeze restaurant was one of the most elegant restaurants in the capital. It had all kinds of food, drink, and entertainment. It also often opened some very novel gambling games. "Let's go take a look," Gu Jiao said. Xiao Sanzi was overjoyed. "Okay." The two went to the Cool Breeze Inn. The reason why it was so lively today was because of Xiao Lulang. It turned out that the Cool Breeze gang had set up a new gambling house. This time they didn't bet on who was first or second, but on who was the great three masters. This was very exciting. After sharing the first place with Commandery Prince In, who still had a third candidate in mind. However, there couldn't possibly be two of the great three masters. The Cool Breeze gang had said that if there were two of them, they would pay double. Of course, it was impossible for there to be two of them. This was not a baseless guess. Someone had gone to the palace to ask around. The emperor would not allow there to be two of them. So the question was, who should they bet on? Of course it's Commandery Prince In. Do you still need to ask? A scholar in his 30s said, "Commandery Prince In has been first in every imperial examination. If he can get first place in the palace examination, he will be the great three masters." Xiao Lulang came from a small county. The difficulty of the imperial examination is not comparable to the imperial examination in the capital. Moreover, his performance is not stable. I heard that he didn't do well in the college examination. He didn't even get the lesser three masters. Do you still dare to bet on him? Everyone felt that it made sense. Although he was considered to be the best in the county, what was he in the capital? Don't look at how he shared the first place with Commandery Prince In. It was just a fluke. The cabinet ministers must have sympathized with him because he came from a poor background and was able to write good essays. Otherwise, what would happen? Would he be able to compete with Commandery Prince In? Crazy. In the end, most of the people bet on Commandery Prince In. Only a few adventurers gritted their teeth and bet on Xiao Lulang. In order to attract more desperate gamblers, Qingfeng gang did not hesitate to hang the greater three masters list in the most prominent position in the main hall. Commandery Prince N's name was first on the right side. Xiao Lulang was second. But the two people's bets were as different as heaven and earth. Commandery Prince N's name was filled with gold ingots. Xiao Yolang's name only had a single silver ingot. A gold ingot represented 1,000 taels. A silver ingot represented 100 taels. Gu Jiao sold the emperor a second-hand brush for 8,000 taels. She used 3,000 taels to go to the Zhouzhuan Medical Center and the new pharmaceutical factory. She still had 5,000 taels left. She did not have the banknotes with her, but she had the bank's cards. She walked into the main hall. "I want to bet." On the other side, Commandery Prince In was also betting in the side room of Qingfeng gang. He did not reveal his identity. But he had a noble aura, so the shopkeeper did not dare to neglect him. The shopkeeper politely asked, "Young master, are you betting on the greater three masters list? You can bet on Commandery Prince In. He will definitely win." Commandery Prince In was not interested in betting on himself. He tapped the table lightly with his finger. I heard that you have the flower hairpin roll here. Yes, we do. The shopkeeper was surprised. He did not expect him to ask about the flower hairpin roll. Recently, because of Gu Jinyu, the flower hairpin roll was also affected. Some people suspected that Qing Feng Gang did not check the background of the people on the roll and caused them to lose money blindly. Actually, the results were not out yet. But everyone thought that Gu Jinyu had no chance. Those who bet on her regretted it so much that their intestines turned green. Now, Zhuang Yueshi was far ahead of the other competitors on the flower hairpin roll. The shopkeeper thought that he had also bet on Zhuang Yueshi. Commandery Princeton took out a thick stack of banknotes and placed it on the table. He said lightly, all on eldest Miss Gu. The shopkeeper was dumbfounded. Commandery Princeton placed his bet on Gu Jiao. When he went downstairs, he saw Gu Jiao holding her cards and placing her bet on the big 3 yuan. 5,000 taels, Xiao Lulang. Commandery Princeton, who was shot in the heart. After placing her bet on her husband, Gu Jiao saw a string of shiny gold ingots under her husband's name. She left with satisfaction. Just as she was about to step into the carriage, she heard a gentle voice behind her. What a coincidence, Miss Gu. Gu Jiao turned around. Seeing that it was Commandery Princeton, she asked calmly, What's the matter? Commandery Princeton thought of her bet just now and did not know whether to laugh or cry. Miss Gu, do you have so little confidence in me? Gu Jiao was confused. What did you say? Place your bet. Commandery Princeton pointed at the big 3 yuan list in the hall. Oh. Gu Jiao thought for a while and said, If you have confidence in yourself, you can place your bet. I have already placed all my money. Commandery Princeton. That's not what I meant. Forget it, I don't know what I mean either. If there's nothing else, I'll leave first. Goodbye. Gu Jiao turned around and was about to get into the carriage. Wait. Commandery Princeton stopped her. Gu Jiao turned around and stared at him. Commandery Princeton, can't I look for you if there's nothing else? Gu Jiao, no. Commandery Princeton took a deep breath. To treat my illness. Wu Yang, who was not far away, gasped. My lord, didn't you say that you don't trust her? You slapped yourself in the face so quickly? Gu Jiao said calmly, Come to the medical center. Commandery Princeton smiled gently, Okay. The two of them sat in their own carriages and returned to the medical center. When Gu Jiao brought Commandery Princeton into the medical center, the second boss and shopkeeper Wang, who were checking the accounts at the counter, were stunned. What was going on? Who was this wild man? Did Jiao Jiao cheat on their family? Other than Gu Changqing, Gu Jiao had never appeared with another man other than Xiao Lulang. However, Gu Changqing was her biological brother and this man was not. Gu Jiao walked in front. She might not have noticed it herself, but the way he looked at her was different from how he looked at others. It was a look that only men understood. As if he noticed the two of them sizing him up, Commandery Princeton said politely without losing his status, I'm here to see a doctor. The second boss was stunned. I'll see a doctor. Are you looking for Xiao Gu? Xiao Gu? Commandery Princeton's lips curled up and he could not hide the smile in his eyes. Yes, I'm looking for Xiao Gu. The second boss realized that he had said something wrong. He and Xiao Gu were close friends, so he could call her Xiao Gu. Why did you, a patient who came from nowhere, also call her Xiao Gu? The second boss was not convinced. Commandery Princeton put a silver ingot on the counter. The consultation fee. The second boss, please come in. Shopkeeper Wang, I despise you. Commandery Princeton followed Gu Jiao into the consultation room. Gu Jiao noticed his night blindness the first time she saw him. However, she still asked him formally, have a seat. Where do you feel uncomfortable? Commandery Princeton sat down. My eyes. Gu Jiao looked at him and signaled him to continue. Commandery Princeton hesitated and finally told the truth. I can't see at night. Gu Jiao asked again, other than not being able to see, do you feel any other discomfort? No. Commandery Princeton shook his head. How long have you been in this condition? Gu Jiao asked. Commandery Princeton thought for a while. It slowly appeared the second year after I went to Qin State. The doctor saw me and said that I should have been poisoned. However, he never found out what kind of poison it was. This has nothing to do with poisoning. Gu Jiao asked about his vision again. Commandery Princeton said, it's too far. I can't see clearly. Gu Jiao pointed at the words on the wall. What about this? Commandery Princeton shook his head. He was also nearsighted. Gu Jiao made a judgment in her heart. Gu Jiao opened the small medicine box and took out a small flashlight that was smaller than her palm. She needed a slit lamp to check the fundus of his eyes. Unfortunately, the small medicine box couldn't take out such a large device for the time being. She could only use her eyes to check. Gu Jiao was a doctor. When she treated people, she didn't care about gender. She stood up and stood in front of Commander Prince and she bent down slightly. It might be a little bright later. Don't move. Okay. Commander Prince agreed. He was much more obedient than Lu Yixing. He did whatever the doctor asked him to do. If the doctor didn't ask him to move, he would definitely not move. Gu Jiao liked patients who cooperated. Gu Jiao opened his eyelids with one hand and used the small flashlight to check his eyes. Commander Prince didn't know what she was holding in her hand. He only felt that it was very bright and he couldn't see anything. The tip of his nose was filled with her fragrance. Okay. Gu Jiao finished checking his eyes and took back the flashlight. She sat back on her chair and asked him about his eating habits before and after he went to Qin State. She found that he was very careful in Qin State and didn't dare to eat many things. This caused problems with his intake of nutrients. This kind of night blindness was easy to cure. It was also possible to recover his eyesight. Gu Jiao took out a bottle of fish liver oil from the small medicine box. She used a small porcelain bottle to fill it and handed it to him, once a day, 1 pill each time. Is it really not poisoning? Commander Prince took the small porcelain bottle and asked in disbelief. It was not strange that he was so careful. When he was 8 years old, he was sent to Qin State as a hostage. Many people wanted him to die. It was not the first time he was poisoned. It's not poisoning. Gu Jiao confirmed. Commander Prince suddenly realized that it was not poisoning. He was wondering why they couldn't find the murderer. They even killed 2 hostages by mistake. Today the Imperial College was dismissed early. Little Jing Kong was taken away by Lu Quan again. At night, the old chancellor was going to teach little Jing Kong a foreign language. Xiao Lulang went to the clinic. When he went in, he faintly felt that there was something wrong with the way everyone looked at him, especially the second boss and shopkeeper Wang. Their eyes were full of sympathy and awkwardness. They didn't dare to look at him. Xiao Lulang was used to all kinds of gazes after his leg injury. He didn't mind it and walked towards Gu Jiao's courtyard. The second boss whispered, "Do you think we should tell her that little Gu is in the clinic?" Shopkeeper Wang, that's not the main point, right? The main point was that they had been in there for a long time and hadn't come out yet. Was Miss Gu taking so long to see a doctor? Of course, it wasn't to the extent of saying that they were doing something shameful. Gu Jiao had her own courtyard. If they really wanted to do something, they should go to the small courtyard. However, it was rare to see her treating a patient for so long. Not to mention that the man didn't look sick at all. Moreover, he was too good looking. The second boss thought, I know little Gu the best. She must have been tempted by him again, just like how she treated Xiao Lulang in the past. When Xiao Lulang was unconscious, little Gu had been drooling over him in the side room for a long time. Humph, don't think he didn't know. To get to the small courtyard, he had to pass by the clinic. Just as Xiao Lulang reached the door of the consultation room, he saw the door open from the inside. It was Royal Prince and Xiao Lulang stopped in his tracks. Coincidentally, at this moment the medicine box fell from the table. Gu Jiao reached out to grab the medicine box, but her waist almost hit the table. Royal Prince strode forward and reached out to block her soft waist in the sharp corner of the table. He didn't actually touch her. Gu Jiao dodged. She wasn't that careless. However, from Xiao Yolang's point of view, it looked like his hand had supported her waist. Xiao Yolang's eyes darkened. Chapter 218. Oh, you're here. When Gu Jiao stood up, she saw Xiao Lulang. She walked towards him with the medicine box and didn't spare any extra attention to Royal Prince and laughed at himself as he looked at the extra hand he had stretched out. He knew she would be able to avoid it. But still, school ended early today, so I came to take a look. Xiao Lulang paused and said, Lu Quan took Jing Kong back. This was a tacit understanding between people who lived together day and night. She didn't need to ask, but he already knew what she would ask. Gu Jiao smiled, I don't have anything to do here. I can go back after packing up. Xiao Lulang, how is Jiangshi? Gu Jiao, he's recovering well. Xiao Lulang, I saw little Jiangli just now. She's helping to get medicine. She's quite smart. A certain someone talked too much today. Gu Jiao didn't think too much about it and went back to the courtyard to pack up. Royal Prince looked at Xiao Lulang with a smile. His eyes were full of affirmation and support. You did well in the general examination. The court examination is as difficult as the general examination. Well, I'll think of a way to send your exam paper to His Majesty. All tribute scholars were qualified to participate in the court examination. There were a total of 210 people, but less than 30 exam papers were presented to the emperor. It seemed that the power of the court examination was in the emperor's hands, but in reality, the first step was still controlled by the cabinet. For the examinees, it wasn't enough to just be capable. They had to have a strong background. Otherwise, the exam paper wouldn't reach the emperor's hands. The Grand Secretary of the cabinet was surnamed Yuan, but he was old. Most of the power in the cabinet was now in the hands of Grand Tutor Zhuang. The reason why Commandery Prince and extended an olive branch to Xiao Lulang was because he had his eyes on Xiao Lulang from the beginning. Secondly, he was confident that even if he sent Xiao Lulang's exam paper to the emperor, he would still be the top scorer. As for whether there was a third reason, such as showing off his status and superiority in front of Gu Jiao, no one knew. Gu Jiao walked over with a small basket on her back. "What are you talking about?" "Nothing." Xiao Lulang glanced at Royal Prince and expressionlessly, not showing any gratitude. He turned to Gu Jiao and said, "Let's go." Gu Jiao nodded and left the clinic with him. In the evening, Feng Lin came over. He came alone without Lin Xingye. Ever since he and Lin Xingye started living together, Feng Lin rarely went out alone. Today it was because Steward Zhou had arranged a blind date for Lin Xingye. Feng Lin came to talk to Xiao Lulang about his parents' case in Song County. There had been progress in the case. After Elder Feng's student received Xiao Liulang's letter, he immediately asked for the case of Feng Lin's parents and personally interrogated Feng Lin's relatives. When had the relatives in the countryside ever seen such a powerful official? In their hearts, the county magistrate was the sky. However, even the county magistrate could only stand on the side and pour tea for the other party. Without much effort, Feng Lin's relatives confessed. This matter had nothing to do with Feng Lin's parents. The two elders' innocence was cleared and Feng Lin's innocence was cleared. "Lulang, did you hear me?" In the study, Feng Lin waved his hand in front of Xiao Liulang's face. "Yes, I heard you." Xiao Lulang said absent-mindedly. "Why do I feel like you're not in the right state?" Feng Lin still had to rush back to study and prepare for the court examination next month, so he didn't stay for too long. When he left the courtyard, he met the old chancellor coming from next door. He thought for a moment and told Liulang's son-in-law that something was wrong with Lulang. "I don't know what's wrong with him. I've been reunited with him for so long, but I've never seen him like this." The old chancellor went to Xiao Liulang's study. "You're here." Xiao Lulang greeted, but he was not in a good mood. The old chancellor sat down across from him at the desk, then looked at him deeply and asked, "Is there something bothering you?" "No." Xiao Lulang denied. The old chancellor asked, "Is it Marquis Xiao?" Xiao Lulang, "No." The old chancellor, "The court examination?" Xiao Lulang, "No." The old chancellor pondered for a moment. "Jiao Jiao?" Xiao Lulang. Xiao Lulang changed the topic. "Aren't you tutoring little Jing Kong? How's his learning going?" Hey, you're changing the topic. When did you and that little monk get along so well?" The old chancellor didn't give up so easily, or else he wouldn't have insisted on moving here. His Aheng was no longer the carefree Aheng of the past. He locked himself up and didn't want to let himself go out. The old chancellor said earnestly, "I've always wanted to ask you, what are your plans between you and Jiao Jiao? When you fainted on the side of the road and were picked up by Jiao Jiao, it was the Gu family who forced you to marry her. Although you're husband and wife, you're not husband and wife." Xiao Lulang didn't say anything. The old chancellor continued, "You didn't leave her in the past because you were worried that she had nowhere to go. Now that this worry is gone, what are you still thinking about?" Xiao Lulang said, "I'm not thinking about anything." The old chancellor said again, "Then let me ask you again, why did you come to the capital? You don't want to come back to this place for the rest of your life, right?" Xiao Lulang opened his mouth. The old chancellor didn't give him a chance to answer. "Don't tell me that Jiao Jiao forced you to come. Did she put a knife on your neck?" Xiao Lulang lowered his eyes. "No." The old chancellor sighed. "Such a good girl, if you miss her, she won't be there anymore. If you don't cherish her, there will be others who will cherish her for you. I think Feng Lin is not bad and Lin Xingye is also honest." Xiao Liulang's face turned black. "Teacher?" The old chancellor laughed. All right, I'm just kidding. They don't have that kind of interest in Jiao Jiao, but there's no guarantee that others will." This was the truth. Jiao Jiao was so outstanding, there would always be someone who would find her good and fancy her. My silly disciple is smart about everything, but this is the only area where she doesn't understand. After the old chancellor left, Xiao Lulang stayed in the study room for a long time until the sky was completely dark. Only then did he stand up and walk out. Gu Jiao was tidying up the courtyard. When he saw that there was no firewood in the woodshed, he picked up the axe to chop the firewood. Gu Jiao hurriedly walked over and took the axe from his hand. "No need, let me do it." She was very insistent. Xiao Lulang went to the well to fetch water again, but she stopped him. Xiao Yolang's gaze landed on her hand that was carrying the water bucket. Her hand was slender, but it wasn't as delicate as a lady's. There were thin calluses on her palm, and there were knife marks on the web between her thumb and index finger. All the hardships she had suffered were on these hands. Xiao Lulang suddenly felt upset. "What's wrong with you?" Gu Jiao asked him. "Jiao Jiao Jiao Jiao." Little Jing Kong ran over with a piece of homework in his hand. "Granduncle gave me a question, I finished it." Gu Jiao took it and looked at it. Although she couldn't understand it, the words were better than before. "Great," Gu Jiao praised. Little Jing Kong didn't leave with his hands behind his back. "What's wrong?" Gu Jiao asked. Little Jing Kong said cutely, "I want to eat sugar-coated haws." Gu Jiao nodded. "Okay, I'll go buy it for you." Xiao Lulang said, "I'm going to buy something too." Gu Jiao smiled, "Then let's go together." Little Jing Kong jumped, "I want to go too." Gu Jiao said softly, "Go to bed early, you still have to go to school tomorrow. I'll save the sugar-coated haws for you tomorrow morning." Little Jing Kong. Okay. It was so troublesome to be a kid, it felt so much better. Gu Jiao and Xiao Lulang went out. "What do you want to buy?" Gu Jiao asked on the way. Books," Xiao Lulang said. Gu Jiao thought for a while. "It's not far, we'll pass by the study when we buy the sugar-coated haws." Xiao Lulang, "Okay." The night in March was not that cold, but the cold wind still felt a little chilly. Xiao Lulang glanced at Gu Jiao discreetly. She didn't seem cold. The two soon arrived at the entrance of the study. Gu Jiao said regretfully, "It's closed, what books do you want to buy? I'll buy them for you tomorrow." Xiao Lulang said casually, "It's not urgent, I'll buy them after school tomorrow." Okay. The two continued to walk forward. They didn't know why they were so lucky today. The study was closed and the sugar-coated haw stall was also closed. Gu Jiao's face was full of bitterness and hatred. Xiao Lulang looked at the street opposite the alley. He also likes to eat fried fruits, they sell them over there. Gu Jiao had eaten fried fruits in her previous life, but it was fried flour and somewhat like fried dough sticks. The fried fruits in the capital were mixed with glutinous rice and stuffing. Not only little Jing Kong liked it, Gu Yan and Gu Xiaoshan also liked it. But Gu Yan couldn't eat it. Gu Jiao decided to buy some fried fruits. Gu Jiao was the only one who felt that they were unlucky tonight, but Xiao Liulang's face darkened when he saw the fried fruits stall. The capital was so big, why was he everywhere? The fried fruits stall had 2 tables, and Zhuang Yueshi and Princeton were sitting at one of the tables. Princeton also saw Xiao Lulang and Gu Jiao. He smiled warmly at them. "What a coincidence, you're also here to eat the food? His food has been cooked for many years and it tastes good. You're from other places so you haven't eaten it, right?" Xiao Lulang thought, "I've been eating it since I was young." Xiao Liulang's mood suddenly became irritable. The women's school was next to the medical center. Zhuang Yueshi had seen Gu Jiao before, so she knew that Gu Jiao was probably the female doctor of the Miracle Hands Hall. But they didn't pretend. She asked Princeton, "Brother, do you know her?" Princeton introduced, "Miss Gu is my classmate." Strictly speaking, the introduction of the couple should be my classmate and his wife. But Commandery Princeton automatically ignored something. Hearing that it was her brother's classmate, Zhuang Yueshi's expression cleared up. Soon she asked again, "Which Miss Gu?" Prince Anne's gaze fell on Gu Jiao, Ding, and Marquis Fu's daughter. Ding and Marquis Fu only had 2 daughters, one was Gu Jinyu, and the other was the real daughter who grew up in the countryside. Was it this girl in front of them? She really looked. Zhuang Yueshi saw the red birthmark on Gu Jiao's left cheek and swallowed her question. She wasn't as arrogant as Zhuang Mengdai. Since her brother admitted that they were classmates, then she would treat them with respect. "Come and sit, we still have to wait for a long time," Princeton said to the two. There was another table but it was full. There was only an empty seat beside them. The two walked over and sat down. Gu Jiao sat next to Zhuang Yueshi while Xiao Lulang sat next to Princeton. But this seat made Princeton and Gu Jiao face each other. while Zhuang Yueshi and Xiao Lulang face each other. Zhuang Yueshi only had her brother in her eyes, so she didn't stare at Xiao Lulang. But Prince An kept staring at Gu Jiao. Xiao Lulang frowned. What was wrong with him? Why did he come to buy fried fruits? There were many people buying fried fruits, so they waited for 15 minutes before it was their turn. During this time, Prince An and Zhuang Yueshi's fried fruits were ready, but Prince An gave it to someone else. Xiao Yulong's face darkened. Prince An exchanged a few words with the two, mostly asking questions like, "Why did you come out to eat so late? How did you come here? Is it far? Do you need me to send you back?" Zhuang Yueshi didn't notice her brother's special treatment of Gu Jiao and thought her brother was caring for his classmate. But Xiao Lulang knew that he wasn't that close to Prince An. After a while, Prince An talked about an astronomy book he read in Qin country. Gu Jiao was interested. When she was interested, her eyes would brighten and shine like stars. Xiao Lulang felt suffocated. Their fried fruits were ready, so Prince An paid for them. "No need." Xiao Lulang put the copper coins on the table coldly. "We'll buy it ourselves." Prince An spread his hands and smiled. Xiao Lulang and Gu Jiao left. Prince An and Zhuang Yueshi also planned to get on the carriage and return home. At this moment, a dragon and lion dance troupe suddenly appeared on the street. It was a courtesan from a brothel. The entire Chang'an Avenue was in an uproar. The crowd swarmed over and was about to drown them. Gu Jiao grabbed Xiao Yulong's wrist and dragged him through the crowd. Gu Jiao didn't stop until they entered Jade Water Alley. Then she heard a low laugh. Gu Jiao's body stiffened and she turned around. She saw that the person she was dragging wasn't Xiao Lulang but Prince An. Gu Jiao. On the other side, Xiao Yulong's handsome face turned cold. That girl actually ran away with another man right in front of him? Chapter 219. The novel will be updated faster. All the novels that can't be found on the internet will be available here. This was the first time something like this had happened since the beginning of time. Even Zhuang Yueshi was stunned. What was going on? Why did her brother leave her behind and run away with another woman? That woman even had a family. In the alley, Gu Jiao looked at Prince An gloomily. "You did it on purpose? You even imitated his walk." Prince An laughed. "Yes, I did it on purpose." The moment he was caught, he knew she had made a mistake. She didn't walk too fast, but she carefully blocked the crowd for him. She rushed in front of him. But he didn't stop her and even lied to her. He wanted to walk further away before he exposed himself, but he couldn't hold it in anymore. Gu Jiao's face turned black. Prince An said, "I'm your patient and you're my doctor. You can't hit me." Gu Jiao clenched her fists and controlled her temper. She ignored him and walked away. Commandery Prince An followed behind. The courtesan parade had passed, and the street had returned to its original tranquility. The two of them appeared one after another. Zhuang Yueshi lifted her dress and ran over impatiently. She held his arm and said, "Brother, what happened just now?" "Nothing, get in the carriage," Prince An said to her. But Zhuang Yueshi wanted to ask for an explanation on the spot, but Prince An raised his hand and touched her head gently. Zhuang Yueshi's heart melted. She held her brother's hand and got into the carriage. Before they left, Prince An smiled at Gu Jiao and Xiao Lulang. "Miss Gu, see you another day." Gu Jiao, Xiao Lulang. The carriage left and only Xiao Lulang and Gu Jiao were left in the empty street corner. The atmosphere was very awkward. Gu Jiao thought for a while and said, "Would you believe me if I said I caught the wrong person?" Xiao Lulang, "Ha. Your husband is very angry. The kind that can't be appeased." On the way back no one spoke. Gu Jiao mainly reflected on herself. She caught the wrong person and made her husband wait for her in the cold wind for so long. Xiao Lulang was angry. The more she didn't speak, the angrier he got. He couldn't tell what he was angry about. Finally, when he stepped over the threshold, he said, "What did he mean by see you another day?" "Oh," Gu Jiao replied. "He's a patient from the clinic. He'll be coming for a follow-up examination in a few days." There was actually a layer of doctor-patient relationship in it. Xiao Lulang clenched his fist and asked in a normal tone, "What illness does he have?" Gu Jiao said, "This is the patient's privacy. I can't tell you." Very well, they had their own secret. Jiao Jiao, little Jing Kong poked his head out from the door of the west room. Gu Jiao didn't have time to gossip about Royal Prince An with Xiao Lulang. It was already time, but little Jing Kong was still awake. It was obvious that he had crawled out of bed. Gu Jiao walked over and picked up the little guy. She put the fried fruit on the table and held his cold feet. She stuffed him into the quilt. Why aren't you sleeping? Little Jing Kong was tightly wrapped up. He didn't move at all, like a well-behaved silkworm. Jiao Jiao. Gu Jiao said, I didn't buy candied haws, only fried fruit. Do you want to try one? Yes. Little Jing Kong nodded obediently. Gu Jiao took a fried fruit and fed it to him. He ate it until his mouth was covered with oil. He was so satisfied that he narrowed his eyes. I want more, he said. You can't eat any more. Gu Jiao poured him a cup of hot water to rinse his mouth. Go to sleep. You can eat tomorrow. Little Jing Kong was an obedient child. Soon he closed his eyes and fell asleep. After washing up, Xiao Lulang lay down beside the little fellow, tossing and turning restlessly. When he finally fell asleep, he had another dream. The dream was a hasty and messy one. When he finally managed to break free from the enormous shackles and opened his eyes, he found that he had returned to the Marquis estate. He was lying on a strange yet familiar bed, and in front of him was a strange yet familiar scene. There were servants standing in the room, but he had not seen them for so long that he could not remember their names. Wearing a yellow dress, Princess Xenyang walked in with a gentle expression. Ahing, you've woken up. He stared at Princess Xinyang in a daze. Princess Xinyang sat down by his bedside and raised her hand to touch his forehead. What's wrong? Why are you looking at mother like that? Don't you recognize your mother? She was so anxious that she rushed outside and shouted, Imperial physician. Quickly call for an imperial physician. The imperial physician came and checked his pulse and body. He said to Princess Xinyang, replying to your highness, the young marquis is fine. He should have been frightened, which is why he's like this. Princess Xinyang's eyes were filled with worry. Ahing, are you all right? Don't scare me. I already told you not to go to the court exam. What's so good about the court exam? If you want to become an official, mother will help you. You don't need to take the imperial exam. Court exam? He stared blankly at the room full of people. I've already passed the court exam? Princess Xinyang said, you passed. You had a conflict with someone during the court exam and accidentally fell. You've already been unconscious for many days. Without the fire from 4 years ago, he had grown up safely until now. Where's Jiao Jiao? He asked. Who's Jiao Jiao? Princess Xinyang asked, you're already married to Lin Lang. Don't fall in love with some other girl outside. Lin Lang will be sad. Jiao Jiao. He lifted the blankets and got out of bed. My legs. He looked at his legs in disbelief. He could walk without any injuries. That's right, there was no fire. Naturally, he did not wander among the people. He was not injured. Princess Xinyang shouted, put on some clothes. It's cold outside. He quickly went to buy Shui Lane. He arrived at his and Gu Jiao's home, but when he pushed open the door, it was empty. There was nothing inside. His heart sank. He knocked on the old chancellor's door. The one who opened the door was not the old chancellor. Instead, it was an unfamiliar man. He then went to Uncle Zhao's home. Uncle Zhao, it's me, Lu Lang. Uncle Zhao and Aunt Zhao looked at him with confusion. Who are you? He then went to the house next door. Aunt Zhang, it's me. I'm Lu Lang. Aunt Zhang's face was filled with confusion. He had never been here before. Nobody recognized him. He only felt his entire body turn cold. He remembered the medical clinic and hurriedly rushed over. The Miracle Hand Hall was still there, but the people in the Miracle Hand Hall did not recognize him. Finally, he saw that familiar little figure in the main hall. He quickly walked towards her. Just as he was about to call her Jiao Jiao, she looked at him with an extremely strange gaze and said to the doctor beside her, there's a patient. Take care of him. She walked past him and did not turn her head back once. An indescribable feeling of suffocation suddenly surged from the bottom of his heart, as if something was strangling his heart. This feeling was really uncomfortable. He forced himself to wake up. Then he realized that it was a dream. He did not return to the Marquis's mansion. He was still at home in Bai Shui Lane. Beside him was the little Jing Kong who was snoring. The little Jing Kong was lying on his back with one of his little feet on his chest. No wonder he felt so uncomfortable in his dream. Was it because this little thing used its foot to press down on him? Xiao Lulang removed the little thing's foot. In the latter half of the night, he did not fall asleep again. As soon as he closed his eyes, he felt as if his heart was being strangled, just like when Gu Jiao did not recognize him anymore. This feeling was strange and uncontrollable. He could not suppress it even if he wanted to. The next day when Gu Jiao woke up early, Xiao Lulang was already gone. Little Jing Kong was sleeping soundly. He did not know when his bad brother-in-law left. Lu Quan heard the noise and came over to knock on the courtyard door. "Jiao Nyang, it's me." Gu Jiao opened the door for him. "Uncle Lu, it's so early." Lu Quan smiled and said, "Lulang came to find me. He said that he had something to do and went out first. I'll send Gu Yen and the others to school in a while. I've also made breakfast. I'll bring it over now." Oh, he was gone. His family had arranged it clearly. Gu Jiao did not think much of it. "Thank you." In fact, she could send them, but Lu Quan would drive. The three little men could take the carriage to school. After they went to school, Gu Jiao went to the medical center. Today, another 2 critically ill patients were discharged. It was a joyous day. Then she did not see Xiao Lulang early in the morning. She felt that something was missing. On the other side, Marquis Gu also planned to go out. Ever since Yao Shi moved to Jade Water Lane, she was not willing to move back. With Gu Jiao blocking her, he could not beat her in a fight or steal her away. Yao Shi had listened to him in the past, but ever since she had Gu Jiao, he felt that his position in Yao Shi's heart had plummeted. This could not go on. He had to find Yao Shi alone. He had calculated the time that Gu Jiao would go to the medical center. However, he had to go to the Yamen at this time. After some hesitation, he decided to skip work. Putting aside his ability to handle matters, his attitude as an official was not bad. This was the first time in his career that he skipped work. However, for his wife he was willing to risk it all. At the same time he thought about it. After he brought Yao Shi back, he could go to the Ministry of Justice to see Jinyu. Jinyu had been locked up for so long. He must have suffered a lot. He set out with great ambition. However, as soon as he opened the door, he paused. Outside the door stood an old man in plain clothes. His figure was bigger and taller than him. His hair was silver, but he was hale and hearty. The bundle in Marquis Gu's hand fell to the ground. This was the gift he had prepared for Yao Shi. "Father, father, father. Why did you come back?" He was so nervous that he stuttered. The old Marquis's sharp gaze fell on Marquis Gu's face. "Shouldn't you be at the Yamen at this time?" There was no morning court today, but the Yamen was not on holiday. Marquis Gu broke out in a cold sweat. I was just about to go." The old Marquis looked at the jewelry scattered on the ground. "You brought these things?" Marquis Gu went from stuttering to mute. Did his luck have to be this bad? The first time he skipped work, he was caught by his own father. The old Marquis had heard a basket of rumors about Marquis Ding, and on the way back to the capital. He was in a fit of anger. For Marquis Gu to be caught at this time was no different from sending himself to his death. Marquis Gu took a step back and raised his arm to block his face. "My face is just fine." Marquis Gu had already set up a family. The old Marquis usually did not beat him unless he could not hold back. Ah, 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 ah. After a quarter of an hour, Marquis Gu's shrill screams came from his courtyard. Not far away, Huang Zhong helplessly covered his face. Sigh. Could not bear to look. In the military camp, Gu Changqing received news that his grandfather had returned and immediately returned. At the same time, Gu Qingfeng of Qinghe Academy also heard the servant's report. "What? My grandfather is back?" The servant said with trepidation, "That's right. Second young master, you must not run around after school. Remember to bring third young master back to the manor." Bring Gu Qinglin back to the manor? This was difficult to handle. Gu Qinglin's condition was getting worse and worse recently. Ever since Gu Qingfeng witnessed the bloody scene of the operation, he could no longer eat meat. He often mocked himself for being a monk. However, one day a young monk really came to his courtyard. It was little Jing Kong. Gu Qinglin was recuperating in Gu Jiao's courtyard. Little Jing Kong had been coming to little Jing Kong recently, so it was inevitable that he would occasionally bump into him. Little Jing Kong did not know Gu Qinglin, nor was he clear about the grudge and relationship between him and Gu Jiao. He only thought that Gu Qinglin was an ordinary patient. Little Jing Kong was a warm-hearted child. When he saw that Gu Qinglin was unhappy and restless, he proposed to recite Buddhist scriptures for him. "In the past, when I was unhappy, my master would recite Buddhist scriptures for me. After that, I would be happy." Gu Qinglin was in a daze and ignored him. Little Jing Kong only thought that he agreed. He diligently took out his little monk robe and small wooden fish, put on his Buddhist beads and monk's hat, sat cross-legged on the floor and began to recite Buddhist scriptures for Gu Qinglin. Gu Qinglin did not react at first, but as he listened he sat up straight. Tears flowed from his eyes, but he found peace in his heart. Bodhisattva can really save people from suffering? he asked in a daze. Little Jing Kong said seriously, "Of course. That's what Master said." Gu Qinglin suddenly stood up and bowed respectfully to Little Jing Kong. "I want to be a monk. Little Master, please shave my head." Little Jing Kong, "Oh." Little Jing Kong ran out and found a razor for shaving Patient's leg hair. He began to shave Gu Qinglin's head. He shaved from left to right. When he was about to shave the right side, Gu Qingfeng arrived. Seeing this scene, Gu Qingfeng went crazy. "What are you doing?" Little Jing Kong turned to look at Gu Qingfeng and said innocently, "I'm shaving his head. He wants to be a monk." Gu Qingfeng, "How old are you to shave someone's head? One of you dares to extend your head and the other dares to shave it." Gu Qingfeng said with heartache, "Grandfather is back. He wants you to go back quickly." Gu Qinglin put his palms together and bowed to Buddha. "I've become a monk. I'm no longer the young master of the Marquis Mansion, and I don't know your grandfather. I have nothing to do with the mundane world. Can my hair be reattached?" "Boo-hoo." Gu Qinglin returned to the Marquis Mansion with half of his bald head and half of his long hair. When he saw Gu Qinglin's unspeakable appearance, the old Marquis, who would not panic even if the sky fell, spat out a mouthful of tea. Chapter 220. The old Duke did not know that Madame Yao and her son had returned to the capital. He thought that they were still at the hot spring villa, so he did not send them any news. He began to interrogate his son and 3 grandsons. What are the rumors in the capital about? He did not know if he did not interrogate them, but he was shocked when he did. So many major events had happened in the Duke's household in the years that he was not in the capital. The first to bear the brunt was Gu Jinyu's background. It was terrible that she was a child who was swapped. Then there was the matter of concubine Ling. This also explained why Gu Qinglin had become like this. Concubine Ling had already been punished by old Madame Gu. The old Duke did not ask if she was dead or alive. He did not have the time to care about a concubine. As for the real granddaughter's unwillingness to return to the Duke's household, he did not take it to heart. She was just a servant girl. There was no need to pay attention to her. Moreover, she was already married. A married daughter was like spilled water. She was no longer part of the Duke's household. The 4 of them did not mention that Gu Qinglin bullied Gu Yan and was beaten up by Gu Jiao. There was no benefit in saying it. They would still be beaten up. Gu Yan's body was weak and would be gone after a beating. No matter what mistakes he made, he would never be beaten. Furthermore, the ladies in the Marquis's residence were all brought up. Regardless of whether Gu Jinyu got into trouble or not, the old Marquis had never laid a finger on her. So Gu Jiao would not be beaten. But even if this was not mentioned, the Duke's household was in a mess. Those who skipped work and those who moved out moved out. If the upper beam was not straight, the lower beam would be crooked. They all had to be punished. Since Duke Gu had already beaten him, he would do it again. "Duke Gu, are you still my biological father?" The old Duke looked at Gu Changqing. "As the eldest brother, you did not restrain your 2 younger brothers. Should you be punished?" Gu Changqing lowered his eyes as if he was enduring something. "Yes." The old Duke said in a low voice, "Okay, 100 military whips. Gu Qingfeng 50 lashes, Gu Qinglin also 50 lashes." Gu Changqing said, "Sandy has just recovered from his injuries, he can't take the whip. I will take the punishment on his behalf." Gu Qingfeng hurriedly said, "I can also accept the punishment on behalf of 3rd brother. All right, I'll add another 20 lashes to each of you." After the old Marquis said coldly, he looked at Gu Qinglin, who only had half a head of hair left. "If you can withstand the remaining 10 whips, I'll let it go. If you can't, I'll just take it that I don't have a grandson like you." The old Marquis is the most ruthless. When Gu Changqing was teaching his 2 younger brothers a lesson, old Madame Gu still dared to cry, throw a tantrum and threaten to hang herself. Under the old Duke's command, his son and grandson were whipped so hard that old Madame Gu did not even dare to make a sound. Marquis Gu was beaten black and blue. "Enough." The old Marquis said, "Don't beat him to death. He still has to enter the palace and ask for punishment." Marquis Gu, who had nothing left to live for, "You really are my father." The old Marquis brought his son into the palace to ask for punishment from the emperor. The old Marquis knelt down and bowed, cupping his fists. "It's the father's fault for not teaching her well. That girl caused such a huge disaster, and it's all because this unfilial son spoiled her. This official has brought this unfilial son here for your majesty to deal with." The emperor glanced at Marquis Gu, whose face was bruised and swollen. He had already been beaten to this state. He had no place to lay his hands on him. The emperor coughed lightly and waved his hand. Forget it. Marquis Gu is not at fault in this matter. The girl is also young and immature. Just discipline her in the future. As for the reason for Gu Jinyu's punishment, the official explanation given was still that she had broken the imperial jade seal and had also committed the crime of deceiving the emperor. As for whether it was the bellows deceiving the emperor or the glutinous rice mortar deceiving the emperor, the officials did not specify in detail. But the more it was like this, the easier it was to achieve the effect of killing two birds with one stone. Now, even if there was no evidence of the bellows, there were many people among the people who said that Gu Jinyu had falsely claimed the credit for the bellows. Strictly speaking, the main responsibility for this incident did not lie with Gu Jinyu. Although she had provided the blueprint for the modifications, it was the Ministry of Works' decision whether or not to use it. The Ministry of Works Manufacturing Department had long discovered that there was a problem with her modifications, but not only did they not stop it, they skipped the normal trial process and hired a large number of illegal workers to work on it. But the old Marquis could not absolve Gu Jinyu. He expressed that all of the losses would be borne by Marquis Ding An's Fu. In addition, he requested that the emperor abolish Gu Jinyu's position as county princess. The emperor sighed, Old Marquis, why bother? Zhen has already abolished her position as county princess. Just leave the position of county princess. Asking your majesty to take back the decree. The old Marquis persisted. The emperor had an expression of, since you're so insistent, then I can't not give you face. He decreed that Gu Jinyu's position as county princess was revoked. Gu Jinyu finally walked out of the Ministry of Justice, but she could not feel happy. Half a month ago, she was still a high and mighty second-rank county princess. Now she had nothing. Falling on flat ground did not hurt. Falling from a high place hurt. Gu Jinyu returned to the Marquis Fu. She first returned to her courtyard to take a comfortable hot bath. After changing into clean clothes and tidying her appearance, she went to the parlor to pay respects to Marquis Gu. She choked with sobs, her eyes slightly red. Grandfather Jinyu knows her wrongs. Jinyu is willing to go kneel in the ancestral hall as punishment. No need. The old Marquis said. Gu Jinyu's heart leaped with joy. Grandfather was not willing to punish her by kneeling. Grandfather still doted on her. The next second she heard the old Marquis coldly say, You are not a member of the Gu family. You do not have the right to kneel to the Gu family's ancestors. Also, in the future do not call me grandfather. Gu Jinyu froze in place. The old Marquis had always been a strict and violent family head. He did not show any mercy when beating his children and grandchildren, except for Gu Yan and Gu Jinyu. Gu Jinyu had always believed that grandfather doted on them, but now she inexplicably felt that grandfather did not care about them at all. Gu Jinyu was wrong. It was not that the old Marquis did not care about them, but he simply did not care about her. The old Marquis doted on Gu Yan. Otherwise he would not have given Gu Yan 2 secret guards. Even Gu Qingfeng and Gu Qinglin did not have them. The old Marquis was a classic example of favoring boys over girls. He did not dote on his biological granddaughter, much less his biological granddaughter. After settling the matters in the residence, the old Marquis once again entered the palace. The news of the old Marquis's return to the capital quickly swept through the capital. Almost everyone knew that the once all-powerful old general had returned. But so what if he had returned? He had long handed over his military power, and the Gu family army had also been incorporated into someone else's command. Gu Jiao had always paid no attention to outside matters. She did not know that the old Marquis had returned. She was checking the medicine sent from the factory. This was the second batch of medicine custom-made for the military camp. She checked a few bottles. There was no problem with the quality. I don't have anything to do today. I'll deliver it. She also wanted to deliver something to Xuaningxiang's brother-in-law, Zhou Erzwang. Because she was delivering the medicine, Gu Jiao was able to enter the military camp. The soldiers had just finished practicing martial arts and were currently sitting in an open space to rest. The air was filled with the smell of sweat and weapons. It was a smell that she was familiar with from her previous life. Gu Jiao did not look at it too much. She rode a carriage to the medical officer's tent. The one who received her was a medical officer surnamed Lu. Gu Changqing had already greeted him a few days ago. Medical officer Lu was very polite to Gu Jiao, but he was also nervous and cautious as he said, Don't run around in a while. Wait for me to finish testing the medicine before leaving. This morning they had received news that an important person was coming to the military camp. This important person's status was too high. Even Marquis Xianping, who had not appeared for half a year, was called to the military camp. Marquis Xianping was still angry after waking up. He sat in the carriage for the entire journey and refused to get off. "You with the surname Ran, I think you don't want to work anymore." General Ran stood beside the carriage and cupped his hands. He respectfully bowed and said with a smile, "Marquis has wronged this official. How could this official dare to disturb Marquis's beautiful dream? Isn't this?" As he spoke, he looked around and took a step forward. He leaned close to the window and whispered, "Someone from the palace is coming." The general is afraid that he won't be able to handle the situation, so he told this official to invite Marquis over no matter what. "Half of the Gu family's army is here. Ordinary people won't be able to handle them. Marquis, you really have to come out." Marquis Xianping said indifferently, "Why would this Marquis come out?" General Ran embarrassedly opened the curtain. "Marquis, get off first. It's very stuffy in the carriage. This official has prepared good wine and dishes for you. I'll bring them to you in a while." It was indeed stuffy in the carriage. Marquis Xianping got off the carriage with a cold expression. General Ran continued, "It's not a big deal. The general's meaning is, in a while you can lead the soldiers to practice. It's best to line them up and set up a formation. The more impressive it is, the better. I'll call everyone out." "What's the point of making such a big scene? His Majesty doesn't understand." Marquis Xianping rolled up his sleeves and said indifferently, "It's just a blind thing." The Emperor and the old Marquis had just gotten off the carriage when they heard this rebellious sentence. The old Marquis, the Emperor? Chapter 221. There are novels with connotations that can't be found online here. The Emperor felt that if he died one day, it would be because he was angered to death by Xiaoji. The 3,000 beauties in the harem didn't empty his body, but Xiaoji could pierce his heart with one sentence. The Emperor immediately pulled a long face. The old Marquis's face also sank. This Marquis Xianping was a modest gentleman when he didn't speak, but when he spoke, he was simply a hooligan. Marquis Xianping turned his head and saw the Emperor's group. His handsome face didn't have the slightest bit of panic or guilt from being caught. He turned around, cupped his hands and calmly and elegantly bowed. "This subject greets your Majesty." To be honest, even civil officials didn't bow as elegantly as him. The Emperor's heart was in turmoil. Even the most beautiful concubines didn't make his mood fluctuate like this. When General Ran heard "Your Majesty," he was scared out of his wits. He hurriedly turned around and bowed deeply. The old Marquis was standing next to the Emperor, but the old Marquis was wearing a mask, so General Ran didn't recognize him. General Ran's heart was also in turmoil. Was it really that exciting? Did His Majesty hear the conversation just now? Would His Majesty chop off his and Marquis Xianping's heads in a fit of anger? No, it was Marquis Xianping who said those words. He was implicated. General Ran wanted to cry. Marquis Xianping calmly said, "Your Majesty came at the right time. This subject was just about to train the troops. Would Your Majesty like to watch?" The Emperor's eyes were cold. "Ha, I don't understand." Marquis Xianping smiled faintly. The experts see the skill while the laymen see the excitement. The Emperor, sooner or later he would be angered to death by this guy. The Emperor and Marquis Xianping were related by marriage. He married Marquis Xianping's sister, and Marquis Xianping married his sister. The Emperor would often wonder, how did he end up with this fellow as his brother-in-law? He came with the old Marquis today to watch the troops train. He took the old Marquis to the observatory. When the old Marquis and Marquis Xianping's lips. "Old monkey." The old Marquis trembled. "Damn it, I want to beat him to death." The old Marquis was so angry that he cursed in his heart, and his mask was almost crooked. The two of them went up to the observation deck and all the soldiers in the barracks were called to the field. There were a total of 8 large and small military camps in the capital. The original Gu clan army had been assigned to different military camps. Among them, the Tiger Mountain camp had the most Gu clan army. Hushan Barracks was the territory of the great general of flying cavalry. In his early years, the great general of flying cavalry did not get along well with the old Marquis. If the Gu army fell into his hands, the consequences could be imagined. All these years the Gu army had been tortured by him. Everyone gritted their teeth and did not cause any trouble. It was mainly because of what the old Duke had said, "You are the Gu army, but you are not loyal to me or any general. You are loyal to the Emperor of Zhao country. You are protecting the citizens of Zhao country, including your family and mine. Yes, they were also guarding their own families and the old Marquis family. After Gu Changqing entered the Tiger Mountain camp, the Gu clan army was even more patient. No matter how the great general of flying cavalry deliberately targeted them, they would not be deserters. They silently guarded Gu Changqing, looking forward to the day when he could be like the old Marquis and gather all the Gu clan army together and go to the battlefield to kill the enemy again. It was just that Gu Changqing's days in the barracks could not be considered comfortable. He had been injured the most, so it was impossible to say that he was not targeted. Why did he invite Marquis Xianping over today? Wasn't it because the great general of flying cavalry was worried that once he appeared, the Gu clan army would be filled with hostility and make the situation too ugly? All the soldiers, including the Gu clan army, were lined up neatly. Marquis Xianping mounted his horse and began the day's roll call. The moment he put on his armor and helmet, his entire person's aura became strong in an instant. He was flamboyant, domineering, and arrogant. No one paid attention to the handsome face under the helmet anymore. They were all shocked by the murderous aura in his eyes. Golden spears and armored horses. One person could fight against thousands of soldiers and horses. This was a man born for the battlefield. He had 9 deaths and 9 deaths. He had won battles and also suffered defeats. He could afford to lose, but when he won, he never flinched. The emperor's blood boiled as he watched, and he wished he could go to war. Alas, forget it, I won't punish him. The old Marquis looked at the Gu clan army that he had brought up single-handedly with a complicated expression. The emperor forcibly withdrew his attention, which had been attracted by Marquis Xianping, and turned to ask the old Marquis, "Does the old Marquis regret that I handed them over to the great general of flying cavalry?" It was not that the Gu clan army was smooth sailing in other barracks and was not rejected by others. It was just that it was the most serious under the command of the great general of flying cavalry. Even Gu Changqing had suffered many losses and sufferings. The old Marquis sighed and said, "They are the sons of Zhao country. The sufferings they suffered today were for your majesty's great cause. I have no regrets and they have no regrets. Only when they were assigned to the great general of flying cavalry, who was the most difficult to deal with, could it show that the emperor was deliberately making things difficult for the old Marquis. Only then would the old Marquis have enough reason to be bitterly disappointed with his majesty. If he broke off with his majesty, no one would suspect that he continued to secretly work for his majesty." The emperor also sighed and said, "Then I will find an opportunity to transfer Changqing to the front of the emperor. I heard that he was accidentally injured during training last year. This kind of situation is not uncommon." Even if he knew that Gu Changqing would not complain to Marquis Gu, the emperor did not deliberately gloss over things. A trace of complexity flashed through the old Marquis's eyes. The battlefield is far crueler than the barracks. If he can't even withstand this setback, how can he lead troops to war in the future? Your Majesty and I are well aware that the war will definitely start. Yes, there would be a war. That day would come sooner or later. Now, every additional bit of training would increase the possibility of survival on the battlefield. No matter how much the great general of flying cavalry targeted Gu Changqing, he would not brazenly take his life. The enemy was the one who would not show mercy. At this point, the emperor could not say anything more. After the training was over, the emperor and the old Marquis walked down from the observation platform. Thinking of something, the emperor said to the old Marquis, "By the way, there is something I forgot to congratulate the old Marquis. Changqing has broken through to the 13th level." These words were said without rhyme or reason, but the old Marquis immediately understood. That was the 18 Arhats formation he had set up in the cave behind the mountain in his early years. There were 18 levels in total, and each level was more dangerous and difficult than the last. So far, the best result was Gu Changqing. He had broken through to the 13th level last month. The nephew of the great general of flying cavalry was close behind and had broken through to the 12th level. It was said that he had been practicing well recently and was planning to break through to the 13th level as well. There were some slight changes made inside and increased the difficulty. "Does the old Marquis want to take a look?" the emperor asked. The old Marquis cupped his hands. "Yes." In the medical officer's tent, Dr. Liu was diligently inspecting the medicine sent by Gu Jiao. The inspection of medicine in the military camp was very strict. Today the other medical officers were not present, so he would not be able to inspect it so quickly by himself. Gu Jiao sat in the military tent, bored to death. It was quite embarrassing for a girl to be alone in a room with a man like him. Dr. Lu smiled and said, "Miss Gu, please sit for a while. If you are really bored, you can go outside for a walk. Remember not to go too far and do not go beyond the tent in front." If it was someone else, Dr. Lu would not be so considerate. But who asked him to be someone Gu Changqing had greeted before? Gu Changqing did not say that she was his sister. Perhaps it was because the cold-faced Yama had personally come out to greet her that the relationship between the two was not simple. As for how complicated it was, Dr. Lu did not gossip about it. Gu Jiao was not the most uncomfortable person in the military tent. Instead, it was the man Dr. Lu. Gu Jiao had observed his awkward demeanor several times. If this went on, who knew how long it would take for the medicine to be finished? She still had to go back to the Imperial College to pick up Xiao Lulang and little Jing Kong from school. As this thought flashed through her mind, Gu Jiao decided to go out for a walk so that Dr. Lu could concentrate on improving his efficiency. Tiger Mountain Barracks was next to a mountain, and that mountain was called Tiger Mountain. That was how it got its name. Dr. Lu only said that she was not allowed to walk past the tent in front, but did not say that she could not go to the back of the mountain. She did not go too far and just strolled for a while. Unexpectedly, she accidentally saw a gray, fat rabbit. It was very cute. Gu Jiao had nothing to do, so she grabbed the rabbit. Although the rabbit was fat, it did not have good reflexes. She was not careful and let it go into the grass. "Oh, little thing, you run away quite fast." Gu Jiao chased after it and chased it into a cave. At first, she thought it was an ordinary cave, but the more she walked, the more spacious it became. Something was wrong. On the other side, the Emperor and the old Duke came to the entrance of the 18 Arhats formation. The entrance was no different from an ordinary cave. Usually, there was no one guarding it because there was nothing valuable inside. There were only traps that could kill people. The soldiers in the barracks knew the key points, so they usually would not come here. Today the Emperor was coming, so a guard was arranged at the last minute. The guard just went to the toilet and returned to his post to find the Emperor leading his masked subordinate over. "I'm so lucky." The guard secretly broke out in a cold sweat. The guard saluted the Emperor with his hands folded. The Emperor waved his hand, indicating that he should retreat to the side. The guard tactfully retreated. The Emperor said to the old Duke, "The array that was left in the past has not changed, but some hidden arrows have been added. It is more difficult to break through than before." "Was it General Piaoqi's idea?" the old Duke asked. "Yes." The Emperor sighed. It was added the day before Changqing went to break through. There was no one else who could use such a method to deal with Gu Changqing. The old Duke did not say anything. It was the Emperor who spoke. "Changqing was injured at that time. It was when the furnace exploded. He broke through the array with injuries and was able to break through to the 13th level. It is really rare. I'm afraid that even General Piaoqi did not expect Changqing to be so powerful." The old Duke still did not say anything. Only by breaking through the 18th level could he be qualified to revive the Gu army. Boom, a loud noise suddenly came from the cave. The old Duke and the Emperor's faces changed. "What's going on? Something happened inside?" The old Duke's white eyebrows twisted. "Someone is breaking through the array." The Emperor called the guard. "Who went in?" The guard shook his head. "No. I didn't see." The Emperor frowned. "You were here all this time?" The servant went to the toilet. The guard did not dare to hide. "But this servant will be back soon, and no one in the military camp will break through the array casually." The Emperor asked suspiciously, "Then what's the noise inside?" This array was created by the old Duke. He could tell which level the array had been activated just by the sound. 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. In such a short time, it had already reached the 7th level. But this alone was not enough to attract the old Duke's attention. Soon, the mechanisms of the 80th and 90th levels were activated. The speed was too fast. The old Duke frowned. Was someone really breaking through the array? Or was the array activated by itself? "Are you sure no one went in?" the Emperor asked. This servant. The guard was suddenly unsure. The noise inside reached the 13th level. The old Duke's eyebrows were tightly knitted. Was it Changqing? Gu Changqing had broken through to the 13th level. But just as this thought flashed through his mind, the array of the 14th level was quickly activated. The old Duke's expression finally changed. At the 15th level, the array stopped. For some reason, the old Duke breathed a sigh of relief. But before he could finish his sigh of relief, 16, 17, 78, it was inconceivably fast. Without waiting for people to recover from their shock, the array returned to calm. The array only had one entrance and one exit. Only after breaking through the 18th level could one leave from the exit. Otherwise, one could only return to the entrance. The old duke let the guard go around to the back exit to take a look. The guard quickly turned back and reported, "I didn't see anyone." The emperor was stunned and asked the old duke, "Do you suspect that someone broke through? 18 levels? And in such a short period of time?" The old duke also felt that it was impossible. He shook his head, maybe the mechanism malfunctioned. "I'll get someone to fix it later." Chapter 222. Gu Jiao carried the little rabbit back to the tent. Sure enough, it was much faster to settle down. Dr. Lu finished checking all the medicine. He looked up and saw Gu Jiao carrying a little rabbit over. He couldn't help but be surprised. "Where did this rabbit come from?" "I picked it up from the back of the mountain," Gu Jiao said. "Back of the mountain?" Dr. Lu thought to himself. She couldn't have gone there, right? "What's wrong with you?" Gu Jiao felt that Dr. Lu was looking at her strangely. "You didn't enter any cave, right?" Dr. Lu asked carefully. "I can't enter?" Gu Jiao asked strangely. Dr. Lu said, "Of course you can't enter. You'll die if you enter." Gu Jiao stroked the rabbit and said calmly, "Oh, then I didn't enter." "Dr. Lu, did you enter or not?" "Forget it, she probably didn't enter. Otherwise, how could she have come out alive with such powerful traps?" Dr. Lu settled the remaining payment for Gu Jiao and told Gu Jiao that if the response to this batch of medicine was good, then there would be an order for another 1,000 bottles. The demand for the medicine in the military camp was huge. As long as Gu Jiao firmly grasped this order, the medicine factory would soon be able to recoup their costs. Gu Jiao thanked him and carried the little rabbit out of the military camp. Xiao Sanzi saw the little rabbit in her arms and became interested. "Miss Gu, where did this little rabbit come from? It's so cute." "It's really cute." Gu Jiao nodded. "I'll braise it tonight." Xiao Sanzi, fat rabbit. In the end, Gu Jiao didn't succeed in eating the rabbit meat because little Jiangli took a fancy to this fat rabbit. The little girl was introverted and didn't talk much. However, she was diligent and ate, so everyone in the medical hall liked her. "This is for you." Gu Jiao passed the little rabbit to little Jiangli. I. Can I really raise a rabbit?" Little Jiangli had never raised anything in her life. She and her brother couldn't afford it. "Yes." Gu Jiao nodded. "But you have to clean it up yourself." "I will. Who do I belong to?" Little Jiangli nodded his head like he was pounding garlic, and hugged the little fat rabbit tightly in his arms. It was her first pet and she liked it very much. "Thank you, Sister Gu." Gu Jiao handed the remaining payment of the golden sore medicine to shopkeeper Wang and then went to the Imperial College to pick up Xiao Lulang and little Jing Kong from school. The first to come out was little Jing Kong. Little Jing Kong carried a small school bag on his back and walked among a group of 7 or 8-year-old children with a serious face. He looked out of place and a little funny. He thought it was his bad brother-in-law who came to pick him up, so he didn't have a good expression. However, it was Gu Jiao. He immediately turned into a cute little thing and ran towards Gu Jiao. "Jiao Jiao." He raised his little head and looked at Gu Jiao cutely. Gu Jiao looked at his sweaty face and asked, "Why are you sweating so much?" Little Jing Kong said, "We have a race today." The Imperial College wasn't a place where students only studied. They paid great attention to the all-round development of the children. It was said that when the children grew up, they would be taught how to play the zither, equestrian and archery. It was a proper incubation class for aristocrats. Gu Jiao took a handkerchief and wiped little Jing Kong's sweat. Little Jing Kong handed his little head over and let Gu Jiao wipe his sweat. His buzz cut grew a little longer and he should be able to tie it into a ponytail in winter. "I got first place, they can't outrun me," a certain little thing said smugly. Gu Jiao wasn't surprised by this. He would wake up before dawn to cultivate every day. His physique was very good. After Gu Jiao wiped little Jing Kong's sweat, Lu Quan came over. Lu Quan came to pick up little Jing Kong. The Imperial College invited the Grand Secretary of the Cabinet to explain the techniques of the court examination to the examinees next month. Lulang said he might end the class very late. The little Chancellor didn't attend this kind of class in the past. However, Lu Quan didn't say this. Lu Quan said, "I will send you back first and go to Qinghe Academy later." Gu Yan and Gu Shaoshan were going to Master Lu's place to learn skills after school. Gu Jiao said, "No need, we can walk back. It's not a long walk. Uncle Lu, go and pick up Yan and Shaoshan." "That's fine too." Lu Quan agreed and drove the carriage to Qinghe Academy. Gu Jiao and little Jing Kong went back to Bai Shui Alley. Xiao Lulang came back very late and the whole family was asleep. There was an oil lamp in the central room for him. He didn't need to guess to know who left it. Xiao Yulang's eyes moved, and when he was about to go back to his room, the door of the opposite room opened. Gu Jiao walked out in a plain set of pajamas. "Are you hungry? I left some food for you, I'll go heat it up." "I'm not hungry," Xiao Lulang said. "I've eaten." He planned to go in just like that, but after a pause he couldn't help but ask her, "It's so late, why are you still awake?" "I'm waiting for you," Gu Jiao said. The sudden straightforwardness made Xiao Yulang's heart feel like it was being rubbed by something. Xiao Lulang looked at her thin body in pajamas, composed himself and said, "It's cold outside, you should go back to your room and sleep." "I'll sleep soon too." "Are you still angry with me?" Gu Jiao tilted her head and asked. "No." He said, "I'm not angry." Gu Jiao said, "Oh," but didn't go back to her room. Instead, she stood at the door and looked at him with innocent eyes. Knowing that she was playing tricks, Xiao Yulang's heart suddenly softened. He surrendered, opened his mouth and said softly, "I think I'm a little hungry." Gu Jiao smiled, "I'll heat up the food for you." Xiao Lulang looked at her thin pajamas, hesitated and said, "Put on some clothes." Okay. Gu Jiao went back to her room and put on a coat, then went to the kitchen to heat up the food. She had put it aside for him before dinner. There was cornmeal soup, steamed bread, braised pork ribs and a few cold dishes. Gu Jiao also boiled a few pieces of vegetables. Xiao Lulang sat down to eat. Gu Jiao sat across from him, resting her chin on her hands and resting her elbows on the table. Looking at him. So beautiful. It wasn't the first time Xiao Lulang was looked at by her. This girl's eyes were really more open than his. The room was very quiet. Ever since the family members grew, he rarely ate alone with her like this. It was as if they had returned to the past. After Xiao Lulang finished his dinner, his stomach and body warmed up. The two cleaned up the dishes and went back to their rooms. Before entering the room, Gu Jiao turned around and asked him again, "Are you really not angry?" Xiao Lulang took a deep breath and said stubbornly, "I'm not angry." Gu Jiao had a big heart. She believed him when he said he wasn't angry. Gu Jiao said, "I wanted to make it up to you, but since you're not angry, then forget it." Xiao Lulang, "Wait, how are you going to make it up to me?" He felt like he had missed out on something. "See you tomorrow?" Gu Jiao entered the room. Xiao Lulang, the workload at the Imperial College had increased recently. At first, Xiao Lulang didn't want to skip classes, but later on, he couldn't even if he wanted to. The emperor attached great importance to the court examinations and sent many ministers to pass on knowledge to the examinees. Even though the court examinations didn't eliminate people and only examinees entered as grand scholars, who would want to be a grand scholar. They were all aiming to become grand scholars. As the court examinations approached, the atmosphere at the Imperial College became tense again. At the medical hall, the last critically ill patient wrapped in red cloth was discharged. Now, only Jiang Shi was left in the miracle hall. His condition was serious and he would probably need another 2 to 3 months of treatment. Gu Jiao went to give Jiang Shi an 4 drip. Just as she finished, she heard an unusual commotion outside the medical hall. Gu Jiao thought it was a medical dispute, but when she went downstairs she realized it wasn't. "Why are there so many people here?" Gu Jiao asked as she looked at the crowd at the entrance. The second boss sent Xiao Sanzi to find out. Xiao Sanzi quickly returned. "Ah, I heard that the crown princess is giving a lecture at the women's school." Even students who aren't from there can attend. These people are here for no reason. They want to attend the crown princess's lecture. As it turned out, the crown princess had been grounded by the emperor because of the chain bridge incident. Now that the order had been lifted, in order to save the imperial house's face and to increase the imperial house's reputation among the people, this was the cause of today's commotion. The heat of the chain bridge incident had already passed. Recently, there were rumors that the crown princess paternal family had used the crown princess's name to block the bridge and burn incense. It had nothing to do with the crown princess. The crown princess had been implicated by her paternal family. The opinions of the people were mixed. Some felt sorry for the crown princess, while others felt that the rumors could not be trusted. But no matter what, the crown princess was giving a lecture. Most people were not willing to give up this chance to meet the crown princess. After all, this was likely the only time they would see her in their lives. The Crown Princess's lecture hall was full. She was teaching chess. The Crown Princess was not the only one sent to teach at the women's school. There was also the Rui Wang's consort, Du Qianqian. Du Qianqian's qin skills were among the top 3 in Zhao country. However, under the Crown Princess's strong halo, no one noticed that she had come. Her lecture hall was empty. There were only 2 students. One was Li Wanwan, who truly liked to learn the qin. The other was Du Xiaoyun, who she had forced to stay in the lecture hall. Chapter 223. Du Xiaoyun wanted to slip away. Consort Rui Wang sternly shouted, "Stop right there." Du Xiaoyun's scalp tightened as she obediently sat back down in her chair. Du Xiaoyun was worried to death. The Crown Prince Consort finally came to the women's school. She wanted to see the Crown Prince Consort. She was sitting in her chair, but her eyes kept glancing outside. It was obvious that she didn't want to sit here. Consort Rui Wang was unbearably angered by her younger sister. She glared at her younger sister in exasperation. She almost grabbed a candlestick and threw it at her. What kind of sin did she commit in her past life to have such a sister who sided with outsiders? Fortunately, Li Wanwan was sincerely listening to the class. She sat on the cushion across from Consort Rui Wang. There was a guqin on the small table in front of her. It was the guqin that musician Xia had given her during the exam before the new year. The sound quality was very good. She liked it very much and cherished it very much. She would carefully take care of it every day so that it wouldn't be contaminated by any dust. Li Wanwan was very satisfied with today's class. She was the daughter of a poor family and couldn't play with most of the daughters in the women's school. She couldn't even get a seat in the guqin room, let alone a good seat in class. She was always the one in the corner of the last row, far away from the teachers. Now that she was very close to Consort Rui Wang, she could hear more and see more clearly. Consort Rui Wang's anger from her younger sister finally dissipated a lot because of the good student Li Wanwan's serious request. She began to properly teach Li Wanwan. That's right, she only taught Li Wanwan. Du Xiaoyun, that girl, was in Cao Cao's camp, but her heart was elsewhere. She couldn't listen to anything. Consort Rui Wang wasn't in a hurry to start the class. Instead, she first had Li Wanwan play a song to understand Li Wanwan's level. Li Wanwan played the song Autumn Frost that she learned this year. The tune was mellow and the sound was melodious. It wasn't difficult, but it had high requirements for details. You played well. Consort Rui Wang nodded. It's just that your finger technique is a little lacking. How long have you been learning the zither? Li Wanwan replied, replying to Consort Rui Wang's question, this humble girl has already studied for a year. Only a year? Consort Rui Wang was stunned. She praised, then you didn't play well. You played very well. Li Wanwan lowered her eyes because someone was giving her pointers. Consort Rui Wang gave her some pointers. Li Wanwan wasn't considered a genius when it came to learning the zither, but her ability to learn was pretty good. Rui Wang said, you've pretty much mastered this song. Go back and practice it. I'll teach you a new song today. In another large classroom at the end of the corridor, there were no empty seats. Even the corridor and the windows were filled with people. Fortunately, it was on the first floor. Otherwise, many people would have fallen to their deaths. The Crown Prince Consort's attire today was very elegant. She wasn't wearing the complicated and luxurious Crown Prince Consort's palace attire. Instead, she was wearing a white immortal dress. Her ethereal aura made her look like an otherworldly fairy. There was a cinnabar mole between her eyebrows. It didn't make her look coquettish. Instead, it made her look even more beautiful and beautiful. When she sat there, she looked like a master's landscape painting. The classroom was very quiet. No one dared to make a sound for fear of disturbing her. There was a wall-mounted chessboard in the classroom. She personally set up a chessboard. This is a chessboard set up by old Mr. Meng. Old Mr. Meng was the most famous chess master in the Six Nations. The chessboard he set up was reputed to be one of the most difficult to solve in the Six Nations. Everyone couldn't help but sigh with emotion. As expected of the Crown Prince Consort, she set up such a formidable chessboard. It looked like their trip today wasn't in vain. Crown Prince Consort, do you know old Mr. Meng's chessboard? A bold daughter asked. The Crown Prince Consort smiled. Before she could speak, a female official beside her said, Crown Prince Consort knew how to solve it when she was 13. Gasps could be heard in the classroom. How terrifying was her ability to solve old Mr. Meng's chessboard at the age of 13. Actually, it's not difficult to solve this chessboard. The Crown Prince consort pointed at the chessboard and started her explanation. After the lesson, everyone learned a lot. In the future, no one would dare to underestimate their chess skills. After all, they were the ones who could solve old Mr. Meng's chessboard. The Crown Prince consort said warmly, "I'm teaching everyone how to solve this chessboard to tell everyone that chess skills aren't difficult. As long as you put your heart into it, you can solve any chessboard in the world. But at the same time, I hope everyone can understand a principle. I started learning chess when I was 2 years old. True chess skills don't have any shortcuts. You can't make rapid progress. You need to practice hard every day." These words were no different from admitting that she wasn't a genius girl. Everything she had was the result of her hard work. Admitting her inadequacies didn't make people roll their eyes at times. Instead, it made her seem down to earth. It unintentionally closed the gap between her and her students. "As long as I work hard, can I be as outstanding as the Crown Prince consort?" another noble daughter asked. The Crown Prince consort smiled warmly. "Everyone has their own excellence. Your hard work will make you even more outstanding." Heavens, what kind of Crown Prince consort was this? Wasn't she too humble? Where did those rumors about her occupying the cable bridge and not allowing the common people to pass come from? That was too deranged. It was clearly her maternal family who did it. She was just implicated by her maternal family. The effect of this lesson was obvious. If everyone only believed the Crown Prince consort 50 to 60% in the beginning, it was 80 to 90% now. Also, the Crown Prince consort looked outside the door and said softly, "The classroom is full. It seems that no one can come in. Actually, Consort Rui Wang also came here today to teach everyone. Her Guqin skills are above mine. Girls who want to learn the Guqin can go listen to Consort Rui Wang's lesson." No, we only want to listen to your lesson." Consort Rui Wang and the Crown Prince consort didn't get along for a day or two. Consort Rui Wang would be jealous of the Crown Prince consort every few days, but the Crown Prince consort never argued with her. Now she was even helping her pull in more students. Too considerate. What reason did they have to not like, love, or be fans of this kind of Crown Prince consort? In the second lesson, there really were a few noble daughters who went to Consort Rui Wang's classroom. Consort Rui Wang thought that it was her Guqin that attracted them, so she worked hard in class as if she was on steroids. In the end, she asked after class. "It was the Crown Prince consort who told us to come over." Consort Rui Wang's face instantly darkened. Consort Rui Wang hugged her Guqin case aggrievedly to Gu Jiao's place to seek comfort. Perhaps because she was too engrossed in complaining, she actually left her Guqin in Gu Jiao's courtyard when she left. In the afternoon, Royal Prince came to the medical center. He came to check on his eyes. Gu Jiao brought him to the consulting room and gave him a checkup as usual. She was calm and collected from the beginning to the end, as if the awkwardness that night did not happen between them. Gu Jiao was already relieved. She would not take this kind of thing to heart. Royal Prince smiled bitterly. He was really the only one who cared about it. "How do you feel?" Gu Jiao asked. "Much better," Royal Prince said with a smile. He was not being polite. It was indeed much better. He didn't feel much after taking it for the first 3 nights, but from the 4th night onwards, he realized that he could feel a trace of light. God knew how long he had been tortured by this illness. Any of his weaknesses could bring fatal disaster to himself, so he had been walking on thin ice all these years. Gu Jiao nodded. "Continue to take the medicine and change your diet. Eat more internal organs." Royal Prince didn't like to eat those, but since she said it, then he would listen. "Okay." Gu Jiao looked at him. "Did you catch a cold?" His voice didn't sound right. Royal Prince smiled and said, "I can see the light at night. I was so happy that I went to sit in the courtyard for a while." Not in the courtyard but on the roof. It was hard for others to understand the joy of almost regaining his sight. "Your hand." Gu Jiao pointed at the pulse pillow on the table. Royal Prince put his hand on it obediently. Gu Jiao checked his pulse and took back her hand. "It's not serious. You don't need to take medicine. Why is there a doctor who doesn't prescribe medicine? Don't you need to earn money?" Royal Prince teased her. Gu Jiao glanced at him. "The consultation fee is 10 taels. Royal Prince laughed. "Okay. Not to mention 10 taels, he was willing to give 100 taels. Zhuang Yueshi came out of the girls' school after class and saw her brother's carriage parked in front of the medical center. She frowned. Did her brother come to pick her up, or why did he park the carriage over there? Zhuang Yueshi didn't wait for Zhuang Mengdai. She went to the medical center alone. The medical center was busy at the moment and there was no extra staff to serve her. She walked in and heard her brother's voice. She came to the consultation room and opened the half-closed door. She looked through the gap and saw Royal Prince N's smile after being extorted for 10 taels. It was a smile that Zhuang Yueshi had never seen on Royal Prince N's face. Royal Prince N was not a nice beauty, but he had never smiled so sincerely before. He looked at the person with his eyes full of light. The person he was looking at didn't notice it or didn't care. She buried her head and tidied up her things. Zhuang Yueshi's fingers suddenly clenched. Xiao Lulang finished class late recently. Gu Jiao went to pick up little Jing Kong today. Little Jing Kong was the happiest. He was the first to rush out of the classroom and ran to the gate like a little whirlwind. Jiao Jiao. He was sweating all over again. Gu Jiao wiped his sweat. Were you good today? Good. I'm the best. Little Jing Kong said seriously. Really? Gu Jiao held his hand. What did you learn today? Little Jing Kong held Gu Jiao's hand and skipped forward. I learned the Analects of Confucius and arithmetic today. Did you learn everything? Gu Jiao asked softly. Little Jing Kong patted his chest. Of course. I'm not as stupid as my brother-in-law. Gu Jiao corrected him. Your brother-in-law is not stupid. He's very smart. Little Jing Kong seriously doubted the intelligence of his bad brother-in-law. Why was he always the last in the exam if he was smart? The two talked happily as they crossed the street and came to a shop. They walked past a few shops and turned into Bishui Alley. Before they took 2 steps, Gu Jiao's ears suddenly moved. She grabbed little Jing Kong and lifted him up. Then she took a big step to the side. Bang! A huge flower pot smashed into the place where they were just standing. It was smashed into pieces and mud and flowers splashed all over the ground. Little Jing Kong opened his eyes wide. Gu Jiao hugged him with one hand and covered his head with the other. She didn't let him see and let him lie on her shoulder. She looked at the window coldly and said softly, "It's okay. I fell down by accident." Gu Jiao didn't chase after them. She carried little Jing Kong all the way home. Gu Jiao went home. On the other hand, the crown princess who had been teaching Go at the girls' school all day, also returned to the imperial palace. She first went to the cunning palace to greet Empress Xiao and report the teaching situation. Noble consort Zhuang was also there. Greetings to imperial mother and consort mother. Strictly speaking, she didn't need to salute noble consort Zhuang. However, noble consort Zhuang was the birth mother of the eldest son of the emperor. Her status was incomparable to that of an ordinary concubine. Besides, the Zhuang family was very powerful. Noble consort Zhuang was almost on the same level as Empress Xiao in the harem. Noble consort Zhuang smiled. Empress Xiao asked, "Come and sit down. I heard that consort Rui Wang left at noon. Why did you come back so late?" The crown princess sat down beside Empress Xiao and explained softly, "There were too many students, so there were 2 extra classes in the afternoon." How could Empress Xiao not know that there were extra classes? She asked this extra question just to show off in front of noble consort Zhuang. Empress Xiao sent the crown princess to teach at the girls' school. Noble consort Zhuang didn't want to benefit the crown princess alone, so she asked consort Rui Wang to teach at the girls' school. As a result, few people went to consort Rui Wang's class. Wasn't this asking for humiliation? Empress Xiao took the crown princess's hand with satisfaction and patted the back of her hand intimately. "I just received the news that the envoys of the Liang state are coming. His Majesty is going to hold a welcome banquet for them. His Majesty appointed you to hold it." If the palace banquet was held by the crown princess, then the task of receiving the envoys would most likely fall on the crown prince. The eldest prince and His Majesty had made Empress Xiao envious of them. Now they had turned the tables. It was all because of her capable Linlang. Noble consort Zhuang rolled her eyes and smiled calmly. It turns out that His Majesty appointed the crown princess to hold the palace banquet? That's great. The crown princess's ability is obvious to all. Unlike consort Ning and consort Rui Wang, who are clumsy and can't do anything, if they go they will only make trouble. It's better to stay in the mansion and take care of the fetus. The crown princess's expression froze slightly. Empress Xiao pinched her handkerchief and suppressed the sudden anger. She said to the crown princess, "Noble consort Zhuang came here to tell me the good news. Consort Ning is also pregnant." At the mention of this, Empress Xiao felt as if her heart was being stabbed. It was fine that consort Rui Wang was pregnant. But how come consort Ning was also pregnant in just a few days? Consort Ning was already pregnant for the third time. The first two were all daughters and His Majesty didn't think highly of them. But if this baby was a boy, the eldest prince's position in His Majesty's mind would be even more unshakable. His Majesty had very deep feelings for his eldest son. When noble consort Zhuang gave birth to the eldest prince, His Majesty was only a little prince. In those years, the dethroned crown prince and the Liu family were powerful and suppressed several princes who were not on his side. His Majesty didn't even have a wet nurse in his mansion. The eldest prince had no milk, so His Majesty personally milked the goat for him. His Majesty raised this son carefully, so even if he didn't get along with the Zhuang family and had a cold relationship with noble consort Zhuang, he never neglected his eldest son. Empress Xiao suddenly regretted arranging so many errands for the crown princess. Her most important task should be to give birth to a royal grandson as soon as possible. After noble consort Zhuang left, Empress Xiao earnestly urged the crown princess to give birth to a royal grandson. She also gave the crown princess a tonic soup. After doing all this, Empress Xiao also asked someone to call the crown prince over. She asked him to reduce the important matters of the imperial court and give those to his subordinates so that he could have more time to give birth to a royal grandson with the crown princess. The crown prince was a filial son. That night, he left his official duties behind and returned to the Eastern Palace early. The crown princess sat quietly in the room. On the table was a bowl of medicinal soup that was about to turn cold. Lin Lang. The crown prince strode into the room. The crown princess stood up, turned around and bowed to him. Your Highness. The crown prince stepped forward and held her hand. His eyes were full of gentleness. I already said that you and I are husband and wife. When there is no one else, you are not allowed to be so distant with me. The crown princess smiled. Your Highness, why are you back so early? Have you finished dealing with the matters of the Ministry of Personnel? The crown prince said, How can those matters be more important than you? As he spoke, he noticed the medicine on the table. Is this the medicine that Imperial Mother gave you? Why haven't you drunk it yet? It's almost cold. It was too hot just now. The crown princess put down the book in her hand and reached out to pick up the bowl of medicine. I want to massage them. Xiao Lulang silently took a deep breath and sat down beside Gu Jiao. Gu Jiao's arms were numb. She turned around to face him. Xiao Lulang held one of her hands and massaged her carefully. His movements were very gentle and well-behaved. At most, he only massaged her forearm. Are you still numb? Xiao Lulang asked. Still numb. Gu Jiao lied through her teeth. Xiao Lulang massaged her for a while. It was so comfortable that Gu Jiao almost fell asleep. Xiao Lulang looked at her and took a deep breath. He gently put her hand back on her leg. Okay, it's getting late. Go back to your room. Gu Jiao, okay. Xiao Lulang stood up. Do you want me to massage you too? Gu Jiao tilted her head and looked at him. I'm very good at it. You've been working all day. Do you feel dizzy and tired? Her serious eyes seemed to say that if Xiao Lulang said no, he would be a jerk. Xiao Lulang sat down helplessly. Don't sit so far away. Gu Jiao moved her small chair closer to him and pressed it down for him as if it was something important. At first she was well behaved. But as she massaged him, she felt that something was wrong. Xiao Lulang was puzzled. What did dizziness and fatigue have to do with his chest muscles? Are you sore here? Are you sore here? Here. 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 Xiao Yulong's whole body tensed up. He took a deep breath again. Your shoulders are not sore. My stomach is not sore. He had heard of backaches after sitting for a whole day, but he had never heard of a sore stomach. Gu Jiao, okay. Her little hand changed to another place and continued to massage. She was massaging with great strength. Xiao Lulang did not know how many deep breaths he had taken that night. He closed his eyes and said, My back is not sore. My legs are not sore either. My waist is not sore. Gu Jiao raised her eyebrows. Okay. His waist was so good. It was strong and there was not a trace of fat. Gu Jiao smacked her lips and withdrew her hand reluctantly. She withdrew her hand, but her eyes were still glued to his body. Xiao Lulang clenched his fists. What are you doing? Gu Jiao shook her head. No, I'm not drooling. Xiao Lulang, that you're tuning in to the Han Li's Wuxia Adventures YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.